Chapter 65. The talkative male magician rushed to say, "Bah, you think a thank you is enough? Do you know that in order to save your father, young Master Simon will have to lose at least?" "Yuji, don't talk too much." The white-clothed youth nodded slightly. He was a person of few words, and his facial expression was poor. He was definitely expressionless. It was really a waste of his good looks. Fortunately, his words were concise and powerful, which was very compatible with his immortal-like temperament. "I am Xiao Wenxiu from the Dharma Temple. Saving him is just a matter of convenience. You don't have to be polite." As the white-clothed youth spoke, his gaze landed on the remains of the wind maggot beast not far away. Xiao Siming. No wonder she felt that she had heard of his name before. The Xiao Siming that the great magician of Qi City's Dharma Temple mentioned was actually him. The teenage sky magician, Xiao Wenxiu. She remembered this name. "Miss Yun, can you give me the remains of this wind maggot beast?" Xiao Wenxiu's face was slightly red. Although there were many branched Dharma temples on the mainland, such as Jiao Yi Temple and Qi City's Dharma Temple, there was only one true Dharma Temple. Although Yun Sheng did not know the status of Siming in the Dharma Temple for the time being, there was no doubt that Xiao Wenxiu's status was very honorable. It was already a great honor for him to be willing to ask for it. This time, he was here for the Beast Blood Cloud. The magical beasts bred in the Beast Blood Cloud were extraordinary. All these years, the Dharma Temple had been working hard to kill the Beast Blood Cloud and collect the magical beasts in the Beast Blood Cloud. This wind maggot beast was killed by Yun Songhai. According to the practice of the Boundless Land, the masterless magical beasts belonged to the killer. Yun Songhai was unconscious, and the wind maggot beast should be under Yun Sheng's control. That was why Xiao Wenxiu asked Yun Sheng to give up the wind maggot beast. At this moment, Xiao He was sneakily holding a piece of the wind maggot beast's broken limb in its mouth. The magician called Yuji and Xiao He were confronting each other, a human and a dog. It was a funny sight. Yun Sheng also noticed Xiao He's sneaky actions. Xiao He seemed to be particularly interested in high-level magical beast meat. This wind maggot beast was a high-level magical beast, and its meat was rich in magical elements. Unfortunately, Xiao Wenxiu had already asked for it. The people from the Dharma Temple had traveled thousands of miles just to reach this barren village. They would definitely not give up the remains of the wind maggot beast so easily. "Xiao Siming, you're too polite. You saved my father, so I'll give this wind maggot beast to you as a reward." Yun Sheng helped Yun Songhai up. Her small body helped the tall Yun Songhai up. Xiao Wenxiu's eyes flashed slightly, and a certain part of his heart was touched. He suddenly asked, "Where does Miss Yun want to go?" The father and daughter's carriage was still parked, not far behind. "Let's settle father first, then think of a way to cure the poison." Yun Sheng called out to Xiao He. Although Xiao He had the magical beast meat snatched from its mouth, it was not angry. It followed Yun Sheng and helped to support Yun Songhai's body, sharing some of its little master's weight. There's no cure for this poison. Xiao Wenxiu wanted Yun Sheng to give up on this idea. It can't be cured now, but it doesn't mean it can't be cured in the future. I've seen people with similar symptoms wake up. Besides, there's no disease in the world that can't be cured. As a doctor, Yun Sheng had seen countless people grow old and die, but she had also seen many miracles in life. And those miracles required patience and perseverance. Supporting her father and leading Xiao He, Yun Sheng walked forward resolutely. "Young Master Ming, why didn't you tell them the truth about the poison in that person's body?" The twin sorcerers beside Xiao Wenxiu, the talkative one was called Yuji, and the quiet one was called Umo. The one who spoke was the usually quiet Umo. You can see that it's not poison, but the beast blood curse of the Zhao state. Yun Sheng's figure had already disappeared into the distance, and Xiao Wenxiu felt a sense of loss. If she knows the truth, I'm afraid she won't let it go. That was why he chose to hide it. The Zhao state and the Temple of Dharma were inextricably linked, and he could not break the balance between the two for the time being. "Young Master Ming, you're too kind. Her father must be an extremely evil person. Otherwise, the Zhao state wouldn't have placed a beast blood curse on him." She can't possibly fight against the entire Zhao state alone. Yu pursed his lips. Their young master Ming was too kind. The Zhao state and the Temple of Dharma had always prided themselves on punishing evil and promoting good. If they weren't evil people, they wouldn't use a curse as vicious as the beast blood curse. Life is unpredictable. I can't see through her fate, Xiao Wenshu said calmly. What? There's a fate that even you can't see through? Xiao Wenshu had the gift of the all-seeing eye since birth. He could see through a person's past and future with just simple physical contact. However, seeing through a person's fate was like saving their life. If he revealed too much, he would be punished by the heavens. Hence, Xiao Wenshu's master, the Temple of Dharma's elder, had ordered him not to use light healing magic or the all-seeing eye unless absolutely necessary. However, just now, when he came into contact with Yin Sheng, he unintentionally used his heaven's eye. All he saw was a cloud of fog, a fate that even young Master Ming can't see through. That's really rare, Yu Ji said curiously. Not necessarily. Have you forgotten that other than young Master Ming's own fate, there's another person's fate that young Master Ming can't see through? Yu Ji thought of someone. Wasn't the blind former crown prince of Zhou State someone that young Master Ming couldn't see through as well? Speaking of which, I heard a piece of news from the Dharma Temple. A few days ago, the former crown prince who was confined in the cold palace was released. Yu Ji had a lively personality and loved to gossip. He was especially knowledgeable about the royal families of various countries. What's even more bizarre is that his eyes have recovered. What? You're saying that Yi Baiming, who even great Master Ming couldn't cure, has regained his sight? Even Yu Ji, who usually didn't care about such news, couldn't help but be curious after hearing this news. Xiao Wenshu was also shocked. Could it be that there was a higher level of healing magic than the light magic that the Dharma Temple had? Presumably, after hearing this news, Master would also be very shocked. Tidy up the remains of the wind, maggot beast. We have to return to the Dharma Temple as soon as possible. Xiao Wenshu ordered the twin magicians to tidy up the broken limbs of the wind maggot beast before leaving. Not long after Xiao Wenshu and the others left, a horse carriage rumbled along. A Xiaohe dog jumped out of the carriage. Xiaohe dog searched the ground and dug for a while before finding a small piece of wind maggot beast meat. Xiaohe, you're smart enough to hide a piece of meat. I'll make it into jerky on the way. You and Puffed Egg will benefit from it then. Yin Sheng patted Xiaohe's head. The wind maggot beast's body was very long. After being blasted by Yun Songhai's magic, pieces of it were scattered all over the place. Even if one piece was missing, the Dharma Temple wouldn't know. Xiaohe was very clever. While the people in the Dharma Temple weren't paying attention, she secretly buried a piece of meat under the ground. Let's go. I'll definitely bring Father to the Jade Capital. I believe that with the help of the Yun family, Father will definitely wake up. Yun Sheng whipped the horse, and the horse carriage rushed forward. Chapter 66. Yujing City, the capital of Zhou State, is the largest city in the southwest region of the Boundless Continent. A few days ago, in the Imperial Firmament Hall of Zhou State, close to 100 civil and military officials were attending morning court. 1,000 years ago, the Great Zhou Empire was founded on martial arts, and martial arts had always been the foundation of the Great Zhou Empire. Therefore, in the morning court, there should be many military officials. However, in the past few years, because the number of martial artists in the Great Zhou Empire had withered in the court, there was a situation where the civil and military officials each occupied half the sky. The civil officials were led by the newly risen Elder Chun and Scholar Zhao, while the military officials were led by Marquis, Jun, and the Marshal Saint General's estate. Reporting to Your Majesty, there are many waves of refugees in Zhou State, and we don't know how to settle them. The head of the civil officials, Elder Chun, stepped forward. The atmosphere in today's morning court was a little unusual. Order all the officials to settle the refugees in the vicinity and not to drive them away. Have you found out the cause of the waves of refugees? The ruler of Zhou State, Yi Chantian, was in his prime and had a dignified appearance. This subject has already ordered people to investigate. It is caused by the beast blood clouds that have been very active in various countries in recent years. Wherever the beast blood clouds appear, it is difficult for humans and animals to survive. The area where the beast blood clouds appeared recently is Jadeboat Village in the central region, which is the territory of the Marshal Saint General's estate. This subject believes that the Marshal Saint General himself has an undeniable responsibility for the attack on his territory. Elder Chen pointed his finger at the Marshal Saint General, Yun Ba, who had been resting with his eyes closed. What he meant was that the Marshal Saint General didn't have enough supervision and couldn't even take care of his own territory. Elder Chen had a lot of prestige among the civil officials. The moment he finished speaking, a few civil officials stepped forward and started denouncing him. Yi Qingtian had a helpless expression. It's starting again. He glanced at the calm and composed Marquis of Jin, as well as Scholar Zhao, who rejoiced in his misfortune. Marshal Saint General, Marshal Saint General. The civil officials spoke until their mouths were dry. However, they didn't expect that it was like punching cotton. After a long time, the Marshal Saint General, Yun Ba, didn't react. Only a light, snoring sound could be heard. The snoring sound came from an old man in his 70s. The old man was tall, had a lion-like nose, tiger-like eyes, and a full face of white beard. He didn't look young at all. He was the famous Marshal Saint General of Zhou State, Yun Ba. In the entire Zhou State, old General Yun was probably the only person who dared to openly sleep in the imperial court. The Emperor of Zhou, Yi Qingtian, coughed heavily. Only then did Yun Ba's white beard tremble as if he had just woken up from a dream. He said loudly, "If there's something to report, if there's nothing to report, court is dismissed." This official is old and cannot stand for too long. This official requests that this official withdraw from court early. May your majesty investigate this matter. With that, Yun Ba withdrew from the court. He left behind a group of civil officials who could only stare at him helplessly. "Yun Ba, you old fool." Elder Chan was so angry that his beard was blowing and his eyes were glaring. However, all he could do was feel annoyed. After all, the Marshal Saint Old General was the martial arts master of several generations of emperors of Zhou State. Even the current princes of Zhou State were all personally taught by the old general. Although this old fellow had aged over the years, his prestige still remained. However, the Marshal Saint Old General's manor had been without a successor for many years. There was only a crippled son and a widowed daughter left in the manor. The Marquis of Jiyuan could only stand up. "Your Majesty, this official believes that we still need to send someone to capture the beast blood cloud. I heard that not only the temple, but even some bounty hunters have joined in the hunt for the beast blood cloud. It's rumored that the other countries are also searching for the beast blood cloud's whereabouts. This official believes that we should not fall behind in this matter." As the Duqian beast blood cloud became increasingly active, a rumor began to spread throughout the continent. It was said that the demonic beasts within the beast blood cloud had extraordinary magical powers. Its flesh and even soul stones had become rare items that martial artists and magicians would fight over. When the civil officials heard this, they sneered coldly. "Capture? You make it sound nice. The beast blood cloud appears, and its whereabouts are unpredictable. It's said that even the temple has only killed a small portion of the beast blood cloud. If the Marquis of Jin and the Marshal Saint Old General have the ability to do so, you can send someone to capture it." The Marquis of Jiyuan fell silent. Needless to say, the beast blood cloud was a very dangerous demonic beast. The demonic beasts bred within it were all extremely powerful. It was said that the temple had only managed to kill them after sending out a sky-rank magician. Although the Zhou State did not lack martial artists who could compete with the beast blood cloud, most of them were outsiders who did not take orders from the imperial court. There were indeed a few hidden experts in the imperial court, but they were only responsible for protecting the imperial family and would never leave the imperial capital. Only a few military officials were left who could go on expeditions. The Marquis of Jiyuan only had one daughter and no son. As the commander of the Imperial Guards, he could not leave the capital. The Marshal Saint Old General was old and could not go on expeditions. For a moment, there was no one in the imperial court to send. Someone suddenly said, "It would be great if young General Yun was still here." Hearing this, Emperor Zhou and the Marquis of Jiyuan's expressions changed. The Marshal Saint Old General originally had 2 sons and 1 daughter. Young General Yun was referring to the Yun family's second young master, Yun Songlong. Everyone knew that the Yun family had 2 sons. One was a magician and the other was a martial artist. Due to tradition, the Zhou state had always had very few magicians. Yun Songhai was the youngest sky magician in the history of the Zhou state. Unfortunately, because of a woman, he cut off his relationship with old General Yun and was chased out of the Jade capital. Some people said that he died outside, while others said that he lived in seclusion. A talented sky magician would be a great help to the great Zhou country's national fortune. It was hard for people to estimate. After Yun Songhai left, the Yun family's second son had his arms crippled by the enemy on the battlefield and became a cripple. The Marshal Saint Old General's manor, which was originally known as the Empire's twin paragons, declined. Old General Yun also seemed to have aged 10 years in a day and could no longer be seen in the imperial court. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Even Emperor Zhou did not dare to mention Yun's matter in front of the Marshal Saint Old General. Reporting to the Emperor, Wushuan Limitless Martial School's vice schoolmaster, Zhan Li, requests an audience outside the hall. A eunuch walked in and broke the silence in the imperial court. Summon him. Wushuan Limitless Martial School was the #1 martial school in the Zhou state. Vice Schoolmaster Zhan Li must have come personally for the blood cloud beast. A middle-aged man with broad eyebrows strode into the hall. Behind him stood a person. When he saw that person, Emperor Yun Chengtian of the Zhou state's hand, which was resting on the dragon throne, trembled. The officials in the imperial court were also shocked. It was him. It was him. What was he doing here? Emperor Yun of the Zhou state looked a little uncomfortable. He did not like this son of his ever since he was born, especially after he heard the prediction made by Elder Si Ming of the Dharma Temple. It's grand. No, it's Duke Biming. The officials discussed. Dressed in black, the former crown prince of the Zhou state, Yi Biming, walked into the Emperor's Shao Palace. He was young and handsome, with a pair of gray eyes that looked disdainfully at the officials. As soon as he appeared, the officials were in an uproar. Even the Marquis of Jiyuan could not help but look at him. This was the blind prince who was rumored to have been confined in the cold palace and was the least favored. After Crown Prince Yi Biming was dethroned, he was given the title of Duke Biming. He had been confined in the cold palace in the name of recuperating from his blindness. His eyes. This was the first time the emperor and officials of the Zhou state saw Yi Biming after so many years. His blind eyes were now shining brightly. Gray. After Yi Biming regained his sight, the layer of fog that covered his eyes was also dispelled. His eyes, the eyes that had regained their sight after losing sight, were the color between black and white, between good and evil, gray. The former crown prince of the Zhou state, the current crown prince Yi Biming, knelt on the ground and said in a voice like broken jade, "Father, please send me to various places to hunt down the blood cloud beast." It had only been 7 or 8 days, but Yin Songhai was already skin and bones. Yin Shen couldn't help but feel sad when she saw it. She rushed to the Jade capital without rest, hoping to reach the general's residence as soon as possible to find a way to save her father. He's a patient. What kind of disease did he contract? If it's a contagious disease, he's not allowed to enter the city. A few soldiers were in a difficult position. The Jade capital was a big city and also the capital of a country. Countless people came and went every day. To prevent epidemics from entering the city, there were special rules in the city. Anyone with a contagious disease was not allowed to enter. My father's disease isn't contagious. It's a rare coma. We're here to seek refuge with our relatives. Brothers, please do us a favor and let us in. Yun Sheng was a little anxious. She didn't expect the Jade capital to have such rules. Young lady, it's not that we don't want to accommodate, but if the higher-ups blame us, we'll lose our heads. How about this? One of us will go in first and leave the carriage at the city gate. When you find your relative in the city, ask him to bring the certificate of a doctor or above in the city before coming to pick up your father. The city guard saw that Yun Sheng was young and her clothes were old and tattered. When he saw that she was taking care of her relative alone, he couldn't help but feel pity for her and pointed out the right path for her. Yun Sheng thanked the city guard. After settling the carriage, she ordered Xiao He to watch over the carriage. She then asked the passers-by for the location of the Marshal Saint General's residence and sprinted over. The Jade capital was huge. Yun Sheng heard that the general's residence was located in Waning Alley. That area was also where the residences of military officials of rank 5 and above were concentrated. Yun Sheng only knew that Yun Songhai was from the general's residence, but she didn't know anything about the Marshal Saint General's residence. When she was in Banana Leaf Village, Yun Sheng roughly knew about martial artists because she became the village's big sister later on. Martial artists were the same as magicians and were divided into different ranks. For example, Lei Hu of Banana Leaf Village was only a beginner martial artist. As for Ding Mao of Fire Cliff Village, he was a martial master. From beginner to higher ranks, martial artists were martial artist, 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 martial artist. The Yun family was called the Marshal Saint General's residence because there were 2 martial saints in the Yun family. Besides that, Yun Songhai's father, who was also Yun Sheng's grandfather, was also a martial saint. A martial saint was equivalent to a saint-level guardian king among magicians. In the entire Zhou state, there were no more than 3 martial saints. Among them, old General Yun had been a martial saint for the longest time. Therefore, to the citizens of Zhou state, the martial saint general was like the Big Dipper. Yun Sheng had never seen this legendary grandfather of hers before, but just by standing outside the martial saint general's residence, she could feel a sinister aura. Outside the martial saint general's residence, there were 2 majestic stone lions made of red iron standing on both sides of the gate. 2 dignified guards were guarding the gate. Just the guards were 2 martial artists. Only the general's residence would use a martial master as a guard. One had to know that in other cities, martial masters could also independently become instructors in their dojos. Yun Sheng was just about to step forward when she suddenly heard the door open. A luxuriously dressed boy walked out of the general's residence with a few ferocious blood-claw wolves. The Great Zhou dynasty revered martial arts, and the manners of the 5th-rank officials. Besides having guards, some of the nobles and officials even had their own magical beast breeding grounds, which were used to raise various ferocious magical beasts. In addition to allowing the disciples of the clan to practice martial arts, during the annual spring and autumn hunt, they could also bring the magical beasts to hunt. The Jade capital at the end of the 5th month already had the scorching heat of early summer. The boy who came out was about 2 to 3 years older than Yun Sheng. His facial features were not bad, and his posture was agile. It was obvious that he had been practicing martial arts since he was young. "Good morning, young master. Where are you going with the magical beasts?" The guards bowed respectfully. The boy who came out was old General Yun's widowed 3rd daughter, Yun Songshue's late husband, Tang Yu. Yun Songshue's husband was originally Yun Ba's right-hand man. Who would have thought that he would unfortunately lose his life in the chaos at the border? Yun Songshue was also known for her crafty temper. She did not get along well with her mother-in-law, so she brought her only son, Tang Yu, back to the general's residence. Yun Songhai did not have any grandchildren. Tang Yu was also very clever. At a young age, he had already passed the martial arts examination and was very much favored by Yun Songhai. We saw that the 2 blood claw wolf pups we just bought were bored, so we brought them out for a walk. Tang Yu chased the wolf pups out after he finished speaking. Who would have thought that the wolf pups had just entered the residence and were still wild? Just as they walked out of the residence, they saw Yun Sheng standing not far from the entrance. They opened their mouths and pounced towards Yunsheng. Chapter 68. Tang Yu, who grew up in the Marshal Saint General's residence, had a domineering temper. When the two blood claw wolves pounced out, he was shocked. However, when he saw that the wolf cubs were pouncing toward a little girl who was covered in dust and looked like a beggar, Tang Yu did not stop them. Instead, he clapped his hands and cheered, "Wolf Fong, Wolf Hammer, bite her to death." She was just a little beggar. Biting her to death was just a matter of a straw mat and a few stacks of paper money. Blood claw wolves were magical beasts of the wolf clan that lived in tropical forests. They were born at the 3rd level. Even though they were just cubs, their claws and teeth were very lethal. Civilians who were attacked by them would die. For people who were not summoners, there was only one way to get close to magical beasts. That was to raise magical beast cubs since they were young. This way, when a magical beast grew up, it would become a battle pet. The difference between a battle pet and a summoner's battle beast was huge. Most of the battle pets could not evolve. However, in the Jade Capital, there were still many officials who liked to buy some baby beasts for the safety of their descendants. This also caused the practice of raising battle pets in the Jade Capital. It had become a popular and status symbol. Tang Yu's 2 blood claw wolves were bought by his mother, Yun Sangxue, after he passed the martial master examination. The 2 blood claw wolves had red fur and looked like balls of fire. They looked very adorable. Tang Yu took care of them daily and loved them very much. In Tang Yu's eyes, a trash-like beggar appearing in a place like Wanning Alley was a kind of stain. When the guards saw this, they wanted to stop them. However, this little ancestor threatened, "Don't go up. Those are Wolf Fong snacks. Whoever wants to save her will get out of the Marshal Saint General's residence immediately." The Marshal Saint General was getting older and no longer cared about the matters in the residence. Since the second young general was crippled, he was also depressed. Unknowingly, all the affairs in the residence fell into the hands of Yun Sangxue. Although the guards knew that it was wrong for battle pets to hurt people, they did not dare to go up when they thought of being chased out of the Marshal Saint General's residence and losing their jobs. Faced with this unexpected disaster, Yunsheng was thinking about how to go up and ask when she suddenly felt her eyelids twitching. She looked up and saw 2 hungry wolves pouncing towards her. Not far away, the well-dressed boy was cheering nonstop. Yunsheng felt a chill run down her spine. She suddenly realized that the child must be the young master of the general's estate. At such a young age, he was already so vicious. What a domineering general's residence. The eyes of the 2 Tier 3 wolf cubs were filled with greed, as if they had already tasted fresh human flesh. But just as they were about to taste the fat meat in their mouths, the short figure in front of them suddenly disappeared. Yunsheng slipped and dodged the 2 wolf pups. She grabbed the bone needle and quickly rubbed it on the wolf pup's waist. The 2 young wolves howled and fell to the ground. There was not a single wound on their bodies, but upon inspection, one would find a needle hole in their spine. Legend has it that wolves have copper heads, iron tails, and soft waists. Yunsheng had just pierced the 2 bone needles into the wolf pup's waists. She had opened up her second strange tendon, and with her current jade marrow skill, she could use it freely. The hidden needles were invisible, but one needle was fatal. The 2 Tier 3 wolf pups were instantly killed by her. But in the eyes of others, after she staggered and dodged, the 2 wolves suddenly fell to the ground dead. Outside the general's estate, Tang Yu was still clapping his hands as if he had been petrified. The guard were also very surprised. When they went up to take a look, the 2 wolf pups were already dead. "Damn beggar, you killed our wolves." Tang Yu flew into a rage out of humiliation. He did not care that he was in front of the general's estate and jumped in front of the little beggar with a fierce look on his face. "Ridiculous! It was your wolves that attacked me first. Besides, which eye of yours saw me kill them?" Yunsheng did not even look at Tang Yu, as if he was a pile of mud that was not worth her attention. "It was you. You lowly beggar. Do you know how much my wolves are worth? 1 wolf is worth 10 gold coins. Even 10 of your lowly lives are not worth it." Tang Yu saw that Yunsheng was young, but when she confronted him, she did not have the slightest intention to back down. he could not help but become even angrier. In their eyes, a dirty beggar was worthless. Lowly lives? You can't afford my life, Yun Sheng said as she took out her magician's badge and hung it in front of her lapel. Seeing the magician's badge, the guards of the general's estate immediately stopped the little young master who was about to explode. The little ancestor had really gotten into trouble this time. In recent years, Zhou State's talents had withered, especially magicians, who were very rare in Zhou State. In order to attract magicians from other countries in the periphery, Emperor Zhou not only established a magic academy, but also issued a law that all registered magicians and summoners were protected by the state's law. Those who hurt others without permission would be fined 50 gold coins and given 30 lashes. If the other party was a little beggar, the little ancestor could have just hit him and spent some money to settle the matter. But the other party was a magician and only 6 years old. A magician of this age was rare in Zhou State. If the temple investigated, the old general would definitely be furious. Yin Sheng's sorcerer badge looked real at first glance. It didn't look fake. The guards explained the severity of the matter, especially when he heard that she would be whipped. Tang Yu's face also changed. He was not old, but after all, he was a descendant of a general, so he was most familiar with military law. What should I do? Who knows she's a magician? Don't all magicians wear their badges on their chests and swagger through the streets like peacocks? Tang Yu secretly muttered in his heart. But on second thought, what was there to be afraid of? At most, he could just use money to get rid of her. Tang Yu took out his money bag, who knew that just as he was about to take out some money, his vision turned black. Slap, slap, slap. Like a string of firecrackers exploding, Yunsheng slapped him 3 times in a row. Tang Yu's face, which could still be considered pretty, was now like an inflated balloon, swollen and red. It was a tragic sight. He was stunned by the beating. Even his own mother had never hit him like this before. Yin Sheng's movements were extremely fast. After she was done, Tang Yu finally reacted. The guard were also dumbfounded. Little bastard, you dare to hit me, I'll kill you. Tang Yu pulled out a dagger from his waist and thrust it towards Yun Sheng. Little bastard, who are you calling a bastard? My name is Yun Sheng. I have a name and a surname. I'm Yin Songhai's daughter. You scolded me as a little bastard. That's equivalent to scolding the entire general's household, including your 18 generations of ancestors. Yin Sheng's face was full of arrogance, her black, jade-like eyes emitting an intimidating dark light at that moment. At this time, a well-dressed woman accompanied by 2 well-dressed servant girls came out, just in time to witness the scene of Yun Sheng teaching Tang Yu a lesson. After hearing Yun Sheng's words, the well-dressed woman's expression suddenly changed, and the servant girls beside her were also astonished. Chapter 69. Yin Songhai's daughter. After hearing Yun Sheng's identity, not only was the woman not happy, a trace of resentment flashed through her eyes. That person was actually still alive. She didn't expect that after 10 years, his bastard had already grown so big. However, she immediately returned to her normal state. Tang Yu was already scared silly. When he saw the woman, he shouted, "Mother, this little bastard hit me." She even said that she was grandfather's granddaughter. I don't have such an ugly cousin. Yin Sheng couldn't help but feel angry when she was described as an ugly girl by a pig. However, she also guessed the identity of this woman and Tang Yu. The daughter of the Marshal Saint General's estate, Yin Sangxue, who temporarily lived in the general's estate as a widow after marriage. She could be considered Yin Sheng's third aunt. However, Yin Sheng didn't have a good impression of Yin Sangxue at first glance. Yin Sangxue didn't have any resemblance to her father, Yin Songhai. Her appearance wasn't bad, and her figure was elegant. However, her slightly upturned eyes made her look a bit mean. Yin Sangxue looked at Yun Sheng with disgust, then looked at her son's face with heartache. Damn bastard, how dare you hit her precious eggs? She was also Yin Songhai's daughter. Humph, they did look similar, but she would never let Yin Songhai's daughter take half a step into the general's estate. Everything in the general's estate belonged to her. You just said that you were Songhai's daughter? What proof do you have, and where is Yin Songhai? Yun Sangxue raised her eyelids slightly and only glanced at Yun Sheng from the corner of her eyes. She clearly didn't put her in her eyes. Father is sick and is still outside the city. I want to invite. Although Yun Sheng didn't like Yun Sangxue, considering Yun Songhai's condition, they couldn't delay, so they could only reply. Impudent. He actually dares to return to the general's estate. Men, do you still remember what the old general said? If we meet Yun Songhai and his bastards, what should we do? Yun Sangxue was a ferocious woman from a family of generals. When she spoke, she had the aura of the old General Yun Ba, a martial saint. She was already a martial ancestor. The guards looked at each other. Under Yun Sangxue's forceful gaze, one of them had no choice but to step forward. The old general said that if young Yun Songhai brings his son back to the Fu, he must bow 3 times and kowtow 9 times. He must bow and apologize to the ancestors of the General Fu before he can kneel and enter the Fu. What else? What if Yun Songhai and his bastard son don't keep their word? Yun Sangxue comforted his son, Tang Yu. His eyes were filled with schadenfreude. If they don't obey, they will be beaten to death. Even if they die, they won't be allowed to take a single step into the general's estate. After the guard finished speaking, he looked at Yun Sheng with pity. This girl was young, but she had reacted quickly when facing the blood-clawed wolves. She was also a sorcerer. It was very likely that she really was the daughter of the young General Yun who had left home. Bow 3 times and kowtow 9 times, beat to death. These words were deeply engraved in Yun Sheng's mind. She remembered her father's increasingly thin body and the humiliation of the mother and son in front of her. All right, Yun Sheng. Today you refuse to enter the Fu. In the future, when I, Yun Sheng, am successful, I will let you have a taste of what it means to be beaten to death and bow 3 times and kowtow 9 times. Yun Sheng didn't have much affection for the general's estate. She also didn't covet the glory and wealth of the general's estate. Since the general's estate couldn't tolerate them, she definitely wouldn't seek humiliation. Yun Sheng turned around and left Wanning Alley without looking back. Yun Sangxue only felt that Yun Sheng's words had a hidden sharpness. Being stared at by her pitch-black eyes, she felt a chill down her spine. Yun Sangxue secretly gave a look to the maidservant behind her, and that maidservant quietly followed her. I don't want anyone else to know about what happened today. Yun Sangxue warned the 2 guards. The guards could only nod their heads in agreement. After Yun Sheng left Wanning Alley, she heard a series of footsteps behind her. She didn't need to turn around to know that Yun Sangxue must have secretly asked someone to follow her. Yun Sangxue didn't seem to be a kind person. She definitely couldn't reveal her and her father's whereabouts. Yun Sheng quickened her steps. She had a 5-elemental Dharma spirit in her body. She secretly circulated the wind elemental magic and shuttled through the streets and alleys of the Jade capital, shaking off the maidservant who was tailing her. However, it was Yun Sheng's first time in the Jade capital, and she unknowingly took a detour to a dilapidated street. This street was like a completely different world from the Martial Saint General's residence. Although they were both located in the Jade capital, there was a huge disparity between the rich and the poor. This street was narrow and dilapidated, and the shops on both sides were completely deserted. Yun Sheng suspected that the people from Wanning Alley would never come to such a place in their entire lives. There's actually a clinic nearby. Yun Sheng couldn't obtain the recognition of the general's residence, which also meant that her idea of getting a doctor from the general's residence to prove that her father wasn't infected with the plague had failed. She had no choice but to find a local doctor in the Jade capital to issue a certificate before she could bring her father into the city to seek treatment. After taking a few steps, Yun Sheng saw the words "miraculous hands," guaranteed to cure all diseases, hanging in front of her. However, there was another board hanging at the entrance of the clinic. There were a few lines of crooked words written on it. As she continued reading, Yun Sheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. On the small board, there were words issued on behalf of all kinds of certificates, including the treatment of infertility and all kinds of gynecological diseases. This was almost exactly the same as the unlicensed Xiaohei clinics in a modern world. She wondered if the doctor who issued on behalf of the clinic had the qualifications to be a doctor. With a doubtful heart, Yun Sheng turned into the clinic. It was an extremely simple and crude clinic. There were only a few medicine cabinets and a table of uneven height. A lean man was sitting in the medicine cabinet, half asleep. He must be the owner of this clinic. May I ask if you can help me issue a certificate for the plague? One of my relatives wants to enter the city, but because he's severely infected, the city guards won't allow him to enter. After Yun Sheng finished speaking, the man at the counter didn't respond for a long time. May I ask? Yun Sheng walked forward and took a closer look. She realized that the man had fainted. Not good. Yun Sheng hurriedly helped the man up. After looking at him for a while, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. How is this person sick? He clearly hadn't eaten for many days and had fainted from hunger. Yun Sheng had no choice but to take out the dry food she carried with her. She also took out some water to feed the unconscious doctor. Unexpectedly, just as she took out the dry food, the lean man at the counter smelled the fragrance of the food. He immediately jumped up and wolfed down the dry food in her hands. He said while eating, "Finally, someone came. I'm starving to death. What kind of certificate do you want?" "A certificate to enter the city, right? Tell me your name, age, and illness. 5 silver coins for a certificate. It will take effect on the same day." Chapter 70. Since she had come to the Jade Capital, and this was also the hometown of her father, Yun Songhai, Yun Sheng planned to settle down first. However, if she wanted to settle down first, she would need to obtain a doctor's certificate. However, this doctor in front of her almost starved her to death. This kind of person was definitely unreliable. Furthermore, a certificate required 5 silver coins. This was too much of a scam. Yun Sheng didn't say anything else and turned to leave. "Hey, young lady, don't go. How about I give you a discount? 4.5 silver coins?" The lean man saw that the meal ticket that he had painstakingly delivered to his door flew away and became anxious. This is considered the lowest price in the entire city. If you go to other medical centers, you won't even be able to enter. Yun Sheng stopped in her tracks. The Jade Capital was under the feet of the emperor, and every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Those who could open medical centers in the city weren't ordinary people, and the price of treatment was even more imaginable. Yun Sheng's clothes were tattered, and the money she had on her was mostly spent because of Yun Songhai's coma. She could still take out 5 silver coins, but if it was other medical centers, she would probably be immediately chased out of the door. Don't doubt me. I dare to guarantee with my qualifications as Dr. Ling that once you step out of this door, there won't be such a shop anymore. Afraid that Yun Sheng wouldn't believe him, the man took out a token and handed it to Yun Sheng. That token was similar to the Imperial Physician token that Yun Sheng had seen in Taishang Town. However, it wasn't golden in color. Instead, it was made of purple iron and had a bell engraved on it. Dr. Ling referred to those who had obtained the primary certification of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and had the qualifications to practice medicine and refine medicine. They were doctors who could practice medicine in a town and help the world. The ranks of doctors in the boundless continent: herb gathering boy, medicine man, medicine master, Dr. Ling, Dr. Ling, Dr. Ling, Dr. Ling, Dr. Ling. This doctor in front of her was actually a famous doctor. 4.5 silver coins is still too expensive. Yun Sheng frowned and bargained. It's not expensive. What if I tell you that for 4.5 silver coins, not only can I issue a certificate, I can also help you keep your unconscious relative alive without using any medicine. As soon as the man's voice fell, Yun Sheng suddenly turned around and looked at him with a guarded expression. How did you know that I have a family member who is unconscious and needs to be kept alive with ginseng medicine? Yun Sheng was a cautious person. Moreover, she had been ridiculed by the general's mansion. After entering the medical center, she did not mention a word about her father's condition. I can smell at least 3 or 4 different kinds of herbs on your body, all of which are precious herbs. But you're dressed simply. You don't come from a wealthy family. Since that's the case, You must have a family member who is seriously ill and unconscious. That's why you have no choice but to use precious herbs to save your life. Am I right?" The man's face was full of confidence. With his nose, he could distinguish the different smells of various herbs even in the Imperial Palace's medicine storehouse. 4.5 silver coins deal. But you have to tell me first, what method can replace herbs? Yin Sheng had just arrived in the Jade capital. If she wanted to settle down and rent a house, she would definitely need to spend a lot of money. She was already out of money and had to think of a way to earn money quickly. Water, element, magic formation, cloud, dream, ice, slumber. After the man finished speaking, a magic scepter the size of a chopstick appeared in his hand as he chanted. A blue magic formation flowed with blue clouds and mist. The clouds and mist were incomparably cold and instantly froze a table and chair at the side. A person who was in the state of cloud, dream, ice, slumber would have all of their bodily functions reduced to the lowest level. Correspondingly, the loss of life would also be reduced to the lowest level. It was equivalent to 1% of the time when they were unconscious. As such, they would naturally be rid of their dependence on herbs. You're also a magician? Then how did you become one? What made Yun Sheng even more astonished was that this Ling doctor was actually a magician. Since he was both a healer and a magician, how did he end up in such dire straits that he almost starved to death in his own medical center? It's precisely because I'm both a magician and a healer that I ended up in such a state. Ancient medicine and magic apothecaries have been incompatible all these years. People like me can't stand on either side. There's no time to lose. I'll go with you to the city gate to take a look. The man revealed a helpless expression. He found his medicine box and walked toward the city gate with Yun Sheng. When Yun Sheng returned, it was already close to dusk. Xiaohei was still waiting beside the carriage. "It's you again, Dr. Fan." The city guards were clearly very familiar with this man. In fact, most of the commoners who needed to obtain a certificate to enter the Jade capital were issued by Dr. Fan because of the price. Thus, the city guards recognized him at a glance. "Little girl, be careful. This person isn't honest and has even killed someone before. He's known as the Ghost Doctor. If you're looking for a certificate from him, don't let him treat you." A kind city guard reminded Yun Sheng. Dr. Fan acted as if he didn't hear anything. He pulled open the curtain of the carriage and looked inside. Although he guessed that Yun Sheng had an unconscious relative, he didn't know what illness the other party had. Before he could issue a certificate, he had to look at the condition first. After looking inside, Dr. Fan frowned. "What's wrong? Is it an epidemic?" A city guard at the side asked. "No, let him in." Dr. Fan looked at Yun Sheng thoughtfully. He took out a certificate that he had written long ago and signed it before handing it to the city guard. Once he received the certificate, the city guard let Yun Sheng and the carriage enter the city. As dusk approached, the ground was covered in the afterglow of the setting sun. Yun Sheng held onto the reins of the horse and stood on the street with Xiaohei, looking very lonely. "Little girl, find a place to stay first. If you want to cast Dream Cloud Ice Sleep for your father, you have to give me 5 silver coins. But let me tell you, one Dream Cloud Ice Sleep can only last for half a month." Dr. Fan was very calculative. He had already calculated that Yun Sheng didn't know water magic. If she wanted to find someone to cast Dream Cloud Ice Sleep, she could only look for him. "I have nowhere to go. The inns in the city are very expensive. We can't afford to stay there." Yun Sheng looked at the Jade capital in the dusk and frowned. The capital was bustling, but in the bustling crowd, everyone's face was cold. Only she could protect her father. "Behind my medical center, there are 2 empty rooms, but the rent is 10 silver coins a month." Dr. Fan could see that Yun Sheng didn't have much money, but he wasn't a good person. He wouldn't do something that would cost him money. "I owe you a total of 20 silver coins. I could be a herbalist in a medical center and use my salary to pay for the rent and the cost of Dream Cloud Ice Sleep," Yun Sheng immediately said. Although the city guard didn't have a high evaluation of Dr. Fan, a doctor who could guess her father's condition just by seeing him once was definitely not as useless as the rumors said. A herbalist's salary is only 5 silver coins at most. Dr. Fan shook his head. "In your medical center, do you have fresh hemostatic flowers, moon crow fruit, or withered butterfly vines?" As long as I have these 3 herbs, I will definitely be able to raise the remaining 15 silver coins before the end of this month. Although Yun Sheng was young, her words had a natural deterrent force. Dr. Fan couldn't help but believe her words. Okay, 1 month. If you can't raise the money in 1 month, don't blame me for kicking you, your father, and your dog out of the door. Dr. Fan nodded and led Yun Sheng to the medical center. Chapter 71. After returning to the medical center, Yun Sheng noticed that there was a courtyard behind the small medical center. The courtyard wasn't big. There was a well, a few acres of barren medicinal fields, and a few rooms. One of them was Dr. Fan's own room, one was the pharmacy, and one was the kitchen. The remaining 2 rooms were empty. Yun Sheng tidied up and settled her father, Yun Songhai, in Xiaoyang's room. The remaining room was her and Xiaohei's nest. Including the cost of sleeping with Yunmeng twice, the total is 20 silver coins. This is the IOU. Remember to hand over the money at the end of the month. Also, the herb gatherers here will take care of your 3 meals, but the money for your dog's meals isn't included. You get up at 6 o'clock every day, tidy up the medicinal herbs in the medical center, cut the herbs, and dry them. You have half an hour of rest at noon. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the medical center closes. You can't be lazy. If I catch you, I will deduct your money. Dr. Fan is a very cost-effective person. He won't let Yun Sheng take advantage of him. Yun Sheng saw that the medical center didn't have much business, but to her surprise, she found that the medical center's pharmacy was very complete. There were even a lot of seeds. After asking, she found out that Dr. Fan usually went out to pick herbs when he had nothing to do. Some of the seeds he collected were casually thrown in the pharmacy. Dr. Fan, while I was in my hometown, my family also had a few acres of medicinal fields. Can you lend me some of the seeds in the storehouse? I will plant them in the medicinal field. If the herbs mature, we will split the harvest 50-50. Yun Sheng saw that the medicinal field was abandoned and felt that it was a pity. She simply suggested that she take care of the medicinal field. Dr. Fan was skeptical. He thought that the seeds in the pharmacy would become moldy. If Yun Sheng could really grow something, it would be good. The next morning, when the rooster crowed at 4 o'clock, Yun Sheng got up and meditated. For a magician, the best time to meditate was at dawn and dusk. After meditating for a while, Yun Sheng felt refreshed. She went out of the room and went to Yun Songhai's room to take a look. A blue magic array flickered with an icy blue light. Inside the magic array, his father, Yun Songhai, was covered in a layer of icy blue ice. Father, Sheng-er, it will find a way to save you one day. Yun Sheng swore in her heart. She prepared breakfast as usual. Then, he loosened the soil of the medicinal field and planted the selected seeds before daybreak. Not to mention Dr. Fan's medical skills, but his eyesight for herbs was very good. The seeds of the herbs he collected were all middle-grade herbs. On the boundless continent, medicinal herbs were divided into the most common types: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme grade. For example, the hemostasis flower from Banana Leaf Village was the most common type. It was cheap and could only be made into ordinary low-grade medicine. Middle-grade herbs were much more expensive than ordinary herbs. They could also be made into mid-grade medicine. After making the hemostasis medicine and meditation water, Yun Sheng already had a certain level of ability to make medicine. She planned to wait until the mid-grade herbs were successfully planted before starting to develop them. In her previous life, Yun Sheng's parents died early and her grandfather was busy with the small clinic all year round, so her ability to take care of herself had always been good. She stayed in Yujing partly because of Yun Songhai's illness. Another reason was that she wanted to enter the Magic Academy in Yujing City. Although Yun Sheng had a 5-elemental spirit, Yun Songhai didn't have time to teach her basic magic before he became a vegetable. She wanted to enter the Magic Academy to obtain more opportunities to learn basic magic and become a real magician. That would require a lot of tuition fees and living expenses, so Yun Sheng had to earn more money. Dr. Fan woke up early in the morning. As soon as he stepped out of his room, he smelled the aroma of food. Looking at the courtyard, he saw that it was neat and tidy. Some cut herbs were neatly placed under the sun. This little girl is very nimble. Unfortunately, no matter how nimble she is, she won't be able to save her father. The beast blood curse of the Zao state. Dr. Fan walked into the clinic with his hands behind his back, deep in thought. On this day, not a single patient came. Dr. Fan spent most of his time napping on the counter. Around noon, Yunsheng had half an hour of free time. She notified Dr. Fan and left the clinic. She ran towards the busiest street in the city and shuttled through the streets of Yujing City. The sun was shining brightly. Yunsheng ran all the way here, her face bright red from the sun. These hemostasis medicine were made by Yunsheng when she was in Banana Leaf Village. The 3 bottles of qi-gathering elixir and meditation water were also made on the way here. Yunsheng planned to sell these finished medicines to raise some money. Seeing that there was not much time left, Yunsheng could only pick up the medicine bottles and choose a clinic on the northernmost side of the street. Sell medicine? Are you qualified to be a medicine man? The doctor at the clinic saw that Yunsheng was just a little girl and couldn't help but be suspicious. I was a herbalist at the Dharma Temple. These medicines were all taught to me by the local pharmacists. Yunsheng presented a bottle of hemostasis medicine expectantly. The pharmacist took the bottle and sniffed it. His expression changed slightly, but he didn't show it on his face. This hemostasis medicine is too inferior. I can accept it, but it's at most 5 copper coins. Yunsheng's face turned red. She took back the bottles of medicine. I'm not selling. She would rather not sell it than allow others to trample on her medicine. Her lunch break was only half an hour, and she had spent some time rushing over. She really didn't have much time left. Yunsheng hugged the medicine bottles and walked on the street. She noticed a few rouge and powder scouts in the corner of the street, and the peddlers were shouting from time to time. She had initially wanted to sell the medicine to the clinic, but now it seemed that the bigger the shop, the more unscrupulous it was. Yunsheng no longer trusted clinics and pharmacies. She might as well set up a mobile medicine stall and sell it for as much money as she could. After making up her mind, Yunsheng picked a clean and cool piece of land and took out the hemostasis medicine and the 3 bottles of meditation water. Yunsheng's hemostasis medicine was priced at 9 copper coins, the qi-gathering elixir at 15 copper coins, and the meditation water at 20 copper coins. These prices were much cheaper than the market price. This street was the busiest in the Jade capital. There were many people passing by, and there was no lack of practitioners and magicians. Yunsheng was young and not a physician. Occasionally, a few passers-by would pass by, but when they heard that she was selling medicine, they would shake their heads and walk away. After waiting for about 15 minutes, an unusually slender woman walked in front of him. "Sister, do you want to buy medicine?" Yunsheng stopped the woman. The corner of the woman's mouth twitched. She turned around and scolded. "Who said I'm a woman? Which eye of yours saw that I'm a woman?" Chapter 72. All the hunters in Jade Capital knew that the C-grade bounty hunter Wenren Xiao hated being mistaken for a woman the most. He was a real man. However, he had an oval face that was more attractive than a woman's. His facial features were as clear as a painting, and his skin was fair and transparent, as if water could be squeezed out with a pinch. It was said that it was because he was too beautiful that he once went to the largest brothel in the city to have fun with a few hunting soldiers. He was treated as the top courtesan of the brothel by a third-rank official who was so drunk that his eyes were bleary. That third-grade official was also drunk and superstitious, and he shouted that he wanted to redeem his freedom. When Wenren Xiao heard that, he went berserk on the spot. He skinned that third-grade official and hung him at the entrance of the brothel. He even cut off all the protruding parts of his body. This matter was blown out of proportion, and the whole Jade capital knew about it. That third-grade official's family wanted to take revenge, but after asking around, they found out that Wenren Xiao was the younger brother of imperial concubine Wenren, who was favored by the emperor of Zhou State. He was also a C-grade bounty hunter of Zhou State's Hunters Guild, so the matter was left unsettled. Since then, no one in Jade Capital dared to say that he looked like a woman in front of Wenren Xiao. People called him Wenren Yiksha behind his back. who knew that Wenren Xiu would be stopped by Yunsheng when she was walking on the street. Yunsheng was also shocked. When she looked carefully, she saw an obvious Adam's apple on the person's neck. She complained in her heart that the sun was too strong. It was all Yunsheng's fault. It was really a big misunderstanding. Wenren Xiu was about to chop the guy who called him sister into pieces when he saw a little girl standing not far away. The little girl was small and had a pair of black eyes. She was looking at him pitifully. "Little thing, were you calling me just now?" Wenren Xiu looked like a pretty little girl, and she was very likable. When she smiled, there were two little dimples on her cheeks. The little girl squatted at the corner of the street. Under the sun, she looked very pitiful. Wenren Xiu's expression softened, and he put away his yiksha face. "Little thing, damn it, I used to be called a little wildcat, and now you're calling me a little thing. I'm older than you, all right." Yunsheng's heart exploded, but she still looked harmless and obedient on the surface. "Good-looking big brother, from your appearance, you must be a very powerful hunter, right? Do you want to take a look at my hemostatic agent? It's very affordable, only 9 copper coins." Yunsheng's words made Wenren Xiu feel very comfortable. Wasn't she referring to him when she said that he was a very powerful hunter? "Little girl, your mouth is really sweet. However, your big brother only uses high-grade goods. The hemostatic agents that I usually use are specially provided by the Imperial Medicine Pavilion. As for your hemostatic agent," Wenren Xiu saw Yunsheng's face fall and couldn't bear to see her like this. He casually picked up a bottle of hemostatic agent. As soon as the smell of the hemostat wafted out, Wenren Xiu let out a soft cry of surprise. The quality of this hemostatic medicine wasn't bad, and it wasn't too far off from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's hemostatic emperor. A bottle of hemostasis emperor cost 3 silver coins. His name was Wenren Xiu, not Wendatu. "Wait a minute. Are these bottles of meditation water? I'll buy them all. How much are they?" "You calculate." Wenren Xiu was very casual and didn't pay attention to the production of medicine like the average person. He felt that Yunsheng's hemostatic agent was good, so her other medicines must be good as well. He might as well buy them all at once. Yunsheng's hemostatic agent, meditation water, and chi-gathering elixir were sold for a total of 6 silver coins. Seeing that Yunsheng was about to leave, Wenren Xiu stopped her. "My name is Wenren Xiu. In the future, you don't have to sell your medicine on the streets. There are too many people around here. In the future, if you have medicine, send it to the Wenren residence in Chonglin Alley. If I'm not around, just give my name and give the medicine to the housekeeper." Yunsheng hurriedly nodded. Seeing that it was getting late, she hurriedly ran to the medical hall. Wenren Xiu took the meditation water and walked into a restaurant not far away. He had invited a few hunters to drink in the restaurant. As soon as he entered the restaurant, he heard a high-pitched voice call out, "Big sister, do you want to buy medicine?" When Wenren Xiu heard that, he clenched his fists without hesitation. Crackling, sounds like beans popping could be heard from his fists. "Honorable hunters, please do us a favor and don't fight in the restaurant." When the restaurant's manager heard that, he was so frightened that he hurriedly lay on the ground. Wenren Xiu didn't become a C-rank mercenary by relying on his looks. His own strength was not a problem, and he was already a martial venerable. He threw a punch at the person who had spoken. That person was already prepared, and the snake-shaped magic scepter in his hand buzzed. Mid-level magic, marsh technique. The ground under Wenren Xiu's feet immediately turned into a muddy marsh. Pairs of muddy hands reached out from the marsh and grabbed Wenren Xiu's legs. Wenren Xiu's beautiful face was full of disgust as she shouted at the female magician opposite her. "Tomboy, is your brain soaked in water? Why don't you take a look at yourself? You're old enough to be my great-grandmother. How dare you imitate a little girl and call me big sister? Disgusting." Unlike Wenren Xiu, the female magician was uncouth and roughly the same height as Wenren Xiu. When she heard Wenren Xiu's words, she was so angry that her eyes almost popped out. "Wenren Xiu, I'm only a month older than you. What do you mean by old enough to be your great-grandmother?" "Enough. Wenren Xiu, Nan Yen, the two of you have to fight every time you meet." We're all in the same hunting team. Sit down and discuss the assessment of the hunting team." With a roar, several purple lightning flashes drilled out from the ceiling of the restaurant. With two rumbling sounds, the lightning flashes exploded in front of Wenren and the magician one after another. The two of them stepped back and glared at each other in dissatisfaction. The one who spoke was a big man with a dignified appearance. He was 2 meters tall, and his whole body was covered with muscles. The most terrifying thing was that he had a magic scepter on his waist. Feng Kuo, a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts, a C-rank hunter. He was a warrior at the peak of revered martial artist and a magician at the level of lightning master magician. He was also the captain of the Soaring Phoenix hunting team. He picked up Wenren and Mu Nanyan and threw them on their seats. The two of them looked like obedient babies as they sat there without uttering a word. Wenren smiled. "Boss, don't be angry. Look, I bought a few bottles of good stuff. I can guarantee that compared to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's meditation water, the effect is much better. Keep bragging. Who doesn't know that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's meditation water is the best quality in the continent? You dare to buy medicine from a 6 or 7-year-old girl? Wenren, your brain must have been kicked by a mule." Mu Nanyan couldn't help but mock. She snatched the bottle of meditation water and drank it in one gulp. The magic spell just now had consumed a portion of her magic power. She could use the meditation water to replenish her magic power. Chapter 73. Feng Kuo, Wenren, and Mu Nanyan were members of the Soaring Phoenix hunting team, which was rather famous in the Jade Capital's bounty industry. The three of them were cultivators of both magic and martial arts, martial artists and magicians. Wenren was good at attacking, Mu Baiyan's earth element magic was good at defending, and Feng Kuo was good at both attacking and defending. The three of them had been the team for 5 years, but Wenren and Mu Baiyan had always disliked each other. If it wasn't for Feng Kuo's suppression, the two of them would have fought to the death. Mu Nanyan drank a mouthful of the meditation water and raised her eyebrows. "You tomboy, don't drink it all in one gulp. Letting you drink it is like a cow eating peonies. It's a reckless waste of natural resources," Wenren scolded. "Boss, this meditation water." Mu Nanyan smacked her lips and felt a vigorous surge of magic power in her stomach. It was like a raging wave that spread out in an instant. She couldn't help but be stunned. "Is there a problem with the potion?" Wenren was also a little uncertain. She was a martial artist and didn't know much about meditation water. Feng Kuo, who was about to teach the two of them a lesson, also took a bottle of meditation water and drank a mouthful. To a magician, meditation water was sometimes a lifesaver. For example, bounty hunters who lived on the edge of Knife's Edge would sometimes lose their lives if they recovered 10% of their mana in the face of magical beasts. After Feng Kuo tried it, his eyes shone brightly, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "An improved version of meditation water." "Yes, boss, you've noticed it too. The taste is similar to the one in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, but the effect is very shocking. It should be some kind of improved meditation water." Mu Baiyan no longer had the mood to argue with Wenren. She was an earth element magician, and when she drank the meditation water, her earth element recovered 50% faster than usual. That meant that when facing a magician of the same level, as long as she had this meditation water, she would be invincible. Where did that little girl come from? How much improved meditation water does she have? We'll buy all of it. Feng Kuo realized that the maker of this meditation water did not know the value of the potion itself. Wenren bought all of the finished products in one go, so Yinshan gave her the best price. After conversion, a bottle of meditation water was only worth 1.5 silver coins. One had to know that in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, a bottle of ordinary meditation water cost 5 silver coins. In Feng Kuo and Mu Nanyan's eyes, this kind of improved meditation water was even sold for 1 gold coin. I don't know. Wenren was confused by the two of them. He had only done a good deed that day and bought that little thing's medicine. Who would have thought that her medicine would be so good? We'll continue to wait here tomorrow. If she comes out to buy medicine, we'll buy all of it. It's best to inquire about who made the medicine. Whether it was Mu Nanyin or Feng Kuo, they all took it for granted that Yun Sheng was helping her elders set up a stall to sell medicine. A few drops of cold sweat appeared on Wenren Xiu's forehead. He said weakly, I saw that she was still young, so I told her not to set up a stall in the future. Two hostile gazes immediately swept over. However, I also told her to send the finished product to my house as soon as she has them. What if she doesn't send them? Mu Nanyin wanted to strangle Wenren Xiu. She should send them. She definitely will. The more Wenren Xiu said, the more guilty he felt. He was not very sure. If that little thing did not know the way, or if she found other sellers, then this improved meditation water would be gone. It was just that in such a big jade capital, finding a nameless little girl was a bit too difficult. Fine, we'll wait. I called you here today for the bounty hunter assessment. We've been stuck at the C-rank bounty hunter level for a long time. According to our experience and the total amount of bounty we've accumulated over the years, we should have been promoted to B rank long ago. Feng Kuo, Wenren Xiu, and Mu Nanyin were all from Jade Capital. Although the three of them were bounty hunters, each of their families was famous in Jade Capital. The three of them were from the same generation. Because of their ancestors, they had been playmates since they were young. 5 years ago, because of Feng Kuo's suggestion, they formed Huang Teng. The three of them were quite strong, and with their tacit cooperation, they could be considered to have a little reputation in the bounty hunting world. However, the bounty mercenary level had been stuck at C rank. For the three of them, who were proud and arrogant, this had always been a sore point. After all, only bounty hunters above B rank could accept cross-country bounty missions. Our strength has been enough for B rank for a long time, but we haven't found a suitable summoner. Wenren Xiu drank a mouthful of wine gloomily. Unlike those insignificant hunters, there had to be at least one warrior, one mage, and one summoner in order to become a B-level bounty hunter team. There had to be at least one warrior, one mage, and one summoner in the team. This hard condition was set by the 3 SSS rank hunters who had founded the Hunters Guild. At the same time, it was also set by the legendary Divine Edge hunter team on the mainland. All the hunters on the mainland had to abide by it. Moreover, the hunter team that met the condition had to challenge a B-rank hunter team. If the challenge was successful, then they could be promoted. It's easier said than done to find a summoner. Look, in the past few years, the summoners who passed the assessment at the Jade Capital Summoning Center were snatched away before they could leave the Summoning Center. In 10 years, there were no more than 20 summoners from the Jade Capital Summoning Center. Those people lived like princes. Who would be willing to be a bounty hunter? Zhou State's national fate has withered. Among the warriors, there were no more warriors like old General Yin. The other 4 countries have many talents. Among them, Peng Lai has the most summoners. So now, among the big countries, Peng Lai has the most B-rank hunter teams. Mu Nanyin couldn't help but sigh. They became bounty hunters not because they were greedy for money, but because they wanted to pursue the adventure missions that only bounty hunters could come in contact with. However, the members of a bounty hunter team must be absolutely trustworthy. Otherwise, in the face of a life-and-death crisis, the betrayal of a member was enough to cause the collapse of the whole team. Summoners could summon beasts, and the consumption of magic elements was less than magic. Under the same conditions, having a summoner was equivalent to having 2 members. Therefore, even if the B-rank hunter team's assessment condition was removed, their chances of winning against a B-rank hunter team were almost 0. In the past 10 years, there was not a single C-rank hunter team that successfully challenged a B-rank hunter team. Let's wait and see. Let's search for a while more. In the next 1 or 2 years, we should also pay attention to the improvement of our own cultivation. Feng Kuo's words were met with the unanimous agreement of Wenren Xiu and Mu Nanyin. Just as Huang Teng was anxious to find a summoner, Yin Sheng was still repeating the work of a herbalist in the medical hall every day. The herb field that she planted finally sprouted after a few days of careful care, including a batch of moonlight grass that she brought for Banana Leaf Village. Yun Sheng also refined more than 10 bottles of qi-gathering elixir and 5 bottles of meditation water in her 1 month of free time. She planned to visit Wenran Xiao to sell the elixir, but she didn't expect that something would suddenly happen and interrupt her plan. Chapter 74. The ins and outs of the matter had to be explained from the medical center. After 10 days, Yun Sheng also discovered the main source of income for the Little Rejuvenation Clinic. In this clinic, other than issuing all kinds of fraudulent certificates, another important source of income was to help the neighbors grab and decoct medicine to treat some minor ailments such as headaches, fevers, and diarrhea. They didn't even come across a single difficult and complicated illness. There was once when Dr. Fan accidentally discovered that Yun Sheng could treat patients, and he handed all these matters over to Yun Sheng. Very quickly, the neighbors became familiar with Yun Sheng. They all liked this young girl who was very knowledgeable about medicine. Dr. Fan even encouraged Yun Sheng to participate in the examination of medicine men. The so-called medicine men were high-grade herb-gatherers who were in charge of tasting, decocting, and dispensing medicine. Generally, in a medium-sized clinic, there would be a medicine man. On the Boundless Continent, being a doctor was also a very popular occupation. However, in order to become a doctor or a doctor like Dr. Fan, one had to pass the examination of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. This wasn't the first time Yun Sheng heard the name of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. She remembered that during the hemostatic medicine incident in Banana Leaf Village, the village head's grandfather had mentioned the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Hearing Yun Sheng asking about the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, Dr. Fan couldn't help but fall into a daze for a moment. After a long time, he replied, "Those who study the ancient medical arts would all know of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. For the magician examination, there's a Dharma temple. For the martial artist examination, there's a summoner examination. For the summoner examination, there's a summoner examination." The Medicine Emperor Pavilion was the continent's largest ancient medicine organization. Its branches were like a huge tree that reached the sky, and its branches, leaves, and veins covered the entire continent. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion was outstanding because not only was it the most authoritative organization for doctors in the continent, it also controlled the continent's most precious medicinal herbs and the most outstanding doctors. Some people say that the most powerful people in the continent are magicians. Some say martial artists, and some even say summoners. However, I believe that the most powerful people in the continent are doctors because they can control the life and death of others. Yun Sheng, if you want to find a way to cure your father's illness, there's a place you have to go no matter what. That place is the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. When Dr. Fan mentioned the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, a complicated expression flashed in his eyes. Yun Sheng decided to participate in the Medicine Man examination. With her medical foundation from her previous life, as well as the medicine encyclopedia left behind by the Yun family and the Qi Min medicine encyclopedia that she had memorized, Yun Sheng believed that it wouldn't be difficult for her to pass the Medicine Man examination. After observing Yun Sheng for a period of time, Dr. Fan also had a good foundation of Yun Sheng's herbal medicine. After the two of them discussed for a while, they decided that Dr. Fan would bring Yun Sheng to Medicine Emperor Pavilion in Jade Capital the next day to take the test. The next morning, Yun Sheng planned to change into the herb-picking clothes she wore in Banana Leaf Village, but she found that she had grown taller in the past few months. Seeing this, Dr. Fan took out a set of clean herb-picking clothes and said, "This is the herb-picking clothes that my daughter wore in her early years. It's about the same size as yours, so you can change into it." Only then did Yun Sheng know that Dr. Fan was someone who had been married before. Now that he was all alone, she didn't know where his family had gone. After changing into the clothes, Yun Sheng followed Dr. Fan to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion was indeed worthy of being the continent's largest medical institution. Looking from afar, one could only see a majestic pavilion standing on the street. From time to time, there would be farmers and patients entering and leaving the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. The entire Medicine Emperor Pavilion was divided into 7 floors, and each floor was 10 times the size of a small clinic. As soon as Yunsheng and Dr. Fan entered the door, they smelled a faint fragrance. At the main entrance, there was a pure gold cauldron that was emitting a fragrance. Smelling this fragrance, Yunsheng's mind unconsciously cleared up. A person who looked like a pharmacist came forward and inquired about the purpose of their visit. After hearing that Dr. Fan had brought Yunsheng to participate in the herb-picking test, the pharmacist led Yunsheng into the pavilion. The first floor of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion sold all kinds of herbs. The second floor sold finished medicines. The third floor was for those below the rank of pharmacist, and the fourth floor was for those above the rank of pharmacist. Before Dr. Fan left, he had already told Yunsheng that the herb-picking test was divided into 3 steps. If there were no accidents, the test would be divided into 3 steps: picking up herbs, decocting herbs, and identifying herbs. These steps were also the main procedures to test whether a herb-picking test was qualified or not. Walking up the stairs to the 3rd floor, they saw that in the spacious examination room on the 3rd floor, there were already several herb-picking apprentices and doctors waiting. One of them saw Dr. Fan at a glance. With a mocking smile, he blocked Dr. Fan and Yunsheng's path. Dr. Fan seemed to have already known this person. Without any expression, he said, "A good dog doesn't block the road. Fanji, you have big guts. You actually dare to insult this doctor. Let me tell you, just last month, this doctor passed the test of the 4 directions scatter doctor. Soon, I will receive the appointment of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and head to the southern city to take up the position of Pavilion Master. Do you think you are still the Imperial Physician fan from back then? Right now, you're just a Ling doctor who has problems making a living." After being scolded by Dr. Fan, that person's face turned red and he pushed Dr. Fan away. Imperial Physician. Dr. Fan was originally an Imperial Physician. Yunsheng found it hard to imagine that a dignified Imperial Physician would be cooped up in a small clinic. Dr. Fan's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but grip his magic wand. "Fanji, Chung Sihai, do you want to cause trouble here? Noise is not allowed in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion." At this time, a woman gracefully walked over. The woman's appearance was elegant and beautiful. She was dressed in a doctor's robe. There was a waist token hanging from her waist. Yunsheng recognized that the jade token was the same as the fake Imperial Physician token that Night Fox had taken out when she was in Taishang Town. This elegant woman was an Imperial Physician. As soon as she appeared, Chung Sihai, who had just provoked her, immediately showed an infatuated expression. The medical apprentices present also immediately felt deep veneration. They respectfully shouted together with the pharmacists present, "Imperial Physician Yao." Dr. Fan's hand that was holding the magic wand loosened. His expression was gloomy. "Yao Rong, I'm not here to cause trouble. I am here to bring this child to participate in the examination." Dr. Fan did not look directly at the woman. "Examination? Haha, Fanji, with your shabby clinic, you still need an Imperial Physician?" The scattered doctor looked at Yunsheng with disdain. He saw that Yunsheng's age was at most 6 or 7 years old. At this age, if she did not practice medicine since elementary school, how could she pass the examination of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? This scattered doctor was called Chung Sihai. He was originally from the same school as Fanji and Yaorong, but his talent was much worse than the two. For many years, he had been in love with Yaorong and had always been jealous of Fanji. Today, his nephew, who was also one of his apprentices, came to participate in the examination. Therefore, he bumped into Dr. Fan. Imperial Physician Rong did not say a word. She looked at Yunsheng's clothes, and her eyes darkened. She sternly said, "Bring this child up." "Fanji, Dr. Chung, you're not allowed to enter." "Dr. Fan, I can go up by myself. I will definitely become an Imperial Physician," Yunsheng deliberately said loudly. At the same time, she glared at the scattered doctor. Chung Sihai secretly said in his heart, "To become an Imperial Physician, humph, it is not that simple." Chapter 75. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion lived up to its reputation as the medical examiner of the Boundless Continent. When Yun Sheng entered the examination room with the other herb gatherers, she discovered that there were already several dozen herb gatherers standing in the examination room. Some of them had already participated in the examination multiple times. Yun Sheng's sharp eyes noticed that although they were all herb gatherers at a glance, she could see that they were divided into different grades and ranks. Some people's clothes were obviously more exquisite, and most of the people here seemed to know each other. Cheng Sihai's herb gatherer, Cheng Qing, knew quite a few of them. The moment he entered the examination room, he greeted the few people he was familiar with and even discussed the contents of today's examination. It seemed that most of the herb gatherers here were acquainted with each other. She's the herb gatherer of that magic Dr. Fan Ji. Cheng Qing pointed at Yun Sheng maliciously. He thought that Yun Sheng couldn't hear what he was saying. But ever since Yun Sheng unblocked her second extraordinary tendon, her 5 senses had become more sensitive. Everything that these people said behind her back all fell into her ears. Isn't Fan Ji that doctor who once killed someone? I heard that he actually tore open a person's chest. A few herb gatherers were on good terms with Fan Ji, clicked their tongues when they heard his name. Everyone spontaneously distanced themselves from Yun Sheng, as if Yun Sheng was some kind of filth. Yun Sheng didn't mind. She couldn't be bothered to bicker with this bunch of kids. A herb gatherer walked in. He was the chief examiner of today's examination in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Silence. I'm your chief examiner today. You can call me Herb Gatherer Kong. Most of you here are herb gatherers of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, so I believe that you're not unfamiliar with the examination. Today, there are a total of 43 people participating in the examination. I hope that all of you will be able to become qualified herb gatherers. Our first round of examination is to grab medicinal herbs. Everyone, follow me to the first floor. Herb Gatherer Kong led dozens of herb gatherers to the medicine storehouse on the first floor. So big, Yun Sheng followed the herb gathering boys to the storehouse of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. The medicinal storehouse of the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion was like a gigantic underground parking lot. There were over 10,000 types of medicinal herbs here, and they were all neatly separated into different areas. For example, low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade medicinal herbs. Yun Sheng's shocked expression fell into the eyes of the other herb gatherers, and they couldn't help but laugh at her. When you entered the storehouse, each of you received a prescription. There were a total of 18 types of herbs in the prescription. In the first round of the assessment, you're not allowed to use the scale to grab 18 different types of herbs. Those who accurately grasped 18 to 15 types of herbs will be considered excellent. Those who accurately grasped 14 to 10 types of herbs will be considered average. Those who accurately grasped 9 to 6 types of herbs will be considered qualified. Those who accurately grasped less than 6 types of herbs will be considered unqualified. After hearing the content of the test, the herb gathering boys immediately looked at the prescription in their hands. Medicine men were different from herb gatherers. Gathering herbs was one of their main jobs. In the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion, there were hundreds of thousands of prescriptions coming in and out every day. Qualified medicine men didn't have the time to use the scale to grab the herbs. They were usually able to estimate the correct amount of herbs in one go. Only then would they be able to properly decoct the herbs later on. Cheng Qing quickly grabbed the 18 types of herbs and passed them to the pharmacist proudly. After the pharmacist checked the prescription, he announced, "Cheng Qing, among the 18 types of herbs, you accurately grasped 16 types of herbs. In the first round, you scored excellent." Out of the 18 types of herbs, Cheng Qing was actually able to accurately grasp 16 types of herbs without using the scale. The other herb gatherers were incomparably shocked. They praised Cheng Qing for being the herb-gathering boy of the scattered physician Cheng Sihai. A few more herb gatherers passed the assessment. Among them, there were 2 who didn't reach the minimum requirement of 6 types of herbs and were eliminated in the first round. Yun Sheng passed the prescription she had grabbed over. Pharmacist Kong glanced at her and realized that she was an unfamiliar face. "Yun Sheng, among the 18 types of herbs, you accurately grasped 18 types of herbs. Test results, excellent." Even pharmacist Kong himself could not believe his own eyes when he announced the results. Needless to say, the others, including those who mocked Yunsheng earlier, were all stunned. 18 types. Did you all hear that? That herb-gathering boy actually grasped the correct amount of herbs for 18 types of herbs. There were many types of herbs in the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion. Not only were there fresh herbs that hadn't been dried, there were also semi-finished medicinal stones that had been ground into powder. There were also some herbs that were even in liquid form. However, Yunsheng grasped all of the herbs accurately. Yunsheng was secretly amused. What a joke! In her previous life, when she had just learned how to walk, she had been forced by her grandfather with a ruler every day to learn how to grasp herbs. With more than 20 years of experience, how could she lose to this group of young herb gatherers? When she grasped the herbs, she didn't lack in weight. She was as accurate as a universal scale. At the side, Chengqing's expression was very ugly. He stared at Yunsheng's back view as he pulled one of the herb gatherers aside, and the two of them started to whisper. In the first round, there were a total of 10 people who failed. Out of the 43 people, only 33 were left. The second round of assessment was to decoct the herbs. The location of the assessment was also on the first floor of the herb storehouse. However, this time, the herb gatherers had to decoct the herbs according to the prescription they were given. When the herbs were brought up, Yunsheng frowned. There was something wrong with these herbs. The herbs used to decoct the herbs had been changed. Yunsheng looked at the others' herbs and realized that compared to the others, not only were her herbs lesser, even the age of the herbs was wrong. Among them, the most important herb, Lu Wei Su, which was 5 years old, had been replaced by Lu Wei Su, which was 3 years old. Since the herbs were of the wrong age, the decoction was naturally wrong as well. Chengqing and the other herb gatherers looked over sneakily. Yunsheng immediately guessed that they were the culprits. When they saw that Yunsheng didn't say a word and continued to decoct the herbs, the herb gatherers all smiled as if they had succeeded in their scheme. They would let her come out on top in the first round of assessment. Let's see how she would be able to decoct the decoction with the missing herbs. About half an hour later, all 33 herb gatherers had finished decocting their respective herbs. Chengqing sneaked a look at Yunsheng's bowl. There was only half a bowl of herbs left in her bowl. The amount of herbs was obviously not enough. Needless to say, she would be eliminated. Just as Pharmacist Kong was about to check everyone's herbs, a young girl of about 13 or 14 years old walked in. "Miss Chi, why are you here?" Pharmacist Kong asked politely. The young girl had a graceful appearance and a sign with the words Medicine Man hung on her body. Logically speaking, Pharmacist Kong's status was higher than that Medicine Man Chi, and he shouldn't be so respectful toward her. However, Pharmacist Kong and the other herb gatherers all looked at her with reverence. This was because this young girl was the personal medicine man of the only national master in the Imperial Medicine Pavilion in the Jade Capital. Chapter 76. The Grand National Physician was a legendary physician who was a level higher than the Imperial Physician. That Grand National Physician, who no longer made house calls, had taught many Imperial physicians in his early years, and his status in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was very high. In his later years, he only brought along one herbalist to serve him. That herbalist was the female herbalist, named Qi Fangfei, in front of them. Therefore, even though Qi Fangfei was young and her status was only a herbalist, her status in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was very high. Even in front of Yao Rong and the others, she could still speak a few words. No wonder Medicine Master Kong had to be respectful when he saw her. "Are these the herbalists who came to participate in today's examination? I heard that you're going through the second round of examination. Let me see. How are the herbs you've brewed?" Qi Fangfei came to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion today to look for a medicinal herb and coincidentally heard that a new batch of herbalists had come to participate in the examination. Although her status in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion wasn't low, she was still a teenage girl with an innocent personality. Thinking of the examination that she had a headache over in her early years, she secretly snuck over. "Miss Chi, please take a look. These are all the herbs that have been brewed." Medicine Master Kong simply handed over the right to judge today to Chi Fongfei. Chi Fongfei looked at the bowl of herbs placed at the front. Just by looking at the color, she curled her lips. Not up to standard. It's obvious that it's not mature enough. That herbalist's expression changed, and he left dejectedly. Chi Fongfei looked at a few more bowls of herbs and actually found problems with all of them. At this time, she walked to a bowl of herbs and saw that it was empty. There wasn't a single drop of herbs in it. Hey, this is really rare. Why didn't you brew the herbs? Chi Fongfei suddenly saw the empty bowl. Looking again, the owner of the empty bowl was still a little girl. Could it be that you don't know how to brew herbs? It's not that I don't know how to brew herbs, but my herbs are wrong. The quantity is too little and the age is too young. If I were to do it half-heartedly, not only would the herbs not be able to save people, it might even harm them. Yin Sheng said unhurriedly as she presented her portion of herbs to Chi Fongfei and Medicine Master Kong. Yin Sheng's actions scared Cheng Qinghe and the few troublemakers into lowering their heads, not daring to make a sound. Chi Fongfei was taken aback. She couldn't help but recall the time when she had just become a medicine man. Once, due to the negligence of the medicine storehouse, she had mistakenly concocted a 10-year-old herb into an 8-year-old one. Although she had discovered it, she had thought that it was only a difference of 2 years. She believed that it wouldn't affect the efficacy of the medicine much, so she had carelessly concocted it. Who would have thought that when De Guo Shou checked the medicine, he flew into a rage and reprimanded. You knew that the medicine was wrong, but you still decocted it. How can you be considered a qualified medicine man? After Medicine Master Kong examined the herbs, he found that the age of the herbs was indeed wrong. Chi Fongfei cast a glance at Cheng Qing and the others who had a guilty conscience. Her voice abruptly changed and carried a warning tone. Listen up, I don't care what happened today, but you must remember as medicine men, you must not secretly switch the herbs. If any of you dare to harm your colleagues in the future, you will be removed from the medical profession forever. Those few medicine boys were so frightened that they trembled like sieves. Cheng Qing's face was also covered in dirt. After this round of assessment, there were another 13 medicine boys who failed. Although Yun Sheng didn't concoct the medicine, she had relied on her quick wits to successfully pass the assessment. However, Chi Fongfei didn't leave. The assessment just now made her interested in Yun Sheng. She also found out from Medicine Master Kong that Yun Sheng had accurately picked out 18 different herbs in the first round of assessment. She wanted to see how Yun Sheng would perform in the third round of assessment. The third round of assessment is to identify the herbs. When it came to the third round of assessment, the medicine boys' expressions were much more relaxed than before. Identifying the herbs may be difficult for ordinary people, but to these medicine boys, most of them had followed their respective medicine masters since young and often went in and out of the medicine storehouse of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Other than a few rare and precious herbs, they could recognize most of the herbs. Medicine Master Kong naturally saw the changes in the medicine boys' expressions. He couldn't help but shake his head. However, the identification of the herbs this time is different from the previous years. The location of your assessment is not in the medicine storehouse. Follow me. If the identification of the herbs wasn't in the medicine storehouse, then where was it? Not only the herb gatherers, but even Chi Fongfei had a baffled look on her face. A group of people filed out and arrived at the main entrance of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. At this time, including Fan Ji and Chang Sihai, there were also some commoners who came to buy medicine and see a doctor at the main entrance. When they saw the group of medicine boys coming out, they all revealed an expression of watching a show. When Chi Fongfei walked past and saw Fan Ji, she couldn't help but be startled. After hesitating for a moment, she still called out, "Eldest senior brother." It turned out that Fan Ji, Yao Rong, and Cheng Sihai had all been under the tutelage of that secluded national master. They could be considered as Chi Fongfei's senior brother. When Fan Ji saw Chi Fongfei, he nodded and said with a bitter smile, "I'm no longer your senior brother." "AI, senior brother. Dr. Fan, why did you come to the Medicine Emperor Pavilion today?" Qi Fangfei sighed, recalling that Fanji had long been expelled from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Little junior sister, he brought his own medicine boy to participate in the assessment. It's that little girl. Humph, I didn't expect that she would be able to last until the last round. Cheng Sihai went up to greet Qi Fangfei enthusiastically, but Qi Fangfei revealed an indifferent attitude. So that little girl was eldest senior brother's medicine boy. No wonder her temperament was so similar to eldest senior brother. At this time, Yun Sheng and the other 20 medicine boys were already standing at the entrance in confusion. Medicine Master Kong chuckled. Your third round of assessment will now begin. You have an incense stick's worth of time to distinguish which herbs are used to refine the incense in this golden cauldron. Remember, you have to guess all the herbs correctly in order to pass the assessment. Otherwise, you will be considered a failure. They actually had to distinguish the herbs in the cauldron. None of the 20 herb gatherers had expected that the third round of the examination would be like this. Isn't this making things difficult for us? The cauldron at the entrance changes to a new type of incense every day. How can we guess what kind of incense is used today? The medicine boys all frowned. A few of them even circled around the golden cauldron, continuously inhaling the fragrance from the cauldron like a dog. In the field, only Yun Sheng and Cheng Qing did not immediately move. The two of them stared at the golden cauldron, trying to distinguish how many herbs were mixed in with the incense. The incense stick's worth of time was about to end. Nearly half of the medicine boys gave up halfway. One after another, people began to report the composition of the incense, but no one could guess all the herbs. There were only 2 herb gatherers left on the field, Yun Sheng and Cheng Qing. There's still one more. Cheng Qing was extremely anxious. He had been trying for a long time, but there was still one more herb that he could not identify. He looked at Yun Sheng and saw that Yun Sheng had no reaction. It seemed that she was the same as him, unable to guess what the last herb was. There's only 15 minutes left. Between the two of you, who will answer first? Medicine Master Kong finally reminded. Me. Ching Qing walked out first. Chapter 77. Ching Qing was also cautious. He was afraid that Yun Sheng would eavesdrop on him, so he wrote down his answer and passed it to Apothecary Kong. The latter took the paper and glanced at it. Then, he shook his head regretfully. You guessed 11 herbs correctly, but you're still missing one. So, you're still not qualified for the herbalist assessment this time. Not qualified? Kong Fong, are you purposely looking for trouble? When has the examination ever tested the composition of incense? In the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, there are more than 3,000 different incense formulas. Not to mention these herb gatherers, even we might not be able to distinguish every single one of them. Who would be able to pass such an examination? Cheng Sihai, who was watching from the side, shouted in dissatisfaction when he saw that his nephew was not qualified. Relying on his status as a scattered physician, he didn't put those lower-ranked apothecaries in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion in his eyes. The Kong Fong in front of him was someone who didn't know how to read people's expressions. Today, he actually made his nephew fail. He didn't believe that there would be anyone here who could distinguish the fragrance in the crimson gold cauldron with just 1 or 2 chances. I think the one who's looking for trouble is you. Your own herb gatherers are inferior to others and are blaming the examination for being too difficult. What a joke. Who said that there aren't any herb gatherers here who can distinguish the fragrance in the crimson gold cauldron? I can. A pleasant child's voice sounded in the ears of everyone present. Yun Sheng, who had been immersed in her thoughts, walked out. She quickly wrote down the names of a few herbs. Cheng Sihai looked at it and couldn't help but sneer. I thought that you were incredible, but you only wrote down 11 herbs. Compared to Ching Qing, how can you be better? You're still a failure. I didn't say that this was my final answer. Yun Sheng walked to the crimson gold cauldron under everyone's watchful eyes. She pushed on the crimson gold cauldron with her small white hand, opening a corner of the cauldron. He then rubbed a handful of the medicine inside the cauldron and tasted it in his mouth. Rolling his eyes, he leisurely said, "The taste is sweet, the color is golden red, and it's powdery. If I'm not mistaken, The last ingredient is poisonous dragon bile powder. Alchemist Kong, please judge. Wow. After seeing Yun Sheng's actions, the herb-gathering boys who were judged to be unqualified all boiled up and began to mock Yun Sheng. Among them, Cheng Qing was the most aggressive. After tasting it, we can guess what it is. What's so strange about it? We all know that it's poisonous dragon bile powder. It's just that it's mixed in the incense, so we can't tell it apart. Apothecary Kong only told us to identify the medicinal ingredients in the incense, but he didn't say how we should do it. To distinguish herbs, we have to start from many aspects such as color, fragrance, and taste. If we can't see it with the naked eye and smell it with the nose, then we have to taste it. As a doctor, if we can't use our body ingeniously to distinguish the properties of herbs, then what kind of doctor are we? Yin Sheng had just finished speaking when she heard a round of applause. As it turned out, Yao Rong had been standing at the side since long ago. She had also heard Yin Sheng's words. Well said. You don't need to question the topic of this test. I came up with the idea of using a few herbs in the incense as the last test. Although this young lady isn't a member of our Medicine Emperor Pavilion, what she said is the mission of our Medicine Emperor Pavilion. The first Medicine Emperor of our Medicine Emperor Pavilion, who is also the founder of our Medicine Emperor Pavilion, also relied on tasting the medicinal properties and toxicity of various herbs to identify the types of medicinal ingredients. Yao Rong couldn't help but feel envious of Fan Ji. He had accepted an outstanding herb-gathering boy. No, she should be a merman now. After passing the third test, it meant that Yun Sheng had already become a qualified merman. At the same time, she also became the only one who passed the test of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion today. Congratulations, you are called Yun Sheng, right? This is the Herbman medical tablet issued by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Yao Rong bestowed a delicately carved medical tablet to Yun Sheng. When Yun Sheng received the medical tablet, Fan Ji couldn't help but nod his head in praise. Yun Sheng, are you willing to join the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? As a potential doctor, you will be able to receive the most comprehensive medical training in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. I am willing to accept you as my medicine man and personally guide you in your studies of ancient medicine. Yao Rong's words at the same time as he bestowed the medical token to Yun Sheng had caused everyone to be shocked. Yao Rong's words meant that she wanted to accept Yun Sheng as her disciple. To be accepted as a disciple by an imperial physician, this was truly a heavenly fortune. Everyone was filled with envy. Only Fan Ji's expression changed slightly as he looked at Yun Sheng with a complicated expression. Yun Sheng was also somewhat astonished. She didn't expect that Yao Rong would directly propose to accept her as a disciple. Being chosen by an imperial physician and having the backing of a colossus like the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, she could even use this opportunity to find a way to awaken her father. As if he had already guessed Yun Sheng's answer, Fan Ji quietly turned around, intending to leave the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Just at this moment, someone hurriedly carried a child covered in blood and rushed in. Doctor, quickly save this child. He was trampled by a runaway horse outside and suffered serious injuries. Yao Rong and a group of people from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion hurriedly rushed forward to check on the child. Yun Sheng also squeezed into the crowd. The child was about 8 or 9 years old. His injuries were very serious, and his clothes were simple. With one look, one could tell that he was a commoner's child. His limbs and chest were all bruised and scratched, but the most serious injury was his head. His head was already swollen to a large extent, more than twice the size of a normal child's head. He had already fainted. Yao Rong took the boy's pulse and listened to his heartbeat. Subconsciously, she shook her head. Even she didn't have the confidence to save this child. This child's injuries are very serious. Unless we send him to the imperial physician and use the wandering dragon needle technique to treat him, he won't be able to survive. It won't work. The imperial physician went out to visit a friend a few days ago and is not in the Jade capital. Qi Fangfei became anxious when she heard this. Yao Rong hesitated. If it was any other part of the body, she would have some confidence. However, the injury was on the head. If the acupuncture was not done properly, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, if this dragged on, the child's situation would be even worse. "Let me do it." A low voice broke the silence in the room. The one who spoke was Fan Ji, who was about to leave. He anxiously looked at the unconscious boy, wanting to go forward and carry him away. "This is a patient of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Even Imperial Physician Rome can't do anything. Don't tell me that a mere Imperial Physician like you can do something." Chung Sihai led a group of physicians from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion to surround Dr. Fan. "Fan Ji, put him down. This is the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. You can't touch the patients here." Yao Rong's face was also somewhat embarrassed. "Can't touch him. Don't tell me you have a way to save him. Have you forgotten how our daughter died?" Fan Ji's originally gentle face suddenly changed like a violent storm. His face was filled with hatred. Chapter 78. Yao Rong's body stiffened as though she was struck by lightning. A look of grief flashed across her beautiful face. It turned out that Yao Rong and Dr. Fan were husband and wife in their early years. Both of them were obsessed with the study of ancient medicine and even raised a lively and adorable daughter. At that time, the Fan couple were both studying medicine under the great country's hand. Both of them were talented, and Fan Ji was even more talented than Yao Rong. Both of them held important positions in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. However, due to an accident, their daughter was seriously injured. Her condition was even more serious than the boy in front of them. All the doctors in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, including the great country's hand, were helpless. At that time, Fan Ji heard that there might be a way to save his daughter. However, when he was about to send his daughter to the temple for treatment, everyone in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, including the great country's hand, objected. They believed that if they sent his daughter to the temple, it would be equivalent to admitting that magical treatment was better than ancient medicine. Despite Fan Ji's pleas, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion refused to send his daughter to the temple. They even imprisoned Fan Ji. In the end, when Fan Ji was released, his daughter had already died in Yao Rong's arms. It was also because of that incident that Fan Ji completely gave up on the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. He announced that he would leave the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and study magic. He would use the method of combining ancient medicine and magic to treat illnesses. However, he was too old when he started learning magic. In terms of understanding magic, he was far behind. Furthermore, because he used to be a doctor, it led to his awkward situation in the Jade Capital. After knowing what happened, Yunxing only had one thought in her mind. Foolish. This was really foolish and laughable. At that moment, Yunxing only felt that the doctors in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion were too pedantic. The battle between ancient medicine and magical treatment was just like the battle between Chinese medicine and Western medicine in the early years. In the Yin clan's environment, Yunxing had always thought that there was no real difference between Chinese and Western medicine. On the contrary, taking the strong points to make up for the weak points and combining the two was the true way to save a person. Yao Rong, do you still want this child's parents to experience the pain that you and I went through back then? Fan Ji questioned as he snatched the boy away. The doctors from a Medicine Emperor Pavilion wanted to step up and make things difficult for Fan Ji, but they were stopped by Yao Rong. Yao Rong's face was pale as she spoke. Fan Ji, do you know what the consequences will be if you take this child away and fail to save him? In Zhou State, if a doctor's actions cause the death of a patient, they would be punished. Before this incident, Fan Ji had used a combination of magic and ancient medical skills to treat some patients. However, there were still two major mistakes in the process, causing one of the patients to be disabled and the other to be retarded. Because of this, Fan Ji was demoted by 2 ranks, from Imperial Physician to Dr. Ling. This time, the little boy was so heavily injured that if Fan Ji made another mistake and killed him, what awaited him would not only be a demotion, but also his qualification as a doctor would be revoked and he would be thrown into prison. Yao Rong's reminder did not make Fan Ji back off. He only wanted to save the severely injured boy. The boy did not seem to be from Jade Capital. No one stopped Fan Ji when he left with the boy. When she saw Fan Ji leave, Yunsheng immediately followed. Yao Rong wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Chung Sihai saw Fan Ji and Yun Sheng leaving one after the other and revealed a sinister smile. He quietly called his nephew, Chung Qing. Go and report to the government immediately. Say that a doctor has killed a patient in the small rejuvenation clinic in the west of the city. Fan Ji carried the boy and quickly ran back to the clinic. In just a little more than 15 minutes, the heavily injured boy's face had turned purple like an eggplant. His nostrils flared. It became difficult for him to move. Dr. Fan. Yun Sheng followed closely behind Fan Ji with her short legs. It's you, Yun Sheng. Why did you come back? That's good too. Follow me back to the clinic, pack your luggage, and leave with your father. I can teach you the method of your father's cloud dream ice sleep. You can find a water element magician in the city to help you carry it out. Fan Ji had seen Yun Sheng's performance in the medicine man examination today. He was sure that Yun Sheng would be a promising talent in the future. It was too much of a waste for such a child to follow him in the small rejuvenation clinic. Since Yao Rong had proposed to take her in as a disciple, she would definitely be able to make a name for herself in the world of ancient medicine. No, Dr. Fan, I'm not going back to pack my luggage. I'm also not leaving the small rejuvenation clinic. I want to be like you, fusing magic and ancient medicine to become a magic doctor. Yun Sheng raised her small face. Her face rippled with calmness and intelligence that did not match her age. Child, what nonsense are you talking about? My path isn't for everyone. Moreover, you've seen my current situation. If I don't have a way to cure this boy, I may be locked up in prison tomorrow. I can't even protect myself, so I can't implicate you. You'd better leave quickly. Fan Ji was shocked. He was moved, but he was even more reluctant to take Yun Sheng in. At first, he took Yun Sheng in because he coveted the child's rent. After getting along with her for a while, he found that Yun Sheng was a rare good child. Every time he saw her, Fan Ji would think of his daughter, who died young. He must not be a burden to this child. She had her own path to walk. Seeing that Yun Sheng had followed him all the way to the clinic, Fan Ji simply closed the door of the clinic and locked Yun Sheng outside. He was about to enter the courtyard with the boy in his arms to carry out treatment when Yun Sheng's voice came from outside the door. Dr. Fan, are you going to carry out the treatment on the boy's head? That treatment can't be completed by you alone. Fan Ji had planned to not let Yun Sheng participate in the treatment no matter what. But after hearing this sentence, his whole body stiffened. How did she know what he was planning to do? Dr. Fan, let me in. I'm the only one who can help you with this treatment. It can't be delayed any longer. If the blood clot in the boy's brain is not cleaned up in time, even if you save his life, he may be paralyzed in the lower half of his body or suffer from dementia for the rest of his life. Yun Sheng was still not discouraged. She stood outside the door and spoke again. The door opened with a creak. Fan Ji looked as if he had seen a ghost. He looked at Yun Sheng. After a long while, he choked out a sentence. How do you know the after effects of a failed operation? In short, I just know. Hurry up. If you delay any longer, he will really die. Yun Sheng pushed Fan Ji into the room. She did not care about how many doubts he had in his heart. She immediately began the life and death treatment. Chapter 79. In just half an hour, the boy's head had swelled up quite a bit. His entire head looked like a balloon that had been blown up. Dr. Fan had examined his other injuries, but none of them were fatal. The boy's most serious injury was his head that had been kicked by the horse. He believed that there must be a blood clot in the child's brain, and the only way to remove the blood clot was to open the child's skull. Such a method was almost unheard of in the boundless continent. However, Yun Sheng, who had modern medical knowledge, had the same opinion as him. However, Yun Sheng also realized the danger of having the skull pierced. Even in modern times, the head was the most vulnerable part of the human body. Even if the craniotomy was assisted by modern sophisticated medical equipment, even if it was successful, it would still leave a lot of sequelae. That was why Yun Sheng could speak of the side effects of the craniotomy. In fact, Dr. Fan had a similar experience before. That craniotomy treatment caused the patient's lower body to be paralyzed, and he was still lying in the hospital bed. However, even if half of the body was paralyzed, it was still better than dying. That was why Dr. Fan did not hesitate to choose to have the boy's head pierced. Although she had lived in a medical center for a while, Yun Sheng had never entered Dr. Fan's room. She found that Dr. Fan's residence was somewhat similar to the residence of modern Western medicine doctors. There was actually a complete human skeleton here. No wonder the outside world thought that Dr. Fan was a ghost doctor who killed people. Dr. Fan was also paying attention to Yun Sheng's reaction. He thought that after Yun Sheng saw the human skeleton, she would show a frightened expression. Who would have thought that she would just casually glance at it and no longer have any reaction? According to what you said just now, you should have seen the craniotomy. Later, when I perform the craniotomy, if there is anything wrong, you could directly tell me. In front of Yun Sheng's calm performance, Dr. Fan had already ignored the fact that she was a 6-year-old child. He even treated her as an experienced doctor like himself. Okay, the room is too dark. Do you have a bigger mirror? It would be best if it could reach the floor. Yun Sheng measured Dr. Fan's room from the perspective of a modern doctor. The room was too narrow, and the inside was a little messy. The most important thing was that there was not enough light. He also needed to prepare alcohol for disinfection, hemostatic agents, and beast tendons for stitching. Dr. Fan seemed to be ill-prepared for these. After being reminded by Yun Sheng, Dr. Fan found a mirror and the alcohol and beast tendons that Yun Sheng requested. However, he did not prepare hemostatic agents. Why don't you have hemostatic agents? The most dangerous part of craniotomy is cerebral hemorrhage. If you don't have hemostatic agents, what if the patient bleeds? Yun Sheng could not help but be surprised. Hemostatic agents are required by ancient medical skills. You forgot that I also learned magic. When I stop bleeding, I don't use hemostatic agents. I have other methods to stop bleeding. After saying that, Dr. Fan began his craniotomy. There was no X-ray machine in the boundless world, nor was there any equipment for taking films. Yun Sheng Shinong, I was only at the microscopic level, so she could not see the location of the blood clots in the child's brain. But in this aspect, Dr. Fan's experience came into play. His hand felt around the child's swollen head for a moment, and soon landed on the back of the child's head. Judging from the wound, the horse must have kicked the back of the child's head directly, so there was a dent in the horse's hoof. This should be the place where the blood clots had accumulated the most. After confirming the location of the blood clots, Dr. Fan's hand emitted a bone-chilling cold air. Yun Sheng saw that in his hand, water magic elements quickly condensed to form a blade that was not inferior to her own beast bone knife. Using magic elements to condense into a knife that could heal. Witnessing this scene, Yun Sheng could not help but be speechless. Although this ice blade was formed from the water element, its hardness was not inferior to that of the beast bone blade. Furthermore, its shape could be changed according to the magician's own wishes. This was the perfect fusion of magic and ancient medical skills. Yun Sheng seemed to have entered a brand new realm. The combination of magic and ancient medical skills might be able to make up for the lack of modern medical equipment in the boundless world. Yun Sheng could not help but feel her heartbeat quicken. She was looking forward to this craniotomy that still needed to be carried out. Under the refraction of the floor-to-ceiling mirror, the light in the room was much brighter. This was also more beneficial for Dr. Fan to carry out his craniotomy treatment. The magic ice knife cut through the skin at the back of the boy's head, quickly revealing the skull that was covered with nerves and small blood vessels. Blood also flowed out in an instant. But the miraculous thing was at the place where the magic ice knife cut, the blood that was about to spurt out was immediately frozen by the cold magic elements. Perfect. This way, the so-called symptoms of excessive bleeding would not appear. In fact, in modern medical treatment, there are also methods of using freezing to treat some diseased tissues. But compared to modern medical equipment, the magic elements were more gentle. It could temporarily freeze the blood, but it would not harm the internal tissues of the person. This method was even faster than Yun Sheng, directly using gold needles to stop the bleeding. No wonder Dr. Fan said just now that he did not need a hemostatic agent. At this point, the surgery was already half done. Yun Sheng could already see a sticky blood clot with the naked eye. It was this large blood clot that caused the boy's brain to swell and become unconscious. The next step was to break the blood clot in the boy's brain and release it. The ice knife in Dr. Fan's hand slowly became thinner as he cleared out the blood clot in the boy's brain little by little. In a small basin on the ground, there was soon a small basin of blood clot. Just when the blood clot was almost cleared out, Dr. Fan's pupils violently shrank. He realized that his magic elements were not enough to maintain the operation. Due to his late initiation, he was only a sorcerer, and a very simple water sorcerer at that. It was completely impossible for him to complete a craniotomy. Last time, he did not persist at the last moment, which led to the patient's lifelong regret. Dr. Fan, leave the next step to me. Yun Sheng took a step forward, and a shiny knife appeared in her hand. Her fingers moved nimbly, and at a speed that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye, the remaining blood clot in the boy's brain was cleaned out. Yun Sheng's expression was dignified. After cleaning out the blood clot in the boy's head, she quickly began to suture the wound on the boy's head. She threaded the tendons, and the needle was like a swimming dragon. The boy's skin was perfectly sewn together under her needle technique, and only a few of the smallest stitches could be seen. The whole process only took a moment. If he did not see it with his own eyes, Dr. Fan would never believe that someone could complete such a difficult suture in such a short time. Yun Sheng, who is she? Chapter 80. Pung, pung, pung. A series of messy knocking sounds could be heard as Chung Ching led a group of soldiers to the entrance of the Little Rejuvenation. Sir Soldiers, this is the place. Just now, there was a heavily injured boy who was carried in by Dr. Fan. This Dr. Fan isn't a good person. In his early years, he was imprisoned for several days for stealing a corpse from a graveyard. Chung Ching had failed the examination today and was extremely angry with Yun Sheng. When he saw Yun Sheng following Dr. Fan back to the medical hall, he couldn't help but wish for the two of them to be arrested as accomplices. Seeing that the door of the clinic was closed, the soldiers shouted a few times outside, but there was still no response from the inside. The soldiers believed Chung Ching's words even more. They fiercely pounded on the door of the clinic, almost tearing down the entire door of the clinic. I'm here. Dr. Fan came out to welcome them. When he opened the door, he was shocked to see the soldiers. You're Dr. Fanji of the Bell. I heard that you secretly brought a seriously ill patient back to the medical hall. Where's the patient now? The soldiers came to investigate, causing a huge commotion. The nearby merchants all gathered outside to watch the show. Chung Ching thought in his heart, with so many pairs of eyes watching, let's see how you can escape this time. You've gone against my uncle time and time again. This time, you're dead for sure. Fanji wiped the sweat off his forehead. The patient has already been treated and is currently resting at the back of the medical hall. If you all don't believe me, you can take a look at the back courtyard. Treated in less than 2 hours, that patient who was so severely injured that even the Medicine Emperor Pavilion didn't have full confidence in treating him was actually cured. Fanji, who are you trying to fool? You're just a doctor who was chased out of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. How can you have such capabilities? Sir Soldiers, he must be trying to fool you. Chung Ching pointed at Fan Ji's nose and shouted, where did this wild dog come from, disturbing the peace of the medical hall? A little girl walked out from the back of the medical hall. The little girl's mouth was sharp as she scolded Chung Ching. I was wondering who it was. So it's the trash who didn't even pass the examination of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, Chung Ching. It wasn't that Dr. Fan was chased out of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Rather, it was Dr. Fan who fired the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Also, you're not even a medicine man, yet you dare to insult Dr. Fan. You should know that Dr. Fan is Dr. Ling. According to the laws of Zhou State, those who insult doctors will be punished with 30 slaps. While everyone was still thinking about the meaning of firing, Yun Sheng had already led several officials into the backyard of the medical center. In the room in the backyard, the severely injured and dying boy's head was wrapped in bandages. Although he had not yet woken up, His breathing and complexion were not bad. It was obvious that his life was no longer in danger. Nonsense, isn't this person fine? The officers and soldiers were annoyed after being busy for a while. Coupled with Yun Sheng's instigation, they vented all their anger on Cheng Qing. They caught Cheng Qing and wanted to bring him back to the government to be punished. Officers, please be lenient. This child is a member of our Medicine Emperor Pavilion. He is young and doesn't know any better. If he has offended you in any way, please forgive him. The crowd parted as Yao Rong and Cheng Sihai walked into the medical center. It turned out that after Dr. Fan took the boy away, Yao Rong's thoughts were still uncertain. She was worried that the child's life would be in danger, but she was also worried that Fan Ji would be implicated. After thinking for a while, she decided to go to the medical center to take a look. Cheng Sihai also wanted to see Fan Ji's situation when he was sent to prison, so he followed along. Who would have thought that when the two of them walked in, they would hear the scene of the officers punishing Cheng Qing? No matter how useless Cheng Qing was, he was still a member of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. If he was humiliated, it meant that the Medicine Emperor Pavilion was also humiliated. Helpless, Yao Rong walked out. Seeing that the person who came was Imperial Physician Rong, a rank 3 official, how could the officers dare to be negligent? They quickly released Cheng Qing. Yin Sheng watched from the side, feeling unhappy. Dr. Fan's face was also tense. Obviously, he did not welcome Yao Rong and the others. That child is already fine. Although she had already guessed the general situation from the discussions of the crowd, Yao Rong still found it hard to believe that Fan Ji alone was able to treat the severely injured boy without the help of a great national doctor. In the past few years, although she did not show it on the surface, she had been secretly paying attention to Fan Ji's every move, including his study of magic and the combination of magic and ancient medicine, creating a medical system that was completely different from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and the Dharma Temple. She also heard that Fan Ji had made 2 medical mistakes because of this, causing him to be stripped of his qualifications as an imperial physician and a scattered physician. Now, he could only be a doctor. Thank you for your concern, Imperial Physician Yao. That child is lucky and is already out of danger. This time, it was all thanks to that child, Yin Sheng. Facing his former junior sister and lover, Dr. Fan had mixed feelings. He hated Yao Rong, but it did not mean that he did not love her. It was a pity that the two of them were different people, and it was difficult for them to return to their former love. Yin Sheng, are you talking about the little girl who just passed the examination? Skull-piercing treatment? She actually helped you complete such a difficult treatment? That's impossible. Hearing the words through the skull, Yao Rong's eyelids suddenly twitched. In the past few years, there were people in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion who had proposed similar treatment methods, but they were all rejected by the higher-ups because that kind of treatment was too difficult. Even Yao Rong herself believed that it was impossible for the surgery to succeed. In this world, there is no such thing as an impossible surgery. There are only doctors who are unwilling to carry out the surgery. Imperial Physician Yao, Dr. Fan has already used his actions to prove that his magic and ancient medicine can cure what ancient medicine can't. Yin Sheng was unwilling to see Dr. Fan's pained expression when facing Yao Rong. She walked forward and made a gesture to send him off. Yin Sheng, did you really help Fan Ji complete the skull-piercing treatment? If that's really the case, I will take back my request to let you be my medicine man. Let me ask you one more time. Yin Sheng, are you willing to join the Medicine Emperor Pavilion? I can give you the title of Imperial Physician. Yao Rong looked at the little girl who did not even reach her waist with a new gaze and asked in an incomparably passionate manner. When these words came out of her mouth, not only the surrounding crowd, but even Cheng Sihai and his nephew almost dropped their jaws. A 6-year-old physician who was personally recruited by the youngest imperial physician in the Zhou state, Yao Rong. If this news were to spread out, it would definitely cause a sensation in the entire Zhou state. No, it would cause a sensation in the entire continent. The physicians of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion were all the most outstanding physicians in the entire continent. The little girl smiled sweetly, revealing 2 deep dimples at the side of her mouth. Those pitch-black Rumo eyes contained a steadiness that did not match her age. Thank you for your kind intentions, Imperial Physician Yao. No matter how many times you ask, my answer will always be the same. I, Yun Sheng, will not join the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, because I want to follow Dr. Fan and pursue a different path of medicine. Chapter 81. Yun Sheng's reply left Yao Rong flabbergasted. However, she was also an open-minded person and did not blame Yun Sheng for her offensive words. Congratulations, Fan Ji. I think you have already found someone who can inherit your legacy. Perhaps the decision you made back then was correct. Yao Rong sighed as she looked at Dr. Fan with a complicated gaze. Fan Ji could not help but be moved. His lips moved. Rong, no, it's already too late. From a moment, I refused to leave the Medicine Emperor Pavilion with you. I'd already made my choice. I am Yao Rong, a member of the Yao family. In this lifetime, I will never be able to leave the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Yao Rong stopped Fan Ji from continuing. She took out a medical token and handed it over to Yun Sheng. Little girl, your temperament is very similar to mine when I was young. For the sake of patience, you will work tirelessly. I hope your decision today is correct. I believe you will be able to obtain this medical token sooner or later. Since you participated in the treatment today, it proves that you have the qualifications to become a doctor. Even if you refuse to become a doctor of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, you can still use this medical token to become a doctor in the Little Huichun Medical Hall. Yao Rong also wanted to see how far this little girl, who had chosen a completely different path, would be able to go in the near future. Yun Sheng did not hold back when she received the medical token. The medical token was a good thing. With it, it meant that she could officially prescribe medicine, make medicine, and help treat patients. This would greatly benefit Yun Sheng's income and the research of new medicines in the future. Since the soldiers did not find anything illegal, they withdrew and left. Yao Rong also left with the Chung father and son. On the other hand, the crowd that had gathered to watch the entire process refused to disperse. These people had always thought that Fan Ji was a third-rate doctor with poor medical skills. Very few people would actually go to the Little Huichun Medical Hall to see a doctor. Today's matter, however, allowed Fan Ji to turn over a new leaf. Not only that, they also saw with their own eyes that the 6-year-old doctor in the Little Huichun Medical Hall rejected the invitation of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion's imperial physician. Oh my God, that was an imperial doctor, a doctor who treated the emperor and the royal family of Zhou State. So what if she was just a little girl who couldn't even reach the medicine cabinet? Little Huichun Medical Hall, Dr. Fan, little Dr. Yin, well done. It was unknown who was the first to shout, but the crowd all cheered. Then, some patients rushed into the clinic. The lively scene almost caused the door of the clinic to be pushed down again. It was not until the sun had completely set that the patients in the clinic were sent out one after another. Yun Sheng and Dr. Fan first performed a craniotomy today, and then they were surrounded by enthusiastic patients for the entire afternoon. By the time they closed the door, the two of them were already as tired as two dogs. Compared to the two of them, Yun Sheng was the younger one. She had also undergone a medicine man assessment in the morning. Logically speaking, she should have already exhausted her physical strength. However, at this moment, she actually obediently went to move the door plank and close it. This made Dr. Fan, who was already so tired that he could not move, sigh endlessly. Dr. Fan naturally did not know that although Yun Sheng was small in stature, she wore the Shinnong medical bracelet and had also opened her second strange tendon. Although she did not cultivate Do Chi like the martial artists of the continent, her physique was now not much different from that of an ordinary martial artist. Moreover, as she continued to cultivate the jade marrow art, the rest of her strange tendons would be open one after another, and her physique would improve further. After experiencing today's events, Yun Sheng's position in Dr. Fan's heart was already different. In the beginning, the two of them were just strangers. Later on, the two of them had an employer-employee relationship. However, today, Yun Sheng not only helped him get through the crisis of the craniotomy, but also refused the Medicine Emperor's Pavilion. Dr. Fan repeatedly recalled Yao Rong's words, and his heart was unable to calm down for a long time. He looked at Yun Sheng's small stature, and her figure overlapped with his own daughter who had died young. At that moment, a thought appeared in Dr. Fan's mind. Yun Sheng was his daughter. The heavens had pitted him for losing his daughter and had given him compensation. Since Yun Sheng's father was unconscious, then he would replace Yun Sheng's father and take good care of this child during this period of time. Perhaps one day, all his hopes and pursuits would be realized by Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng, don't be so busy. Rest for a while. Fanji already had a plan. Since Yun Sheng was interested in both magic and ancient medicine, then he should not restrict her growth. If he allowed Yun Sheng to stay in the little Huichun medical hall with the status of a junior doctor, although she would be able to help him and earn a living, it would obviously be detrimental to Yun Sheng's growth. Previously, during the craniotomy, Fanji had almost failed due to the lack of magic elements. He realized that if he wanted to truly become a magic doctor comparable to the imperial physicians of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, or even surpass them, he had to send Yun Sheng to the Magic Academy while she was still young to learn magic. In terms of ancient medicine, with him and Yun Sheng's talent, there should not be a big problem. However, in terms of magic, he was only a sorcerer and could not teach her the method of cultivating magic elements. As such, the Magic Academy became the only suitable place for Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng did not know that Dr. Fan's thoughts were actually the same as hers. According to Yun Sheng's plan, she had originally planned to enter the Magic Academy next year. Therefore, after Dr. Fan brought up his idea, Yun Sheng also confessed her plan. No, it's better to learn magic and martial arts as early as possible. In Yujing, children who have reached the age of 6 have already started to enter different magic academies or martial arts centers of different grades. Dr. Fan decided that tomorrow morning he would bring Yun Sheng to the Magic Academy in Yujing to inquire about it. In Yujing, there were many different magic academies. Among them, the most famous one with the best resources was undoubtedly the Yujing Magic Academy, which was run by the imperial family. Just as Dr. Fan was thinking about how to send Yun Sheng to Yujing Magic Academy, Xiao He came out. It barked at Yun Sheng a few times. Dr. Fan did not realize that Xiao He was a magic beast. He thought that Xiao He was just a slightly bigger wild dog. You're saying that the injured boy has already woken up? Earlier, when Yun Sheng and Dr. Fan were busy in the medical center, Yun Sheng asked Xiao He to help look after the unconscious boy in the backyard. Although the craniotomy was very successful, Yun Sheng still wanted to be careful. She asked Xiao He to be vigilant. If there was anything wrong with the boy, Xiao He would immediately run over to tell her. It's best that he's awake. The child is injured, but his family still does not know. It's already dark, and his family must be worried sick. Let's go check on him. If there's no problem, we'll send him home later. Dr. Fan and Yun Sheng walked to the backyard together to check on the injured boy. Chapter 82. In the backyard of the clinic, the boy who had woken up saw two strangers and shrank back in fear. Don't move around, you still need to rest for a while. Just when the boy was scared, a beautiful little girl suddenly rushed to his side and glared at him unceremoniously while waving her little fist. The boy had tried to climb out of bed, but the bandage on his head was already bleeding. The boy was so frightened that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. You saved me. I thought I was going to die. Thank you. The boy could already speak, but he was stuttering, perhaps because he was too frightened. When Xiao He went to report, the boy looked around and realized that he was in a clinic. There were herbs drying outside, and his head was bandaged. The boy looked a little silly and rustic, like a potato that had just been dug out of the soil. It was no wonder that his family didn't come looking for him, even after he was brought to the little Huichun clinic. It was because he wasn't from the Jade capital. When the boy woke up, he remembered that he had been trampled by a horse on the street. Even the teachers in the school might not be able to treat such a serious injury. As he recalled, he suddenly felt around his body in a panic. Scepter. My magic scepter? The boy was about to cry. The most important thing in his body was his magic scepter. His family had saved up a whole year's worth of money to buy this magic scepter for him. Don't move. If you do this again, do you believe that I will knock you out with one punch? Yun Sheng waved her fist at him when she saw that the wound on his head that had just healed was about to split open again. The aura of the big sister Banana Leaf Village was immediately exposed. The boy was so frightened that he immediately stopped moving. However, he kept muttering, "Magic! Scepter! You are from the Magic Academy." Dr. Fan sized up the boy and vaguely sensed magical waves on his body. However, these waves weren't strong. This child's cultivation should be between a sorcerer's apprentice and a sorcerer's. Yes, I'm a student of the Royal Magic Academy. My magic scepter. The boy struggled to recount what had happened to him during the day. The boy's name was Gufeng. He was 7 years old and lived in a small mountain village thousands of miles away from the Jade capital. From the sound of it, that small mountain village should be similar to Banana Leaf Village. It was isolated from the rest of the world, and the people were simple. When Gufeng was 3 years old, he participated in his first magic enlightenment and was discovered to have an extremely rare light element in his body. When the news spread, the small mountain village was in an uproar. It had to be known that there hadn't been a child who could comprehend the elements of magic in over 100 years. Moreover, the child was a light mage. This was really too amazing. Due to the boy's special magic attribute and the fact that Zhou State had been working hard to cultivate magic talents, Gufeng was recommended by the village to be a national public student. He completed his apprenticeship in the local city and was then sent to the Royal Magic Academy. I've only been here for a few months because my magic isn't good and I'm very stupid. I've always been bullied by the students of the academy. Gufeng uneasily pulled at his clothes. His clothes were covered in patches. On the Boundless Continent, the tuition fees for sorcerers' apprentices and martial arts students were subsidized by the state. However, after becoming a sorcerer or martial arts student, if they wanted to enter a higher-level magic academy or martial arts school, they had to find ways to raise their own tuition fees. However, there was also a situation where both the inside and outside were public students. Public students referred to sorcerers and martial arts students who came from poor families but had a certain level of magical talent. Most of them were young and couldn't earn their own tuition fees. Under such circumstances, the state would give them a certain amount of tuition fees and arrange for them to work in the academy or martial arts school. They would also be paid accordingly. Gufeng was one of the public students of the Royal Magic Academy. Yun Sheng roughly understood the entire process of the matter. The Royal Magic Academy was the best magic academy in Zhou State. The most talented and wealthy magic students in Zhou State gathered there. These people were either born in the royal family, or were the sons of officials, or the sons of aristocratic families in Zhou State. At the very least, their families were rich and they racked their brains to enter the Magic Academy. These people obviously looked down on Gufeng, who was poor and didn't know any powerful magic. In modern times, this was a typical case of school bullying. So, the incident of being trampled by horses and the old injuries on your body were all caused by the students of Yujing Magic Academy? Yin Sheng was furious when she heard this. Earlier, when she was bandaging Gufeng's wounds, she noticed that other than the marks of being trampled by horses, there were also many old injuries on his body. The old injuries were densely packed, and it was obvious that they weren't caused in a day or two. Thinking about it, Gufeng had been bullied ever since he entered the Royal Magic Academy. Gufeng didn't answer, but his gloomy eyes told Yun Sheng all the answers. They're too much. Don't they know that casually trampling on people can lead to death? Perhaps because Yudo was born in a small mountain village, Yun Sheng, who had experienced similar bullying incidents earlier, felt a sense of familiarity with Gufeng at first sight. At this moment, there was a fire in her heart that kept bursting out. Since they were from the Magic Academy, then let's compete with magic. Yin Sheng rolled up her sleeves and pulled out her magic scepter. So there's such a thing in the Royal Magic Academy. Dr. Fan shook his head as he heard this. He had originally planned to send Yun Sheng to the best Royal Magic Academy, but now it seemed that this plan had to be reconsidered. So you're also a sorcerer. Thank you for your treatment. The Magic Academy doesn't allow outsiders to enter. Oh no, I haven't returned to the academy yet. If the tutor finds out, I'll definitely be punished. Thank you both. I'll go back first. Goofing was so engrossed in his conversation with Yun Sheng that he almost forgot that there was a curfew in the Royal Magic Academy. Today, he had been dragged out of the academy by a group of magic students and was heavily injured after being trampled on by horses. The tutor didn't know about this. If she found out, he would be grounded. The more Goofing thought about it, the more afraid he became. He didn't care about his injuries and insisted on rushing back to the Royal Magic Academy. Seeing that they couldn't persuade this stubborn person, Yun Sheng and Dr. Fan could only come up with another plan. You can't move around with your injuries. How about this if you must go back? Let me and Dr. Fan send you back. At the same time, we'll explain to your tutor why you didn't return home tonight. Also, you must tell your tutor about the group of hateful magic students bullying you. Yun Sheng and Dr. Fan discussed this. They didn't feel comfortable letting Goofing go back alone. Yun Sheng also wanted to see what the Royal Magic Academy was like. The two of them pushed the medicine cart and sent Goofing back to the Royal Magic Academy overnight. Chapter 83. It was already very late, and there was only a hazy moonlight all around. Unable to stop Goofing from insisting on rushing back to the Magic Academy, Yun Sheng and Dr. Fan could only push the cart all the way to the Royal Magic Academy. Before going to the Royal Magic Academy, Yun Sheng's impression of the Magic Academy was still stuck in a magic novel that she liked very much in her previous life. In fact, when she arrived at the Yujing Royal Magic Academy under Goofing's guidance, she saw that Zhou State's #1 Magic Academy was not much different from the one in the book. The Royal Magic Academy was built with a huge amount of money by the Zhou State's royal family. Its location was not just in Yujing City, but outside of Yujing City, on a mountain with a beautiful scenery. This mountain was called Yutsong. In the early years, it was a hunting estate of the Zhou State's royal family. After some remodeling, it became the Royal Magic Academy of today. The Magic Academy was surrounded by mountains and rivers. Just the area alone was close to 1,000 mu. Because of the magic array, it was surrounded by trees all year round, and the scenery was incomparably beautiful. The academy built a plaza, a straight road, and a luxurious building with a royal style. According to Goofing, the academy also built a special magic tower for students of different levels to study. When Yun Sheng and Dr. Fan arrived at the entrance of the academy, they saw a few magic arrays that emitted a gentle magical glow. In front of them was the entrance of the Magic Academy. The Yujing Magic Academy's emblem was hanging on the entrance. On the emblem was a magic scepter. Around the scepter were the 4 elements of nature: red fire, yellow earth, blue water, and green wind. At the bottom of the emblem were the words, Yujing. Beginner student Goofing, why did you only come back this hour? Also, the academy prohibits outsiders from entering. Did you forget the rules? When the 3 of them approached, the guard at the entrance stopped them. Goofing was nervous and stuttered even more. His tone was uneasy, and he did not know how to answer. We've already informed your mentor, Mary. If you have any explanations, you can tell them to her. The guard could also see that Goofing was injured. Looking at the 2 strangers, they immediately informed the mentors of the academy. Soon, a female magic instructor rushed out of the school like a whirlwind. The female magician was dressed in a red magician's robe and was incomparably beautiful. She held a magic scepter in her hand. Yun Sheng took a look and discovered that she was a master magician. As soon as Yun Sheng saw her, she was sure that this female magic instructor must be a wind and fire magician. Goofing, you brat. Do you want to be grounded? This month, because you've been dragging us down in combat class, our potion group 13 has been at the bottom for 2 consecutive months. If this goes on, I'll be laughed at by the other instructors at the end of the semester. The female magic instructor was Goofing's teacher. In the Magic Academy, every student who entered the Magic Academy in their first year would have a magic tutor to teach them. The magic tutor could be chosen by the tutor, or it could be randomly arranged by the academy. Most of the tutors liked to choose smart and strong students. Mary had some family matters at the beginning of the semester, so she returned a little late. The students left for her were the leftovers of others, including Goofing and another student. The Royal Magic Academy was strict. Students were not allowed to go out for most of the time in the month. Today was Public Day, which was the monthly opening day of the Royal Magic Academy. At the same time, it was a holiday for the students. The Academy allowed the students to go out, but they had to return to the Royal Magic Academy before sunset. After sunset, Mary went to the students' dormitory to check, but found that Goofing had not returned. After asking Goofing's roommate, she found out that Goofing had gone to the city to buy a magic scepter today. Most mages would buy a magic scepter directly after being certified by the Mage Temple. But as a public student, Goofing was too poor, so he had to wait until today to have enough money to buy his own magic scepter. Mary understood Goofing's personality. He would not dare to not return to the academy without permission. Who knew that after waiting for a while, he still had not returned. Mary was anxious and wanted to go out to look for him. Who knew that the academy guard would send news that her student Goofing had returned and had even violated the academy's rules by bringing 2 outsiders with him. Mary was a two-headed wax. She would burn at the slightest provocation and kill. She was just about to teach Goofing a lesson when she found that this silly boy's head was wrapped up like a dumpling. She then looked at his body and saw that his clothes were tattered and full of dirt. Goofing, what's going on? Mary had a bad temper and was dissatisfied with Goofing dragging her group down. But that did not mean that she would let her student be bullied. Her gaze immediately fell on the suspicious characters Yun Sheng and Dr. Fan. That little one, who looked no more than 5 or 6 years old, was definitely not her. She must be old. But looking at Dr. Fan's appearance and the magical elemental aura around him, Mary felt that something was wrong. No need to look, we didn't bully him. It was the people from the Magic Academy who bullied Goofing. He was trampled by a horse today and almost died. If you don't believe me, you can look at the back of his head, Yun Sheng interrupted. What? Did those rascals from the Magic Combat Department bully you again? Tell me, which group are they from? From Mary's words, it seemed that the Magic Academy was divided into 2 groups, the Magic Combat Department and the Magic Potion Department. No, I accidentally fell down and was stepped on by a passing horse, Goofeng hurriedly denied. Seeing his cowardly appearance, if it wasn't for the injury on his head, Yun Sheng really would have knocked him on the head and quietly woken this naive boy up. Mary saw that Goofing refused to admit it no matter what and was angry. She was also depressed by her student's cowardice. I told you to go out with Poison Boy, but you didn't listen. You deserve to be bullied. And you too. Thank you for bringing my student back. It's getting late, and the Royal Magic Academy does not allow outsiders to stay. You can leave now, Mary said with a look of disappointment. At the same time, she ordered Yun Sheng and Dr. Fan to leave. Ms. Mary, don't rush. Yun Sheng, she's my benefactor. She also wants to enter the Royal Magic Academy. Can you help recommend her to enter the academy? Goofing looked silly, but he knew how to repay kindness. He had overheard Yun Sheng say that she also wanted to enter the Magic Academy, so he wanted his tutor to recommend Yun Sheng. He also hoped to have another student who he could get along with. It would be best if she could join their Magic Potion Department 13. You want to enter the Magic Academy? You don't have the chance this year, but you have to come early next year. Mary waved her hand and used a wind magic levitation spell to lift Goofing into the Royal Magic Academy. Chapter 84. Come back next year? What was going on? Seeing that he couldn't help Yun Sheng, Goofing kept apologizing, but was pulled back by Mei Li. After being rejected by Mei Li outside the school gates, Yun Sheng asked the school guard and found out that she had missed the enrollment period for the Imperial Magic Academy. The magic academies and dojos on the mainland all accepted students in the spring. The Imperial Magic Academy's enrollment period was set in the spring every year, and this year's enrollment period had ended 2 months ago. It was already the beginning of summer, which meant that if Yun Sheng wanted to enter the Magic Academy, she would have to wait until next year to register for the examination. Dr. Fan could only console Yunsheng. A year would pass very quickly, and in this year, she could first learn the elementary water magic that Dr. Fan knew, Cloud Dream and Ice Sleep. This way, Yunsheng would be able to grasp the basics of magic with 3 elements. After that day, the medical center became much busier. Half a month had passed, and the sun was hotter day by day, officially entering the height of summer. Only then did Yunsheng remember that she had agreed with Wenren Xiao to send medicine to Wenren Manor. The medical center's income was stable, and Yunsheng had also begun to get in touch with the matters of a doctor. However, the profits from selling finished medicine were considerable, and Yunsheng wanted to refine some new medicine, which required a large amount of money. Thus, Yunsheng decided to make a trip to Wenren Manor to sell the qi-gathering elixir and meditation water that she had already refined. During the lunch break, before the medical center became busy, Yunsheng asked for leave from Dr. Fan. She put on the beast language ring, put the new medicine into the ring, and left. As soon as Yunsheng left the medical center, Xiaohe followed her eagerly. Yunsheng hadn't brought Xiaohe out for a while, and seeing that it was bored, Yunsheng brought it out with her. Wenren Manor was located in Chonglin Alley, which was a secluded alley south of Yujing City. Most of the buildings in the alley were large courtyards, and there weren't many residences. Furthermore, they were all courtyards with their own gates, and it was obvious that they were the residences of the wealthy families in the Jade capital. After Yunsheng knocked on the door, a kind-looking old servant came out. Hearing that Yunsheng came for Wenren Xiao, the old servant was delighted. "Are you the little thing that young master mentioned?" Yunsheng pursed her lips. He called her a little thing again. For the sake of money, she endured it. The Jade Marrow technique that Yunsheng cultivated was a very gentle Taoist internal cultivation technique. Although it could strengthen the body and open up the 8 extraordinary meridians, it was different from the battle chi of the Boundless Continent's martial artists. On the surface, there wasn't much difference. Yunsheng was only 6 years old and looked small and skinny. She had been taking good care of herself in the Jade capital, so she looked chubby and was indeed younger than her actual age. It was inevitable that she would be called a little thing by others. Not long after the old servant entered to report, he heard a series of urgent footsteps coming from the courtyard. When Yunsheng heard the footsteps, she could tell that there were a few people rapidly walking towards the entrance. It seemed like there were other guests in Wenren Xiao's manor. The bear-like man, a female magician who looked like a warrior, and Wenren Xiao, who looked 100 times prettier than a woman, rushed to Yunsheng like a tornado, one in front and 2 behind. In the past month, Wenren Xiao had been anxiously waiting for Yunsheng's appearance in the manor. Who knew that Yunsheng had delayed the delivery of medicine because of the medical hall and the medicine man examination, which made Wenren Xiao suffer. He had been knocked by Feng Kuo and Mu Nanyan countless times like a wooden fish. He had been reprimanded numerous times, which made him feel suffocated. Today, when he heard the servants say that there was a young lady at the entrance looking for him, he was ecstatic. That scene made him even happier than when he saw his sweetheart. "Little thing, you're finally here. This young master has been waiting for you to death." Wenren Xiao's flower-like delicate face was filled with smiles. Mu Nanyan also sized up Yunsheng. Sure enough, it was as Wenren Xiao had described earlier. The other party was young and had a pair of black eyes. Although the other party's clothes were simple and plain, he looked full of spirit. He was indeed a lovable little fellow. Just as Yunsheng was thinking about the background of the other 2 people, the man who looked the most terrifying among the 3, who looked like a bear, took a big stride forward. He opened his arms and wanted to pick up Yunsheng to take a closer look without saying anything. Who knew that when his body just leaned forward, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from behind Yunsheng. That was Xiaohe, who misunderstood that the man wanted to harm Yunsheng and was eager to protect his master. Xiaohe's pair of sharp claws slashed out several claw winds, attacking Feng Kuo. Different from when he was just saved by Yunsheng, Xiaohe had grown taller and stronger. He looked like a lively little wolf cub. Just now, along the way, Many passers-by were frightened by Xiao He and retreated. Feng Kuo was a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts, so he was not to be trifled with. He sucked in his chest and stomach and leaped backwards. His tall body was like a feather. After flying a few steps, he glared like a tiger and swept his long legs towards Xiao He like a praying mantis sweeping the ground. Xiao He saw that it was about to be swept by the leg wind, but it did not panic. It nimbly dodged to the side. Oh my, it's actually a war beast. Moon Yin and Wenren Xiu were shocked. Feng Kuo's face also showed a strange expression. Little thing, that's our captain. He's one of us. Wenren Xiu hurriedly went forward to stop it. With Yunsheng's shout, Xiao He immediately retreated. Wait, this little thing can understand you. You can control war beasts. Are you a summoner? Feng Kuo and the others were experienced. They immediately recognized the unusual relationship between Yunsheng and Xiao He. Moreover, Yunsheng and Xiao He cooperated well just now. Only a summoner could control war beasts so freely. The three bounty hunters looked at Yunsheng expectantly. I'm a summoner, but I haven't passed the assessment. Xiao He is not my war beast. It's just a war beast pet, and I can't go to the summoning center. Yunsheng was scared by the three people staring at her. She had already summoned the puffed egg, so she could be considered a war beast summoner. However, in the Boundless Land, one had to pass a special assessment to become a summoner. Hence, Yunsheng was not a war beast summoner in the true sense for the time being. Her mother, Hu Jiusheng, had reminded Yunsheng not to let others know that she was a summoner. Hence, Yunsheng did not go to the summoning center for the assessment. Yunsheng had just finished speaking when she suddenly felt her body become light. She was already carried up by a pair of big furry hands. A bear-like face swayed in front of him. Feng Kuo grinned and put Yunsheng on his shoulder. Are you worried that your identity as a summoner will be exposed and you'll be pestered? Don't worry. With us here, we can naturally help you hide this matter. We will bring you to the summoning center to participate in the War Beast Summoner Assessment. It was really a case of someone giving her a pillow when she wanted to sleep. What the Phoenix Soaring hunting team lacked now was a summoner. Yunsheng was brought to the summoning center by Feng Kuo and the others in a daze. The three of them were so excited that they forgot to ask what Yunsheng's real war beast was. Chapter 85. The Jade Capital Summoning Office was a place led by the Zhao state of the Boundless Continent, specifically used for summoners. As long as a beast speaker passed the summoning office's assessment, they would be certified as a summoner. Feng Kuo promised Yunsheng that he would not expose her identity. Therefore, before Yunsheng entered the summoning office, he gave Yunsheng a small gift. It was a small toy that looked like an earring. It looked like a small accessory made of a demon beast's soul stone. It was called the Illusion Earring, and it was also a special magic tool. Regarding magic tools, Yunsheng had come into contact with them when she was almost plotted against by Ding Lei in Banana Leaf Village. Simply put, magic tools were made by specialized magic craftsmen. They were tools that were enchanted with special magic. This illusion earring was enchanted with a permanent fog magic. When Yunsheng wore the illusion earring, even if she stood in front of someone, the other party would not be able to remember her face. They would only remember that Yunsheng's face was covered with a layer of fog. Wenren Xiu and the others also had a similar magic tool. For bounty hunters like them, it was inevitable that they would do some shady business. Therefore, a magic tool that could change one's appearance was a must-have tool for killing and robbing. With this magic tool, Yunsheng did not have to worry about her identity being exposed. Where is everyone? We're here to participate in the summoner assessment. Yunsheng arrived at the Jade Capital Summoning Office accompanied by Feng Kuo and the others. There were very few summoners in Zhou State. Even the summoning office was deserted. There were not many people there. In such a huge summoning office, only one examiner could be seen. Feng Kuo was so tall and had a rough voice. As soon as he walked into the summoning office, he immediately roared away the sleepiness of the examiner. Who wants to participate in the summoner assessment? The people in the summoning office thought that the examiners were Feng Kuo and the other two. Feng Kuo simply raised Yun Sheng with one hand, making Yun Sheng very embarrassed. However, it had to be said that sitting on Feng Kuo's shoulder and looking down from above felt quite good. Compared to such a tall man, Yun Sheng was simply like a doll. She was very petite. No wonder the examiner didn't see her. You? Little girl, you can summon beasts? What kind of beast did you summon? The people in the summoning office became excited. Zhou State didn't have many summoners. Every year, the number of new summoners submitted by the summoning office in Jade Capital was very low. If they could get one more, they would. Only the people in the summoning office knew how rare summoners were in Zhou State. Even the Huang family in Zhou State did not have more than 5 summoners. What kind of beast was Bo Bo? Yun Sheng really hadn't thought about this question in depth. According to the continent's classification of beasts, beasts could be categorized into plants, animals, or even some strange weapon spirits, or even magic spirits. However, the latter two were very rare. Most summoners could only summon plants or animals. It should be an animal. Yun Sheng wasn't sure about the specific type of puffed egg. However, puffed egg had wings, so it was definitely an animal. What is the beast's battle skill? Is it a warrior-type beast or a magic-type beast? Or is it some other rare auxiliary battle skill? The staff in the summoning office continued to ask. It doesn't seem to know magic or battle skills. If it's attacking ability, it's very good at crying. Yun Sheng's voice became softer and softer as she spoke. The 3 bounty hunters at the side were also confused. A beast that was good at crying. This was the first time they had heard of it. At first, they thought that Xiao He was Yun Sheng's beast. They didn't expect it to be a battle pet. Crying can't be considered a battle skill, right? The staff in the summoning office was in a difficult position. Beasts, as the name implied, were supposed to help their masters in battle. A beast that loved to cry, this was too outrageous. Who said crying can't be considered a battle skill? The so-called battle skill is a skill that has the ability to attack or threaten. If you don't believe me, you can try to resist Bo Bo's crying for a quarter of an hour. Yun Sheng was a little unconvinced. She immediately chanted a summoning spell. After a wave of magic elements, a lively monster egg with wings appeared in front of Yun Sheng. Bo Bo, my dear master, you haven't summoned Bo Bo for a long time. Bo Bo thought you didn't want Bo Bo anymore. Bo Yin, why are there so many people here? I'll be shy. Puffed Egg was very excited. It jumped around Yun Sheng nonstop. The language of beasts could only be understood by beast summoners who were telepathically connected with their beasts. Therefore, in other people's ears, it was just a noisy monster egg. Bo Bo, this is the summoning office. I'm taking the beast summoner's assessment. This is very important to me. But the examiner said that you're too ugly and too useless. You don't even know a single battle skill. You're not qualified to be called a beast. He told me to quickly cancel the contract with you and find a new beast. Yun Sheng started to lecture it. Ugly? Useless. Canceling the contract was too much of a blow to the egg, too insulting. Wah! A burst of earth-shaking wailing, accompanied by 2 fountain-like streams of tears. Puffed Egg jumped up and down, letting out an incomparably tragic wailing sound. The sound was like the sound of a demon demanding a life. The most frightening thing was that while Bo Bo was crying, it was unknown how a small egg like it could have so many tears. In a short while, Puffed Egg's tears flooded half of the examination room. Not to mention a quarter of an hour. In just a short 5 minutes, the examiner from the summoning office felt that his head was heavy. His hands and feet twitched, and he almost foamed at the mouth and fainted. Too frightening. This egg wasn't crying at all. It was clearly proficient in some kind of extremely frightening sound wave-type mental attack. The examiner from the summoning office didn't dare to underestimate Bo Bo anymore. Without thinking, he risked his old life, grabbed a piece of paper with trembling hands, and wrote a few strokes on it. Beast level pending, an unknown egg-type magical beast. Good at mental attacks, extremely destructive power. The examiner from the summoning office begged Yun Sheng to quickly summon her beast back. Yunsheng immediately summoned the puffed egg back. Fortunately, the puffed egg's cries had little effect on her. Otherwise, she really would have canceled the contract with it immediately. Congratulations, you become a summoner. This is your summoner ring. From today onwards, you're a real beast summoner. The examiner from the summoning office glanced at the name Yunsheng left behind. On it was written Yin Yun. Yunsheng took the summoner ring. This ring was very similar to the beast speech ring, but it was only a summoning ring. It wasn't like the ring left behind by her mother, Hu Jiusheng, which could store items. Yunsheng quietly swapped the two rings. In the future, she would use the beast speech ring left behind by her mother as a summoning ring. When they walked out of the summoning office, Wenren Xiao and Mu Nanyan both held onto the wall to walk out. Only Feng Kuo was slightly better, but when he walked, his legs were also trembling. When they reached the door, Wenren Xiao sighed. I've learned something new. It turns out crying is also a kind of battle skill. Chapter 86. Huang Teng and the other two only had one thought in their minds at this moment. Yunsheng's beast was too strong. If anyone told them that crying was not a combat skill next time, they would make him cry immediately. Although this beast summoner came inexplicably, the little thing in front of them had at least become a summoner certified by the summoning center. Just now, the three of them had been careful. They had entered the summoning center from the main entrance, but had sneaked out from the back door. They were sure that no one would know that just now, another beast summoner had silently appeared in Dezhou. For other countries on the mainland, especially Penglai, which was rich in summoners, a beast summoner might not be a big deal. However, Yunsheng was a beast summoner more than 6 years old. She could also refine high-quality finished products. Her future development potential must be amazing. Before the news spread and other forces in Yujing City took action, they had to quickly pull Yunsheng into their bounty hunting team. However, Yunsheng's age was a problem. She was only 6.5 years old. If she reported her age to the Hunters Guild, the other hunting teams would laugh at her. Feng Kuo, Wenren Xiao, and Mu Nanyan communicated silently with their eyes, hoping to find a way to get the best of both worlds. In the end, it was still Captain Feng Kuo who made the decision. He tried his best to put on what he thought was the kindest smile he had ever shown in his life. He bent down like a cat and said, "Little thing, our hunting team still lacks a beast summoner. Do you want to join our hunting team?" He didn't know that at that moment, Wenren Xiao and Mu Nanyan both felt that their leader looked like a wretched, weird uncle holding a lollipop to kidnap a little girl. "Captain Feng, I'm sorry. I have to help with the medical center. I also plan to enter the Royal Magic Academy at the beginning of next year and accept the systematic magic study, so I can't join your hunting team." Yunsheng politely refused Feng Kuo's invitation. Just now, on the way to the summoning center, Wenren Xiao expressed to Yunsheng that she was willing to buy Yunsheng's potions at 3 times the price in the future. In this way, Yunsheng's basic living expenses in Yujing City and even the tuition fees of the Magic Academy were basically solved. Although she had become a summoner, Yunsheng still hoped to go further in magic. Only with more powerful magic elements could she break through the summoning level. Royal Magic Academy? What's so good about that place? It's just a place for idiots. If you want to learn magic, just look for me and swallow. Feng Kuo was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. It was not easy for him to find such a summoner, but now the other party was unwilling to join their team. This was really making him anxious. "Boss, I don't agree with her learning magic from us. Our magic is killing magic." Mu Nanyan looked at the 5 uncouth men, but her mind was unusually meticulous. She felt that Yunsheng was indeed too young. She was not suitable to be a bounty hunter with them, let alone participate in leveling up combat. Although the Royal Magic Academy might not be able to learn advanced magic, it was indeed the most systematic place to learn basic magic. "Boss, although I don't want to admit it, I also feel that the tomboy is right this time." Even Wenren Xiao felt the same way as Mu Nanyan. Wenren Xiao and Yun Sheng had not known each other for long, but Yun Sheng was very sensible despite her young age. This made Wenren Xiao, who was an only child since young, have the impulse to treat her as her own sister and dote on her. Yun Sheng's ability to make potions was top-notch. She was more suited to saving people than killing people. Being a bounty hunter was not suitable for this little thing in front of her. Yun Sheng listened to the two people's sincere words, but her heart quietly changed. The people in front of her had only met her by chance, but they were so considerate of her. It really surprised her. But if we don't have her, where are we going to find another summoner? Are we going to stay in the C-rank hunting team forever? Feng Kuo also knew that Yun Sheng was too young, but that was also something that could not be helped. Captain Feng Kuo, I can't be your official member, but I can be your substitute member. I promise you that after I learn basic magic from the Royal Magic Academy, as long as you need me, I can temporarily be your member. Yun Sheng could see that the people in front of her must have difficulties. She was a person who would take revenge and repay kindness. She would remember the kindness of Huang Teng and the other two. When the three heard that, they all felt that Yun Sheng's words were feasible. Letting Yun Sheng be a temporary member meant that she did not need to follow them to do missions. She only needed to participate in the final assessment of the CB rank hunting team. But before that, they really needed to let Yun Sheng strengthen her magic cultivation. This idea is not bad. Little thing, you've helped us Huang Teng a lot. Since that's the case, we should also return the favor. How about this? Let the leader recommend you to join the Royal Magic Academy. Wenren Correo liked this clever and sensible little girl. Yun Sheng only knew that to join the Royal Magic Academy, she had to rush in every spring. But there was one thing she did not know. Not every child of the right age could join the Royal Magic Academy. Only the children of nobles and rich families could enter. If the commoners wanted to enter, they had to undergo a very strict magic assessment. If the first few conditions did not match, then there was only one way left, and that was to be specially enrolled. As the name suggested, specially enrolled students were students with special skills. And Feng Kuo happened to have this channel to let Yun Sheng enter the Royal Magic Academy under the name of specially enrolled students. As for the reason, it was because Feng Kuo himself was a lecturer in the Royal Magic Academy. Don't be too surprised. The teachers in the Royal Magic Academy are all armchair strategists. I've been hired to be the magic lecturer for the combat class. Feng Kuo did as he said. Without any hesitation, he directly brought Yun Sheng to Yujing Magic Academy. Yun Sheng did not expect that she would arrive at Yujing Magic Academy so quickly. Feng Kuo disliked Yun Sheng's short legs and slow walking, so he directly put Yun Sheng on his shoulder and walked toward the Magic Academy's admissions office. As he walked, he also introduced the situation of Yujing Magic Academy to Yun Sheng. Yujing Royal Magic Academy was a magic academy established by the previous emperor of Zhou State. The original decree was to change Zhou State's many years of poor magic and the tradition of emphasizing martial arts. But the establishment of the Magic Academy did not change the current situation of Zhou State. In the past few years, the Royal Magic Academy had always been at the bottom of the list of intermediate magic academies in the mainland. Regardless of whether it was the magic combat competition or the innovation of magic potions, they did not have any outstanding results. So, the Royal Magic Academy was once called a trash academy. This was also why Feng Kuo had a look of disdain when he first heard that Yun Sheng wanted to join the Royal Magic Academy. If not to satisfy the vanity of some people in his family, he would not have bothered to teach at the Royal Magic Academy. Chapter 87. Unlike the previous time, when Feng Kuo brought the outsider through the school gate, the guard did not even make a sound, let alone ask who the child sitting on Feng Kuo's shoulder was. At this time, Yun Sheng still did not know that Feng Kuo was also considered a tyrant in the Royal Magic Academy. His nickname was Human Combat Machine. Among the weak magic teachers, Feng Kuo was famous for being tyrannical in both magic and magic. magic combat, and magic potions. There's also learning how to make magic potions in the Royal Magic Academy. Yin Sheng heard a new magic term. Almost forgot. When you go to the admissions office, to complete the procedures later, you have to immediately choose your future magic study direction. After all, you enter the school later than others. The other beginner students have already been studying for 2 months. Feng Kuo looked like a rough person, but he was a thorough person. He told Yun Sheng that in the Royal Magic Academy, there were 2 schools of study, magic combat and magic potions. These 2 schools of study were also the 2 major factions in Jade Capital Academy. The so-called magic combat referred to the combat magic. As for magic potions, it was a combination of all kinds of magic for magic potions, including magic healing and magic potion making. Every magic teacher had around 3 students under them. They were responsible for the students' studies from magic warrior to grand magic engineer. Feng Kuo himself was a magic combat instructor. It was a pity that he already had 3 combat mage students under him. Otherwise, he would really want to take Yin Sheng under his wing so that they could take care of each other. Magic healing? Could it be light elemental magic? Although Yun Sheng possessed a 5-elemental magic soul, she was unable to sense any light elemental magic. When they encountered the beast blood cloud, Xiao Wenxu's light magic left a deep impression on her. Another reason why she insisted on going to the Royal Magic Academy was because she wanted to learn light magic through other means outside of the temple. Of course not. After learning magic systematically, you will realize that light magic is not the only thing that can heal. For example, water magic can heal after fusing with magic potions. As a magic master, Feng Kuo's knowledge of magic was much more than Yin Sheng's. Pondering for a moment, he continued, on the continent, there are very few people who can truly comprehend the light element. The slightly more talented light-type mages have all been selected by the temple. I remember that ever since the establishment of the Magic Academy, there has only been 1 light-type student. It's a pity that that student's talent in magic combat was ridiculously poor. Feng Kuo's facial muscles trembled as he recalled the first time that student attended a magic combat class. That scene was unbearable to recall. While they were talking, Feng Kuo had already brought Yun Sheng into the Imperial Magic Academy's admissions office. When he heard that Feng Kuo wanted to recommend Yun Sheng as a specially recruited student to enter the Royal Magic Academy, the tutor at the admissions office had a troubled look on his face. Lecturer Feng, I'm sorry, but the number of specially recruited students for the combat department this year is already full. We can't accept this new student. Oh, it's full, isn't it? Lecturer Fu, I remember now. Your son seems to be in my combat class. I'll have to give him some pointers in next class. Feng Kuo rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. The tutor was so scared that his face turned pale. Feng Kuo was a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. He was definitely an anomaly among the mages who couldn't carry anything. His family had only 1 son for 3 generations. If his precious son received Feng Kuo's pointers, then he would be done for. Lecturer Fu clearly remembered that once, a fire-type magic tutor spoke carelessly in front of him. He didn't use any magic at all and beat him up until he had to stay in the school's infirmary for more than a month. Just now, that little girl came in sitting on Feng Kuo's shoulder. To be able to be so intimate with Feng Kuo, she might be Feng Kuo's illegitimate daughter. He couldn't afford to offend her. Wait a moment, let me take a look. The magic tutor was so flustered that he didn't even have time to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He flipped through the information. That's it. The magic potion department still has a spot for a public student of magic potions. The school can provide breakfast and accommodation for free, but you have to help the magic potion department take care of a public herb field. A public student of the magic potion department? Isn't that the same as the magic potion department? This won't do. You also know that the magic potion department has always been ridden on by the magic combat department. Feng Kuo glared angrily. His pair of bare eyes stared fiercely at the magic tutor. Tutor Feng, I'll be a public student of the magic potion department. As long as I can enter the school as soon as possible, I have no objections. Yin Sheng heard from Feng Kuo that whether it was the combat department or the magic potion department, they had to learn beginner magic at the beginner stage. Yin Sheng didn't have a problem joining either faction. Moreover, the only person she knew in the Magic Academy, Gu Feng, was also a public student of the magic potion department. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you first. If you're not used to it by then, you can still transfer to another department. Feng Kuo saw that there was really no other way, so he waved his hand and reluctantly agreed to let Yin Sheng join the magic potion department. After confirming the magic potion department, then choose another tutor. Right now, there's still a few empty students under the tutors of the magic potion department. The tutor in the admissions office breathed a sigh of relief. His impression of Yin Sheng also improved a little. Fortunately, this child didn't inherit her father's fiery temper. In the Magic Academy, it had always been the tutors who chose the students. This time, it was because of Feng Kuo that Yin Sheng could choose her own magic tutor. I'll choose her. Yin Sheng chose very straightforwardly this time. She pointed at a person in the tutor's handbook. Mary, how can you choose this wicked woman? Who knew that when Feng Kuo saw the person Yin Sheng chose, his eyes almost bulged out of their sockets. He had an ugly, constipated look on his face. The reason why Yin Sheng chose Min or Mary was very simple. It was because Gu Feng was Mary's student, and the information showed that Mary only had 2 students under her, so she just happened to be short of 1 student. Yin Sheng just smiled. She wanted to have the same mentor as Gu Feng. A few hours later, when she received the news from the academy, Mentor Mary went berserk. The school has appointed another public student for me? What? And it's Feng Kuo's recommendation? No, I'm going to the admissions office. If Feng Kuo recommends someone to come in at this time, he's definitely not a good person. After receiving the news that she was about to accept a new student, Mentor Mei Li's gorgeous face immediately became murderous. Who was the person she disliked the most in the entire Magic Academy? Feng Kuo was ranked 2nd, and no one was ranked 1st. Coincidentally, Feng Kuo also thought the same. But Teacher Mary, the new public student this time, is a woman. Haven't you always complained that there are no female students? Gu Feng and a green-robe magic student stood at the side. What I want are lively, cute, beautiful, and smart female students. Do you think that with Feng Kuo's bare appearance, what kind of good can you recommend? Maybe it's a female bear. Don't tell me you want to study with such a new student. Mary gritted her teeth. I heard that the other party is only 6 years old, and she's a fire and earth dual element mage. Gu Feng interjected again. Mary's footsteps stopped. She looked at Gu Feng and the green-robed magic student in front of her again and sighed. Looking at the two of you, I suddenly feel that a bear might be a very cute animal. Chapter 88. Dr. Fan was very happy when he found out that Yin Sheng had successfully entered the Magic Academy and had even become a public student of the Magic Potion Department. The more time he spent with Yin Sheng, the more he found that this child was like a piece of unpolished jade. That day, the miraculous method of performing the craniotomy, as well as the talent she showed in medicine, made Dr. Fan realize that his many years of desire to combine ancient medicine and magic was likely to be realized by Yin Sheng. Leave your father's matter to me for the time being. You only need to concentrate on cultivating magic in the Magic Academy. Here is a book of my many years of experience in alchemy. There are some prescriptions inside that you can use to practice. It also records the cultivation method of Dream Cloud Ice Sleep. When Dr. Fan found out that Yin Sheng was going to stay in the Royal Magic Academy, he went out to buy a few sets of new clothes and shoes. He also gave Yin Sheng an extra 50 silver coins. Dream Cloud Ice Sleep was a set of special water magic that was a fusion of Dr. Fan's ancient medicine and magic. Although it didn't have any offensive effects, it was easy to learn and understand. After a night of comprehension, Yin Sheng had basically grasped the trick of Dream Cloud Ice Sleep. Yin Sheng didn't know that Dream Cloud Ice Sleep wasn't easy to comprehend. Otherwise, Dr. Fan wouldn't have spent more than 10 years to comprehend this special magic. But because Yunsheng had a 5-elemental magic spirit, her concentration was much higher than normal people's. Her ability to comprehend magic was 10 times or even 10 times stronger than normal people. The biggest benefit of learning Dream Cloud Ice Sleep was that Yunsheng accidentally discovered that Dream Cloud Ice Sleep could be used on herself. Under the effect of Dream Cloud Ice Sleep, she could enter a state of deep meditation at any time. Her ability to comprehend magic elements and recover magic power was also better. She could even maintain a good state at night without sleeping. After everything was ready, Yunsheng prepared to go to the Royal Magic Academy. Just as she left the medical hall, she saw Wenren Xiao driving a very imposing carriage outside the medical hall. "Little thing, I'm here to send you to the Royal Magic Academy." Wenren Xiao had a smile on her face. As a noble, Wenren Su had long heard of the inequality in the Royal Magic Academy. He came to pick up Yunsheng because he wanted to tell the people in the Magic Academy that Yunsheng was not someone without a background. She had Wenren Xiao and the Huang Tong hunting team behind her. How could Yunsheng not understand Wenren Xiao's thoughts? Her heart was filled with warmth. However, Wenren Xiao's carriage, which was as ostentatious as himself, was too high profile. Yunsheng didn't like this style. Wenren Xiao saw Xiao He following behind Yunsheng, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He did not forget the last time Xiao He fought against Boss Feng. Wenren Xiao had never understood why Yunsheng was such a good little girl. Why were all the magical beasts around her so strange? The egg that had cried so much earlier and the dog that looked like a wolf cub were not to be trifled with. Oh well, the little thing did not look like someone who was easy to bully. Yunsheng declined Wenren Xiao's offer to send her. She carried her own luggage and brought Xiao He to the Royal Magic Academy. Although it was the second time Yunsheng had been to the Jade Capital Magic Academy, she only had a glimpse of it. She did not have time to look at the scenery and buildings in the Magic Academy. This time, she came to enroll in the academy and stopped along the way. Finally, she had the chance to see the Jade Capital Magic Academy that the Zhou State's royal family spent a lot of money to build. The Royal Magic Academy was vast. It was surrounded by small hills, forming a natural basin. The Magic Academy was located in the middle of the basin. It was warm in spring and cool in summer. It was the best place to avoid the summer heat. All kinds of rare trees and flowers were planted around the academy. The buildings here were not as monotonous as other places. There were tower-shaped stone buildings and wooden pavilions. However, the most eye-catching building was a huge tower that stood in the center of the academy. The appearance of the tower was very similar to the Western Clock Tower that Yunsheng had seen before. However, the tower was a few stories tall. The tower was made of stone. Yunsheng noticed that the foundation of the tower was engraved with different magic arrays. Just by getting close to the tower, Yunsheng could feel the rich magic elements around the tower. From the signboard of the Magic Academy, the name of the building was called the Central Magic Tower. Beside the Central Magic Tower, there was a huge man-made magic array that emitted rich magic elements. Yunsheng was sure that the magic elements in the Central Magic Tower were several times stronger than the outside world. Yunsheng was very interested in the Central Magic Tower. However, she had to get to the public students' dormitory before nightfall to meet her magic mentor, Mary. Yunsheng could not stay in the vicinity. Just as Yunsheng was about to turn around and go directly to the public students' dormitory, she heard a begging sound from the side of the forest. The begging sound was somewhat familiar. This voice, it was Goofing. Yunsheng went around to the side of the forest and saw 4 or 5 students wearing intermediate mage robes. One of them was wearing a mage robe embroidered with golden threads and holding a walking stick in each hand. Songjie, that's my magic scepter. Give it back to me, Goofing, a public student said with a red face. After returning to the Magic Academy, he did not dare to tell Mentor Mary about him being bullied. He also did not dare to say that his newly bought magic scepter was missing. But today, when Goofing was preparing to go to the Central Magic Tower to practice, he accidentally ran into Song Jie and his companions who had trampled him that day. Song Jie was holding two magic scepters in his hands. One of them was the one that Gufeng had bought not long ago. Gufeng, you said that this lousy magic scepter is yours? Then come and take it from me. Use your light magic to attack me. Why don't you dare? If you don't dare, then kneel down and call me Uncle Song. Then bark like a dog, and I'll give it back to you. Song Jie and his group laughed loudly. Gufeng had only bought a magic scepter made from the bones of a 10-year-old beast. There was not even a single soul stone on it. Only a poor kid like Gufeng would treat it like a treasure and hide it. What kind of rare light mage was this? A poor kid was a poor kid. He should not have appeared in the Royal Magic Academy. You bully me too much. I. Gufeng clenched his fat fists together, and a trace of red surged in his eyes. You what? Are you going to go back and complain to Teacher Mary? Or are you going to find Poison Brat to avenge you? Don't forget, your potion department has always been defeated by our combat department. If not for your Teacher Mary being proficient in the art of poison, she would have been kicked out of the Magic Academy long ago. Song Jie and his group were young, but their hearts were very bad. They insulted Gufeng and even wanted to break the magic scepter. Suddenly, Gufeng felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. He wiped it with his hand and found blood on the back of his head. Damn it, who sneaked an attack on me? Who said I sneaked an attack? This is an open fight. A small figure stepped out. Chapter 89. When Gufeng heard the voice of the person who had come, his face lit up with joy. However, he immediately rushed forward like a little man and protected Yun Sheng, who had appeared out of nowhere. He stuttered, "Why did you sneak and run? These people are not good people. I'm here." Although he said that, Gufeng's chubby little legs were still trembling as he protected Yun Sheng. It was obvious that he was very scared. Seeing him protect her like a little hen, Yun Sheng instantly felt a sense of exasperation. However, at the same time, she felt a sense of warmth in her heart. This little fatty was really loyal. Are you holding me up? Or are you next to me? I didn't sneak in. I'm a new public student. I'm also a member of Magic Group 13 like you. Yun Sheng couldn't help but sigh at the little fatty's courage. However, acting like a hero was obviously not suitable for him. You're that brat. Gufeng was shocked. Another public student. Why would a bunch of poor people want to learn magic? Song Jie and the others mocked Yun Sheng when they saw her ordinary clothes and luggage. Let's show these two reckless public students the power of the combat department. They pulled out their magic scepters and pointed them at Yun Sheng and Gufeng. A battle between mages naturally had to be fought using magic. Song Jie had a total of 3 people, and each of them had a magic scepter in their hands. Yun Sheng was the only one on her side. Gufeng didn't have a magic scepter, so he could only be counted as one of the 3 people. However, Yun Sheng didn't think that she would lose. Because Song Jie and the others were only mages, they needed time to chant before they could cast magic. Xiaohei. Just as Song Jie and the others finished chanting and were about to cast their magic attacks, their surroundings suddenly turned dark. Before they could figure out why the sky suddenly turned dark, Song Jie and the others were instantly flustered. For a moment, the red fireball attacks, the green wind scythes, and the blue water arrows flew in the dark. It was very lively. Gufeng, who was pressed to the ground by Yun Sheng, could only hear the screams. Ouch! Who set my clothes on fire? My butt got hit by an arrow. My hair. When Xiaohei's battle technique ended, there were already 3 living corpses lying on the ground. When Gufeng saw this, his mouth was wide open. These combat magic students were really pitiful. They were only junior students who had just joined the Magic Royal Academy. They had only learned basic offensive magic, but none of them knew defensive magic. Song Jie seemed to have been hit by a big fireball. His whole body was burned black. As for the other 2, one of them had his hair shaved messily by the wind scythes, as if he had been bitten by a dog. The other person's but had a big hole directly shot by a water arrow. This incident has taught us that magic is dangerous and we need to be careful when using it. Yun Sheng grinned, the dimples on the side of her mouth rippling. Beside her was a Xiaohei dog. No one knew when it appeared, but its expression was almost the same as Yun Sheng's, strange and evil. Gufeng clicked his tongue. He must be seeing things. How could a magical beast show a smile like a human? The smile of a human and a beast fell into Gufeng's eyes, but he felt a chill run down his spine. Seeing that they were unconscious on the ground and had long lost consciousness, Yin Sheng unceremoniously rummaged through their bodies. You? What are you doing? Gufeng finally recovered from the violent incident just now. When he saw Yun Sheng acting like a bandit, he was scared out of his wits. Of course I'm looking for something. They broke your magic scepter. We have to find some compensation. Do you really think that suffering a loss is a blessing? Hey, what's this thing? Yin Sheng took out a beautiful card from Song Jie's arms. The card was cold to the touch, as if it was made of water. In the middle of the card, there was a drawing of the Central Magic Tower. That's a junior magic card. There should be 5 water magic performance points on the card. The students can use the performance points to exchange for training time in the Magic Tower. When he saw the card, Gufeng showed a look of envy. Because his personal performance was too poor, even though he had been here for almost 2 months, his Magic Medicine Group 13 had never had the chance to enter the Central Magic Tower to train. Although he did not know what this thing was for, seeing that Song Jie kept it close to him, it must be something good. Yin Sheng unceremoniously took the magic card. She then weighed the money bag on Song Jie's body. There were 30 to 40 silver coins and 2 gold coins in it. Looking at this kid's clothes and the magic scepter he used, she knew that this kid's family was not bad. This magic scepter is not bad. Unfortunately, it's made of the bones of a water element magical beast. It does not match your element and will affect your magic. But the soul stone on it is not bad. Dig it out. Since Song Jie broke Gufeng's magic scepter, Yin Sheng did not hesitate to destroy his magic scepter. Song Jie's 2 followers didn't have as much money on hand. They only found a few dozen silver coins. This is not good. Song Jie's family is a high-ranking official. His sister, Song Xiangru, is a member of the Magic Combat Association. She is very powerful. Gufeng was worried. It was not a big deal that his magic scepter was destroyed, but he did not want Yin Sheng to provoke the Magic Combat Association as soon as she entered the Magic Academy. In the Royal Magic Academy, there were many clubs and associations. Most of the leaders and second-in-command were intermediate students. They not only knew beginner magic, but also intermediate magic. Among them, the Magic Combat Association had the most members and power. They also had the most members. Song Jie's sister, Song Xiangru, was one of the main members of the Magic Combat Association. Therefore, as a beginner student, Song Jie could bully others without restraint. Among them, the beginner students of the Magic Potion Department who were not good at combat magic were the ones who were bullied the most. If he has the ability, he can call his sister over. Let his sister beat her sister. Let his father beat his father. And after beating one, he will beat the whole family. Don't look so bitter. After all this trouble, just now, my time to report to the public student dormitory has been delayed. Hurry up and take me there. Yin Sheng urged Gufeng. What Yin Sheng didn't know was that it was because of her unintentional fight this time that the Magic Potion Department and the Magic Combat Department would be locked in a stalemate in battle for the next 2 years. It wasn't until that incident that the situation eased up a little. Yin Sheng was not worried about whether or not Song Jie would take revenge on her. She was worried about how Professor Mary, whose temper was like a fighting bull, would react when she found out that she was late on the first day of reporting. Yin Sheng had only seen Mary once. If she remembered correctly, her female magic tutor's temper was not very good. Yin Sheng's guess was not wrong at all. Mary was indeed fuming at this moment. Damn brat. Late on the first day of reporting. See if I don't teach you a lesson later. Don't think that just because you were brought here by Feng Kuo, I won't dare to lay my hands on you. Today, I will let you see what I, Mary, can do. A treacherous smile crossed Mary's beautiful face. Chapter 90. Most of the public students in the Royal Magic Academy were boys and girls around the age of 10. Because the students were generally young, there were no more than 20 or 30 of them. Because most of the public students were not wealthy and came from remote mountain villages, they could not afford the high tuition and miscellaneous fees. Therefore, the academy directly allocated 2 spacious rooms for the public students to live in. In the 2 rooms, there were only beginner students. When Yunsheng asked why there were no intermediate students, from Gufeng, she learned that intermediate students would no longer be public students. Intermediate students in the Royal Magic Academy were at least archmages. They could already go outside to be hunters or family magicians. They did not need to worry about tuition. The Royal Magic Academy's duration of study was 10 years. For example, a 6-year-old magician who was recruited could only study in the Royal Magic Academy for a maximum of 5 years. Within these 10 years, the student had to pass the intermediate magic examination. If they could not pass the intermediate student's examination, they would be expelled from the academy. Every year, only 60% of the students passed the intermediate student's examination. The intermediate students who passed the examination could choose to continue to stay in the academy until they graduated. They could also strive to enter the elite camp of the 5 countries. Because the threshold of the elite camp of the 5 countries was too high, almost no intermediate students in the Royal Magic Academy could reach it. If they continued to study in the academy, they would not be able to learn more advanced magic. Therefore, most of the intermediate students would choose to leave early and go to other countries. They would go to more outstanding magic academies or magic arenas to further their studies. Such a situation was even more common among the public students. Those intermediate students who could endure years of bullying and humiliation could no longer bear the hardship. After they became intermediate students, they would immediately leave the Magic Academy. On the contrary, those intermediate students who came from well-off families would choose to continue to use the resources of the Magic Tower in the center of the academy to continue their studies. This was why Gufeng said that there were no intermediate students among the public students. When Yunsheng and Gufeng arrived at the public students' dormitory, the sky was already half dark. As soon as they entered the dormitory, they saw more than 10 lattice beds that were similar to bunk beds. A group of children around the age of 10 were standing in the dormitory. When they saw Gufeng, they all revealed expressions of disdain. Even among the public students, they were divided into different grades and grades. The public students of the combat department had always considered themselves to be superior to the public students of the potion department. Moreover, Gufeng was infamous for being a good-for-nothing in the potions department. A few days ago, they had heard that a public student from the potions department had joined them. Yunsheng and Gufeng had come in together. Everyone immediately understood that Yunsheng was the new public student. She was so skinny and small, and she even brought a dog in. Newcomer, you are not allowed to keep animals in the dormitory. Among the public students, the oldest one, Ting, walked over and gave Yunsheng a shove. Who would have thought that when he gave her a push, the weak-looking little girl in front of him actually didn't move at all, as if she was nailed to the ground. Xiaohei isn't an animal. She's my battle pet. Yunsheng glared at Wu. She could sense that the public student in front of her had ill intentions. As she spoke, Yunsheng suddenly lowered her body and grabbed his joints. With a beautiful backhand twist, she pushed him away. Ting stumbled and fell to the ground awkwardly. A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that this new student was a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts? No, that couldn't be right. She looked skinny and small, completely different from the tall and muscular martial arts students. After dismissing the possibility that Yunsheng was a martial arts student, Ting immediately got up. He pulled out his magic scepter and began to chant. A new student actually dared to offend him, the second in command of the public students. After all, other than that evil brat, no one else dared to offend him. Following Ting's incantation, his magic scepter began to emit sizzling purplish-blue lightning. A secondary lightning magician? Yunsheng didn't back down and pulled out her magic scepter. She quickly chanted, and several earth spikes emerged from the ground. Ting was so frightened that he stumbled back a few steps. The spell was forced to stop. How could she chant so fast? Ting was not satisfied. Just as he was about to chant a second time, the entire dormitory suddenly fell silent. Even Ting didn't make a sound. A ghostly figure floated into the dormitory. It was a person wearing a green cloak. Apart from a pair of glowing green eyes, Yinsheng couldn't see what he looked like. She couldn't even tell his gender. In the dormitory, apart from Yinsheng, no one noticed when this person came in. It was as if he was a gust of wind. By the time you felt the chill, he had already brushed past you. When Gu Feng saw the person who came, his face, which was originally pale from fright, immediately regained its color, as if it was filled with blood. Gee, it's good that you're back. Ting wants to bully Yun Sheng. I forgot to introduce. Yun Sheng is the new public student. She's the kind person I mentioned to you earlier. She's a new member of our magic medicine group 13. Goofing stuttered, but the person completely ignored him. He walked in front of Yun Sheng and handed a brand new quilt to Yun Sheng. Teacher Mary asked me to give this to you. Yun Sheng curiously glanced at Qi, trying to see his real face under the cloak. Yun Sheng was about to take a closer look when she suddenly felt a chill. Under the cloak, the pair of glowing green eyes flashed with disgust and warning. Stare at me. What are you so arrogant for? How dare a little kid stare at me? Yun Sheng was furious. She didn't care how powerful this kid named Qi was in the public student dormitory, or whether he was a member of her group. If he dared to stare at her, she wasn't afraid of him. Yun Sheng didn't take the quilt and simply stared back at Qi. The two of them were petrified. Black eyes met green eyes, neither of them willing to back down. This made Goofing very anxious. The little fatty hurriedly squeezed between the two of them and tried to persuade them. Yun Sheng, she doesn't like people staring at him. He looks a little weird, but he's actually a very nice person. He always helps me in class. You two should get along well. It's a new quilt. Teacher Mary is so unfair. Goofing hurriedly stepped forward and took the quilt from Qi's hands. Unexpectedly, just as Goofing was about to take it, the magic scepter in Yun Sheng's hand hit Goofing's hand. Goofing winced in pain. After being hit by Yun Sheng's magic scepter, he immediately withdrew his hand that touched the quilt. The seemingly brand new quilt was also loosened and thrown to the ground. The quilt fell apart, and some fine powder spread out from it. If you don't want to wake up early tomorrow morning with your hand crippled, then don't touch that quilt. Yun Sheng covered her mouth and nose and kicked the quilt away with her foot. This public student was not simple. As she scolded him, a strange look flashed across Qi's green eyes under the cloak. Chapter 91. Goofing's hand was slapped away by Yun Sheng's magic wand. Before he could react, he glanced at the quilt on the ground. What's wrong with the quilt given by Teacher Mary? It's a new quilt. The quilt given to public students in the dormitory is made of old cotton wool, dirty. It's rare for Teacher Mary to be so considerate. But soon, Goofing understood what Yinsheng meant. Just now, although Yun Sheng moved quickly, but Goofing still accidentally touched the quilt. On his arm, there was a change, a strand of pig hair drilled out. Goofing screamed incessantly, but in a flash, on the inner side of his arms where the quilt touched his skin, pig hair drilled out. This quilt has been tampered with. It seems to be some kind of special magic medicine. It smells like some kind of magical beast. Yun Sheng lifted the quilt with her scepter and carefully sniffed it. Magic medicine is different from ancient medicine. It studies the fusion of magic and medicine. If there was medicine, it would naturally be poisonous. However, there are also some magic apothecaries who would use the blood of magical beasts to refine poison. Unfortunately, Yun Sheng and Gu Feng's magic teacher, Mary, were very interested in the latter. Oh no, it must be Teacher Mary recently developed a beast poison. Gu Feng was very anxious. He was already fat. If he grew pig hair, he would really become a pig. If he went out, he would be laughed at. Hearing Goofing's words, Yinsheng already understood what was going on. It seems that her being late on the first day had already angered the hot-tempered teacher Mary. She sent someone to deliver this quilt to teach Yun Sheng a lesson. Who knew that Goofing was so unlucky to be poisoned by beast poison? That's not right. You just touched the quilt and you were poisoned. Then how come he's fine? Yun Sheng pointed at Abandon, who was standing leisurely at the side. Abandon's physique is very special. He is immune to all poisons. Goofing looked at the thick black pig hair on his hand with worry. With Abandon's appearance, the conflict between the public students was temporarily put aside. Yun Sheng carefully studied the beast blood poison in Goofing's hands and discovered that it was a completely new type of poison. It was completely different from the finished medicine she had come into contact with. According to Goofing, this was a special magic medicine that was refined using magic, and only Teacher Mary had the antidote. Yun Sheng walked around the dormitory and found that the upper and lower lattice booths were basically full. Only the upper bunk of that enigmatic cloaked public student was empty. I'll sleep here. Do you have any objections? Yun Sheng directly threw her luggage onto the upper bunk, not caring about the cold expression on her face. On her first night at the Magic Academy, Yun Sheng slept soundly. Early the next morning, Yun Sheng followed Goofing to find Teacher Mary. That person called Abandon had disappeared early in the morning. If she had not heard the even breathing of the lower bunk when she slept last night, Yun Sheng would have thought that he had not been in the dormitory at all last night. It's you. Mary finally saw the legendary brat, the new public student Yun Sheng. She quickly recognized that Yun Sheng was the girl who had sent Goofing over that day. Teacher Mary, thank you for the quilt yesterday. Yun Sheng smiled innocently, but Goofing spread his hands pitifully. Why are you the one who gets poisoned every time? Teacher Mary did not know whether to laugh or cry. She then took out her magic scepter. Fire Spirit, detoxify. Yun Sheng noticed that the magic scepter in Teacher Mary's hand shone with a gentle flame when she chanted. The flame was different from the strong flames that Yun Sheng usually saw. When the flame appeared, a fire spirit appeared in the magic. The spirit flapped its wings and landed on Goofing's arm. In the flame, the detoxification technique had just taken effect when the black hair on Goofing's hand immediately became shorter and thinner. Finally, it fell off, and Goofing's hand returned to its white and fat state. That was the purifying fire of the elves. Because the magic scepter had been blessed by the elves, its magic attributes had changed to a certain extent. Mary was also the only master of magic in Zhou State who could detoxify the poison with fire magic instead of light magic. How did you find out that I had tampered with the quilt? After retracting the magic scepter, Mary's anger dissipated. At least from the current reaction, she had finally recruited a normal student. Her appearance was quite pleasant, and she was also a dual-element mage. Putting aside the relationship with Fengqua, this girl looked very smart and had quick reactions. Compared to Goofing and the autistic patient, she was much better. What Teacher Mary was curious about was how Yun Sheng found out that although her animal transformation medicine was only a semi-finished product, it was colorless and odorless after her own refinement. I smelled it. Maybe it's because I've been studying medicine since I was a child, but I'm very sensitive to all kinds of smells. Although the quilt was new, the smell I smelled was not the smell of cotton. Yun Sheng rubbed her nose. For a doctor who often needed to dispense medicine, it was necessary to be able to keenly detect different smells. Oh, you're a doctor? But a doctor came to learn magic potions? Mary looked puzzled. Ancient medicine and magic potions don't conflict. Yun Sheng shrugged. Not bad. You're very opinionated. Since that's the case, let's officially get to know each other. I'm Mary, a master of fire and wind magic. I specialize in magic healing. Mary liked Yun Sheng's straightforward personality very much. I heard from Chi, that kid, that your magic talent is very good, and your chanting ability is very fast. Yun Sheng glanced at Chi. That green-eyed kid had popped out again. It seemed that he had already told Mary about what happened at the public student dormitory yesterday. That's because of my magic scepter, Yun Sheng said as she took out her magic scepter. When she saw Yun Sheng's magic scepter, Mary was surprised at first, because she could see at a glance that Yun Sheng's magic scepter was actually made of a non-elemental magical beast soul bone. For a beginner mage, a magical beast soul bone without magic enhancement was undoubtedly very disadvantageous. But when she saw the blessing of the wind spirit on Yun Sheng's magic scepter, her surprise turned into shock. She quietly pulled Yun Sheng to the side and asked, "You have a multi-elemental magic soul?" Yun Sheng couldn't help but be vigilant. She had never revealed that she had a multi-elemental magic soul in front of others. Now, only that night Fox and her unconscious father Yin Songhai knew that she had a multi-elemental magic soul. How did Teacher Mary find out? Seeing Yun Sheng's vigilant expression, Teacher Mary also guessed most of it. "You don't have to be nervous. I guessed it because I saw the blessing of the wind spirit on your magic scepter. Only people who had received the blessing of the elves knew how picky the elves were. Only mages who were really close to them had the chance to gain their favor." Just as Mary was about to continue asking, a burst of chaotic footsteps sounded. A few students from the fighting department and a mage with an unkind expression walked over angrily. Chapter 92. The person in the lead was Song Song, an instructor from the Magic Combat Academy. Behind him were two dispirited combat magic students. They were Song Jie and the others who had been robbed clean after being taught a lesson by Yun Sheng yesterday. Yun Sheng had expected them to come for revenge, but she hadn't expected them to be so cowardly as to complain to her instructor. It wasn't that Song Jie and the others were cowards, but that the three combat students who had bullied Goofing yesterday were from Combat Team 6. After being taught a lesson yesterday, other than the unlucky one who had been hit in the butt by a water arrow and was still bedridden in the infirmary, the other two could only go to class with disheveled hair. Who knew that when it was Song Jie's turn to practice, Song Song would find that his magic was not up to standard. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the soul stone on Song Jie's magic scepter was missing. Song Song immediately questioned the two, only to find out that his Combat Team 6 had been taught a lesson by the Useless Potions Team 13. Since when did people from the Potioneering Department dare to bully people from the Combat Department? Song Song was famous in the academy for being narrow-minded. He was someone who would take revenge twice over. His students had been bullied, so he naturally couldn't take it lying down. Thus, he brought the two students with him and came knocking on the door. Smelly, unbearably smelly. I was wondering where the stench came from so early in the morning. So, it's because someone has come knocking on our door with a foul face. Instructor Mary saw the aggressive approach and knew that it wasn't anything good. She didn't take Song Song seriously, and with a wave of her hand, her three students stepped aside. She walked up alone to confront Song Song. "Mary, hand over Yin Sheng and Gufeng. They were the ones who ambushed my students yesterday." Song Song had the face of a horse. Like all magicians, he was thin and weak, and had a sickly complexion due to the lack of sunlight. When he saw Mary's delicate and beautiful face, a lustful light flashed in his eyes. "Attack? Song Song, your students are all idiots. Don't tell me you're as stupid as them. Do you think the Potion Department students have the ability to ambush the Combat Department students?" Mary chuckled as she spoke. Her beautiful eyes wandered over Song Jie and the others. TSK, how could they be so gentle? If it were her, she would definitely burst their chrysanthemums. They would definitely be bedridden for half a month. You don't want to admit it? I knew you wouldn't admit it. Who doesn't know that your potioneering department likes to hide your heads and show your tails? Who knows what kind of despicable poison you used? Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to mount a successful sneak attack. Not only did they ambush Song Jie, they even dug out the Soul Stone and a basic magic power card from his magic scepter. If you don't hand it over, I'll report this matter to the Academy. For a magician of the Combat Department, without a Soul Stone, the power of the magic scepter was greatly reduced. Being humiliated was a small matter. What was important was the Soul Stones and the beginner magic power cards. Song Jie's family background was not bad, and his talent for cultivation was considered average. However, his family had high hopes for him and Song Xiangru, so they had secretly given Song many benefits. Song had spent a lot of effort to help Song Jie gain the upper hand in a few combat classes and obtain a basic water magic power card. Who knew that before the card could even warm up, it would be snatched away by Yun Sheng? When Mary heard this, she began to think. Due to goofing, Group 13's grades had always been at the bottom of the potioneering department. The group's performance points were already very low. If they were deducted at this rate, they would probably be punished by the academy during the semester assessment. Yes, I was the one who dug out the soul stone. That was also because Song Jie broke Goofing's magic scepter first. Moreover, we didn't even do anything yesterday. The magic injuries on their bodies were all caused by themselves. It's good to report it to the academy and see who bullied who. Seeing Goofing's sullen face, Yun Sheng was afraid that this kid would ruin things, so she took the initiative to speak up. When Song heard this, his face became even more gloomy. In fact, he had known about this for a long time. As a master magician, how could he not know how the magic injuries on the students were caused? The magic injuries on the three of them were all caused by each other's magic. If this matter was brought to the academy and their injuries were examined, they would not be able to defend themselves. If Song could see it, how could Mary not see it? Song Jie's arm had scars from fire magic, and the other kid's hair was obviously cut off by wind scythe. How can that poor kid's magic scepter be compared to Song Jie's? Moreover, you took the magic power card. Song also felt that he was somewhat in the wrong, but he had to get the magic power card back. However, on behalf of Min or Mary, I will not pursue the matter of the soul stone. However, the magic power card will follow the rules of the academy. If there is a dispute, it will be settled through combat. If you win, the magic power card will belong to you. If you lose, we will hand over the magic power card with both hands. In the Magic Academy, private fights were not allowed. However, when there was a dispute in the academy or in a group, the academy allowed the dispute to be resolved through combat in order to resolve it. Regardless of the final outcome, both parties were not allowed to have any disputes. Song's suggestion sounded very dignified, but in reality, it was obviously malicious. Everyone knew that in terms of magic combat, the combat faculty was much better than the potioneering faculty. Take Song Jie, for example. Yesterday, they had been attacked by their own magic in the dark, and that was why they had lost their composure. If it had been a real battle, Song had absolute confidence that the freshman and Goofing, who was at the bottom of the rankings, would not have had a chance of winning. Combat, Minter Mary muttered. Yes, a 2-on-1 combat. One of my students is injured, so this time Song Jie and Qin Zhao will fight. Naturally, you will also have to send out the two students who had a conflict with him yesterday. Song was very cunning, and he simply avoided Abandon. If there was anyone in Mary's trash group, it would be Abandon, who had a ghostly aura and wore a cloak all year round. Therefore, Song directly picked Yun Sheng and Goofing, the two soft-footed shrimps. This time, the Combat Group 6 would be able to completely crush the Magic Potion Group 13. Meili glanced at Yun Sheng and saw that not only was there no fear on her little face, she even revealed an innocent smile. For some reason, when Mary saw that smile, she felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. That's right. Every time he wanted to oppress someone, he would be like this little girl, revealing a bewildering smile. Yun Sheng was a multi-elemental magician and possessed a magic scepter blessed by the elves. Hopefully, this little girl's performance would satisfy her. All right, it's settled then. Abandon. Lend your magic scepter to Goofing. You two, you must win and must not lose. Otherwise, you will be served with the beast transformation medicine. Meili took a step back. Under the cloak, Chi's green eyes darkened when he saw Yun Sheng's dazzling smile. He pulled out a green magic scepter and tossed it to Goofing. Thank you, Su, Meng, and Qin Kuang for your tips. I'll update later. Sigh. Why does it feel like there's a ghost haunting me? No one is watching my feet. Chapter 93. Abandon's magic scepter was very strange. As soon as it touched Goofing's hand, the scepter suddenly twisted and directly wrapped itself around Goofing's hand. Goofing only felt a chill in his hand, and his fat face immediately turned red and white. How was that a magic scepter? It was clearly a living snake. Yunsheng also saw clearly that Abandon's magic scepter was different from the rest. It was actually a smoky green scaled snake, as thick as a thumb. The scaled snake's eyeballs were the same color as Abandon's. He actually used a living magic beast as a magic scepter, and it was a magic snake without any natural attributes. When they saw that magic scepter, both Song Jie and Roland shuddered. It was that magic snake scepter. Abandon's magic snake scepter was famous among all the beginner students. But in fact, among the real students, there were only a few times that they had actually seen him use the magic snake scepter. Because he was a public student, and because Abandon wore a cloak all day long, when he first arrived at the Magic Academy, there were always people bullying him in magic combat classes under various pretexts. Among them, most of them were from the magic combat department. But Abandon was different from Goofing. After being bullied once, that kid only said, "First time." The second time was still in magic combat class. Abandon said the second time. The third time was also in magic combat class, and it was still that combat department student who often bullied Abandon. That time, Abandon made his move. In the presence of the combat instructor, Abandon directly used his magic scepter. The scene at that time, anyone who saw it would never forget. Abandon chanted at an astonishing speed, and his magic scepter crawled out, spitting out a cloud of green mist. In just a breath's time, that student's body turned into a pool of pus, and not even bones were left. That combat instructor didn't even have time to stop it. After that class, no one dared to bully Abandon anymore. Teacher Mary was called over, and after being severely reprimanded, she was fined a whole year's salary. However, Abandon wasn't held responsible. Instead, the school came forward and explained the matter as a teaching accident. In the end, the matter was settled with a compensation of 10,000 purple coins. Because of this, some people secretly discussed that Chi's identity was not simple, but that was only behind his back. No one dared to offend Chi again. This was also the reason why everyone in the public student dormitory had a look of avoidance when they saw Abandoned. Miss Melly obviously knew this as well. When it came to combat, she was more worried about Goofing, which was why she had asked Abandon to lend her the magic snake staff. With the protection of the magic snake staff, Goofing could protect himself even if he was no match for Song Jie and the others. Goofing knew his own strength, so even though he was afraid of Abandon's magic snake staff, he still held it tightly in his hand. The two mage instructors chose the arena. To a mage, a battle was a contest of magic. Song Jie and the others believed that with Song Song around, the other party would not be able to use any despicable tricks. As soon as the two parties stood still, they immediately started chanting. Song Jie and the others were only halfway through their chanting when Yunsheng agilely waved her magic scepter, and a fireball exploded toward them. So fast, with the blessing of the wind spirit, Yunsheng's chanting time was much faster than ordinary mages, and the second chanting time was also very fast. She agilely waved her magic scepter, and the fireball flew in a beautiful arc. The fireball was burning fiercely, and it accurately hit Song Jie with every hit. Song Jie and Qin Zhao were students of the Magic Combat Department after all. The two of them had worked together many times in combat classes, and they had great chemistry. They both knew that with Goofing's magic snake staff in hand, they would not dare to attack rashly. As long as they caught this freshman called Yunsheng, they could force Goofing to beg for mercy. However, they didn't expect this freshman's chanting speed to be so fast. As Song Jie dodged, he quickly shot out a water arrow. As the water and fire collided, the fireball was immediately extinguished. Qin Zhao saw an opening, and the wind sickle broke through the air like a crescent moon, and the cold wind approached Yunsheng. Even if Yunsheng's second chanting speed was fast, it would be too late for the two of them to attack for both sides. Yinsheng, be careful. Gufeng held the magic snake staff in fear and trepidation. He braced himself and rushed forward, using his body to receive the wind sickle. The magic snake staff in Gufeng's hand suddenly moved. It raised its small snake head and spat out a cloud of green fog. The color of the green fog was very similar to the wind sickle, but the moment the wind sickle entered the green fog, it immediately dispersed. The moment the green fog appeared, Gufeng's eyes flashed with poison, and a water arrow pierced into Gufeng's back. Almost at the same time, Yunsheng's second chanting was completed. Spikes emerged from the ground and pierced the back of Song Jie's and Qin Zhao's legs. Their feet were immediately covered in blood. Stop! The situation of the battle suddenly changed. Song Song's expression changed drastically. He jumped up, and the magic staff in his hand emitted a yellow light. A flickering earth, elemental 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 earth. Humph. Don't think I'll let it go after you hurt someone. I'll beat up whoever comes at me. The soul stone on Yunsheng's magic staff shone brightly, and her pitch-black eyes seemed to be dyed red. A powerful fire element quickly condensed on the magic scepter. Boom! A fiery explosion was produced and exploded on the earth shield. The earth shield shook a few times and broke into pieces. Song Jie and Qin Zhao, who were protected by the earth shield, were scalded by the scorching fire element and rolled on the ground. At such a critical moment, Yunsheng actually learned an intermediate fire spell, Fiery Explosion. Yunsheng had also seen her father, Yun Songhai, use the same flame explosion before. However, when Yun Songhai used it, its power covered the sky and covered the earth. It was completely capable of burning Song and Qin into ashes. However, Yunsheng's first use of Fiery Explosion was effective, and it shattered Song Song's earth shield. One had to know that Song Song was a master magician. Even a beginner-level earth shield would have a great defensive effect. Song Song was embarrassed that his earth shield was shattered by a student's spell. Moreover, his two students were severely injured, and it seemed that they would need at least 10 days to half a month to recover. Mary, how dare you hide your student's abilities? She knows an intermediate fire spell, Fiery Explosion. She's not a new student. Song Song was furious and pushed all the blame on Mary for hiding the truth. Mary was also surprised, but she quickly smiled. It's not up to me to say whether she's a new student or not. It's Yunsheng's first day in my group, and I haven't even tested her basic abilities yet. How can I hide anything from her? If you have any questions, you can ask Fengqua. He was the one who brought her in, and he was the one who recommended her. Fengqua, you're saying that she was recommended by Fengqua? Song Song was tongue-tied when he heard Fengqua's name. He hesitated for a moment, then glared fiercely at Yunsheng and left with his two students dejectedly. Chapter 94. After successfully using Fengqua's name to scare Song Song away, Mary heaved a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to put on a stern face and reprimand Yunsheng for hiding her strength, Yunsheng felt dizzy and could no longer stand. Abandon. You take Gufeng to the infirmary for treatment. I'll take this little girl back to rest first. She used too much magic and should be exhausted. Mary thought about it afterwards. In the battle just now, this unknown freshman had actually used 3 attacks at once. A magic fireball, several earth spikes, and finally, a stunning flame explosion. Her incantation, under the effect of the wind spirit, was coherent. This kind of desperate fighting style was completely the style of a magic student of the combat department. It seemed that in the next battle, their potioneering department would have a chance to turn things around. Mary rejoiced as she took Yunsheng to the magic laboratory to rest. After letting Yunsheng drink a bottle of meditation water, Yunsheng felt the magic elements in her body slowly recover. Little girl, tell me honestly, how many magic souls do you have? I can conclude that you have at least a 3-elemental magic spirit. Mary's face sank. When she saw Yun Sheng's magic scepter had the blessing of the wind spirit, she already suspected that Yun Sheng might not be as simple as a dual elemental magician. When she saw the last flame explosion, she was even more certain of this point. Just now, she had already checked Yun Sheng's magic power. She was indeed a magic warrior. For a magic warrior to be able to use mid-level magic, that could only mean that she had a powerful magic soul to rely on. The stronger the magic soul, the more likely it was to learn magic beyond one's level. Yun Sheng still didn't answer. She hadn't known Mary for long and wasn't sure if Mary was worthy of her trust. Sky magician Yun Songhai, how is he related to you? Mei Li had a fiery temper, but Yun Sheng had a calm temperament. If she didn't say anything, Mei Li could only be anxious. She suddenly changed the topic and asked about Yun Songhai's name. Upon hearing her father's name, Yun Sheng's expression changed slightly. You know Yun Songhai? Your surname is also Yun. 10 years ago, sky magician Yun Songhai betrayed his family and left the Jade Capital with a woman of unknown origin. Since then, there's been no news of Yun Songhai in Zhou State. Are you Yun Songhai's daughter? Mei Li was very excited. She grabbed Yun Sheng and looked at Yun Sheng nervously. The more she looked at Yun Sheng, the more she felt that she was similar to Yun Songhai. That resolute gaze, as well as the confident movements when using the flame explosion, were all so similar. He is my father. You know my father. Yun Sheng was infected by Mei Li's excitement. At that moment, Mei Li seemed to have changed into a different person. Her expression quickly softened, as if she had recalled something, and a smile appeared on her lips. As expected, only Brother Yun's daughter can comprehend mid-level magic when she is only a magician. Mei Li hugged Yun Sheng and cried tears of joy. After her excitement, Mei Li put away her earlier gaffe. She told Yun Sheng that she was Yun Songhai's junior and that the two of them had studied together in the Jade Capital Magic Academy. She had also been in the same group as Yun Songhai. However, at that time, the Jade Capital Magic Academy had just been established, and there was no such thing as a magic potion department and a combat department. Your father was a genius in magic. He had helped me a lot in the past. He was also the one who discovered my talent in magic potion and suggested that I change to the magic potion department. When Mei Li recalled the past, her face revealed a hint of shyness that only a young girl would have. It seemed that his drunkard father had been a popular campus hunk in a magic academy back in the day. Yinxing knew very little about her father and mother's past. Through Mei Li's narration, Yun Songhai's situation when he was young and studying was reconstructed by Mei Li. Yun Songhai was born in the residence of the martial saint general, but as the eldest son of the family, he had never been interested in martial arts. When he was 10 years old, he secretly enrolled in the Royal Magic Academy behind the martial saint General Yunba's back. At that time in Zhou State, magic was not valued as much as it was now. The news of Yun Songhai abandoning martial arts to study magic was still widely spread among the circle of nobles in the Jade Capital for a period of time. After hearing the news, Yunba was so angry that he carried a long sword and went to the Royal Magic Academy, saying that he wanted to kill this unfilial son. In the end, the dean of the Magic Academy personally came forward and tested Yun Songhai's outstanding talent in magic in front of everyone. Only then was Yunba appeased. However, ever since then, the relationship between the father and son of the Yun family was not very good. The second son of the Yun family was also strictly trained in martial arts and took the place of his elder brother on the path of martial arts. However, that was a story for later. After Yun Songhai entered the Magic Academy, his talent was revealed day by day. Especially after representing the students and participating in a few magic exchanges with the Temple of Magic, his magic cultivation increased rapidly. He also got to know some strange people who were good at innovating in the field of magic. Multi-elemental magicians could use magic staffs that had no elemental attributes, and fairies of the same attribute would only bless magicians of the same attribute. These rarely heard secrets of magic were all discovered by Yun Songhai at that time. It was also because of this that Mei Li was able to determine that Yun Sheng did not have a simple two-elemental magic soul, just by looking at the magic staff. Mitter Mei Li, then what about my mother? Is she also from the Magic Academy? Compared to Yun Songhai, Yun Sheng had even fewer memories of her mother, Hu Jiuxing. All she had was the memory left behind in the beast language ring. Regarding your mother, I only know that she is very mysterious. There's also no information about which family she comes from. Your father only got to know her after he left the Royal Magic Academy. She is very likely a descendant of some ancient family. Mei Li sighed with emotion as she scrutinized Yun Sheng's face. Yun Songhai's face was handsome with strong lines. Yun Sheng's nose and eyebrows were very similar to Yun Songhai's, but softer. However, her eyes, small and exquisite facial features, as well as the way she smiled, were undoubtedly inherited from her mysterious mother. Yun Sheng might not be the type of girl who was breathtaking, but she was undoubtedly the type of girl who was more stunning the more you looked at her. Moreover, she was still young. When she grew up in the future, she would definitely be a peerless girl who would not be inferior to her mother. Yun Songhai stayed in the Jade Capital Magic Academy until he became an archmage. At that time, there were no teachers in the academy who could teach him more advanced magic. In order to seek a higher level of magic, Yun Songhai left the Jade Capital Magic Academy and went to other countries where magic was more refined, as well as the temples of various places, to visit the local magicians. It was probably at that time that he met Yun Sheng's mother. When Mei Li received news of Yun Songhai again, 10 years had already passed. That handsome and open-minded young magician had already become a sky magician who shot up like a rocket in the world of magicians. A sky magician who was not even 30 years old was extremely rare, whether in Zhou State or the entire continent. Just when everyone thought that Yun Songhai would continue on this path of genius, there was news that he cultivated dark magic and became a black magician. What? You're saying that my father is called a black magician? When Yun Sheng heard this, she could no longer hold back and exclaimed. Chapter 95. Dark magic was an existence that all magicians on the mainland abhorred. Anyone who had anything to do with dark magic, no matter how talented they were, would still fall. At that time, some people said that Yun Songhai cultivated dark magic because he coveted higher magical powers. However, there are also people who said that Yun Songhai knew a female magician who cultivated dark magic. That magician was Yun Sheng's mother, Hu Jiuxing. I met your mother once. Mei Li's eyes twinkled. In the winter before Yun Songhai was officially recognized as a dark magician, he brought Hu Jiuxing back to the general's residence in Jade Capital to attend Yun Ba's 60th birthday. At that birthday banquet, Mei Li saw Hu Jiuxing. Even Mei Li, who was also a woman, was captivated by Hu Jiuxing's beauty at that moment. Hu Jiuxing had rosy cheeks and a pair of pitch-black eyes that shone like the brightest stars in the dark night. Just by standing there, she stole everyone's breath and sight. However, Hu Jiuxing's gaze never stopped on anyone. She quietly stayed by Yun Songhai's side, as if Yun Songhai was the only person in the world. At that time, Yun Songhai was the happiest man in the world. However, a few days after the birthday banquet, there was suddenly news that Yun Songhai had betrayed the Yun family and escaped from Jade Capital with Hu Jiuxing. After that, no one knew about Yun Songhai anymore. Speaking of which, when your mother came to attend old General Yun's birthday banquet, she might have already had you. Mei Li had been in love with Yun Songhai for many years. She boasted that she was beautiful and had some achievements in magic potions. She thought that after meeting Yun Songhai again, she would be able to muster the courage to confess to Yun Songhai, who knew that when she saw Hu Jiuxing at the birthday banquet, she knew that she would never have the chance again. That was all Mei Li knew. Only Yun Sheng knew that after that, Yun Songhai and Hu Jiuxing went into exile. Even when Hu Jiuxing was about to give birth, there were still people chasing after her parents. Unfortunately, Mei Li did not know why Yun Songhai had fallen out with the general's residence at that time, and who was the one who chased after the couple in the end. Even so, I still don't believe that your father is a dark magician. Mary didn't expect that she would meet the daughter of an old friend, and Yun Sheng's talent in magic surprised her even more. If father knew that there were still people who believed in him, he would definitely be very gratified. Yun Sheng now thought about it. On the day she transmigrated and reincarnated, her father might have used the legendary black magic. The strength of the enemy behind the scenes was really too strong. Yin Songhai had no choice but to use the heaven-defying dark magician to kill the enemy. When Yun Sheng told Mei Li about her father's current situation, Mei Li's expression changed immediately. She immediately urged Yun Sheng to bring her to the medical hall to check on Yun Songhai's condition. Mei Li was an expert in the field of magic medicine. She might have a way to treat the poison in Yun Songhai's body. But after checking on Yun Songhai's condition, Mei Li couldn't help but shake her head. This is not a poison caused by magic. It's also not a poison that can be treated with ancient medical techniques. Yun Sheng was a little disappointed. Dr. Fan had said earlier that ordinary people had no way to treat Yun Songhai's poison. Only the top few old monsters in the Dharma Temple and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion could possibly know what kind of poison was in Yun Songhai's body. Seeing the big brother Yun in his prime become like this, Mei Li's eyes were slightly bitter. She stood beside Yun Songhai's body and said in a low voice, "Big brother Yun, don't worry. I will definitely teach Yun Sheng everything I know." After returning to the academy with Mei Li, Yun Sheng went to visit the injured Gufeng. Fortunately, Song Jie's beginner water magic was very ordinary. Gufeng had also grown a body of fat. After treatment in the medical hall, there were basically no major problems. Gufeng, in order to save your team members, you sacrifice yourself. This spirit is commendable. But as a sorcerer, using your body as a shield to protect your team members is the most foolish thing you can do. How many times have I said, "You're a sorcerer"? A sorcerer. Where did all the magic you learned in the accelerated beginner level go? Mei Li's face was full of resentment. Gufeng could only lower his head and let Mei Li's saliva fly around the top of his head. With the addition of Yun Sheng, Mei Li's 13 magical potions team was finally full. The combination of 2 males and 1 female could form a stable team. But before that, Mei Li still had to properly train these 3 people. In the first half of the year, the beginner students had to participate in the basic magic classes every day. This was arranged by the academy in order to allow the students to better understand and use the magic elements. After Yun Sheng officially entered the academy, she was given a daily schedule. On it were the 4 main classes that beginner students of the Magical Potions Department had to learn: Meditation class, Accelerated Beginner Magic class, Basic Combat class, and Magic Potion Experiment class. Students of the Magical Combat class also had similar classes. It was just that the Experiment class had been changed to a Magic Battle class. After a year's classes were completed, the beginner students would participate in the examinations of the major classes for the final examination. As Yun Sheng entered the academy later than the other beginner students, most of the basic classes were already a third of the way through when she joined. In order to prevent Yun Sheng from not being able to keep up, Mei Li kindly arranged for Gufeng and Abandon to help Yun Sheng. Thus, Yun Sheng witnessed the so-called Abandon's tutoring method and Gufeng's tutoring method. Abandon's meditation class tutoring. Abandon, begin meditation. Yun Sheng, Abandon, Yun Sheng, Z1 class, a total of 1 sentence. Gufeng's tutoring method. Gufeng, Yun Sheng, get ready. Yun Sheng, get ready for what? Gufeng, the tutor is about to start the class. Prepare paper and brush. Yun Sheng, and then? Gufeng, start copying. Don't miss a single word. Yun Sheng, 1 class, a total of countless notes. After spending a few days with Gufeng and Abandon, Yun Sheng completely understood how difficult it was for teacher Mei Li. As the tutor of goofing and abandon, how many brain cells did she have to kill? Fortunately, Yunsheng's personal learning ability was very good, especially after she learned Yun Meng Bing Mian. Her performance in the meditation class quickly received the tutor's praise. As for the basic magical combat class and the beginner magic, Yunsheng had the support of the 5 elemental magic soul and quickly mastered the basic magic of each element. The only thing she hadn't taken was the magic potion experiment class. After asking around, she found out that the tutor in charge of the magic potion experiment class had taken half a year off, and the magic potion experiment class for the beginner students had to be delayed for a while. Finally, it was public day, and there were no classes in school. Yunsheng planned to return to the medical center to see her father and help Dr. Fan with the medical center, but a public student who wasn't very familiar with Yunsheng stopped her. Yunsheng, you're in charge of the public herb field, right? The herbs are dying. Hurry up and take a look. An 11 or 12-year-old great magus. This female student was already a mid-level student. As she listened, a magical element shot out from the magic scepter in her hand. The magical light illuminated her face and made her look even more radiant. Senior Song, according to your instructions, I've been keeping an eye on the public student named Yunsheng. Also, she has already bribed some of the public students. No one will help her take care of the public herb fields. The lookout was a wind magician from the combat department. That damned public student, relying on Feng Qua and Mei Li's support to be so arrogant. She beat up my precious little brother to such a state. The one who spoke was Song Xiangru, Song Jie's elder sister who had been taught a lesson by Yunsheng for the second time. The Song siblings were the children of the assistant minister of Zhou State's Ministry of Works. When the two were young, they were discovered to be able to sense magical elements, so they were both sent to the Imperial Magic Academy. The elder sister, Song Xiangru, was more talented. After 6 years of school, she became a mid-level student and had just passed the Great Magus examination in the temple last month. Song Xiangru only had one younger brother, Song Jie, and the two siblings were usually very close. A few days ago, Song Jie had been taught a lesson, and even his magic scepter had been destroyed. When Song Xiangru found out, she wanted to teach the potions department's new student a lesson on the spot. However, after asking around, she found out that the potions department's new student's background was not simple. Not only did he come in halfway, she heard that he was personally recommended by the combat instructor, Feng Qua. Everyone in the Magic Academy knew of Feng Qua's name, and Song Xiangru herself had attended his combat class. That bear-like man was terrifyingly strong, whether it was combat skills or magical combat skills. He could cast 3 spells in an instant and directly turn a huge rock into powder. He had a violent personality, and even the teachers in the academy did not respect him. Thus, after Song Song found out about Yunsheng's background, he turned and left. As a result, Song Xiangru lost the opportunity to directly take revenge on Yunsheng. In a Magic Academy, cross-level combat was not prohibited, but it was only allowed for low-level students to challenge mid-level students. Mid-level students were not allowed to directly challenge low-level students. Otherwise, if the academy found out, they would immediately be expelled from the academy. After thinking hard, Song Xiangru suddenly thought that she could tamper with Yunsheng's status as a public student. The Magic Academy's rules were strict, and for public students, the Academy's rules were also clearly stated that they had to maintain good grades in their magic classes and complete the work-study tasks arranged by the Academy. Otherwise, they would be expelled from the Academy. As long as Yunsheng was expelled from the Royal Magic Academy and out of the sight of Feng Qua and Mei Li, Song Xiangru had 1,000 ways to make Yunsheng disappear completely. Song Xiangru secretly bribed the other members of the public student dormitory and threw a few hundred mu of medicinal fields to Yunsheng. She was sure that Yunsheng would not be able to water all the medicinal fields in 2 days. Not to mention that Yun Sheng was not a water-type sorcerer. Even if she was, how many times would she have to cast the cloud-gathering spell to successfully water so many medicinal fields? When she thought of how Yun Sheng would be expelled from the Magic Academy after the weekend, Song Xiangru was elated. Ruru, what are you so happy about? A sweet female voice interrupted the conversation between Song Xiangru and the scout. A female student dressed in blue walked in. Song Xiangru's looks were already considered top-notch, but compared to this girl dressed in blue, she was like a star meeting the moon. She immediately paled in comparison. Seeing the girl dressed in blue, a hint of jealousy appeared on Song Xiangru's face. However, she quickly concealed her jealousy and did not let Chen Lianer discover it. She changed into a fawning tone and said, "Lianer, I see that you are the one who is happy. What good thing happened to make you so happy?" The person who came was the vice president of the Royal Magic Academy's Combat Association. At the same time, she was also Zhou State's first-rank Imperial Court official's favorite granddaughter, Chen Lianer, a great water-type sorcerer. "I received news from the Crown Prince. He is returning to the Jade Capital." Chen Lianer's clothes fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy. Her face was full of joy as she told Song Xiangru this good news. Chapter 97. The Crown Prince is coming back. Song Xiangru had a strange expression as she looked at Chen Lianer with a bit of contempt. Billion, the current Crown Prince of Zhou State and the most beloved son of the Zhou State Emperor. At the same time, he was the president of the Royal Magic Academy's Combat Association and a 12-year-old pinnacle great magician. The reason why the Magic Combat Association was so influential in the Royal Magic Academy was partly because the president of the Magic Combat Association was the current Crown Prince and Chen Lianer was the vice president of the Crown Princess. The Emperor of Zhou State was in his prime and had many imperial concubines. He also had many princes and princesses. Among them, the Crown Prince Yi Billion was the most favored. His mother was the daughter of the current imperial cabinet minister. His mother's family had a strong background and was deeply favored by the Emperor of Zhou State. However, those who knew the secrets of the palace knew that Yi Billion wasn't the crown prince at birth. Yi Billion was the second prince, but the real crown prince was the first prince, Yi Biming, who had been dethroned many years ago. After the tragedy in the palace, the original crown prince Yi Biming was deposed and imprisoned by the Emperor of Zhou State. The second prince Yi Billion was crowned crown prince by a group of civil officials. It was also at that time that Chen Lianer, who was originally chosen as the crown princess, abandoned her childhood playmate Yi Biming without hesitation. Under the matchmaking of Grand Secretary Chen, she and Yi Biming quickly became the golden couple that everyone envied. It was said that after the former crown prince Yi Biming was deposed, he was imprisoned in the cold palace in the name of recuperating. It was only a few months ago that the former crown prince, Yi Biming, joined the Wushuan Infinity School under the request of the deputy head of the Wushuan Limitless School to practice martial arts. Only then did the former crown prince return to the eyes of the citizens of the great Zhou dynasty. Chen Lianer and Song Xiangru, including a few people, naturally knew about this news. Song Xiangru originally thought that Chen Lianer would be a bit emotional, but who knew that she acted as if nothing had happened. What a heartless woman. While Song Xiangru's father was part of the civil official faction that supported the crown prince, she had inherited some of her father's style and looked down on Chen Lianer from the bottom of her heart. However, because the other was powerful and was the future crown princess, she agreed on the surface. Chen Lianer was so immersed in her own joy that she didn't notice the disdain on her friend's face. This year's year-end examinations for the combat and potions faculties might be a little tricky. Song Xiangru thought of something. The year-end assessment was a tradition of the Academy of Magic. Every year, there would be a comprehensive assessment for the students at the end of the year. The competition between the combat and potions departments was also the fiercest at that time. Potion department? Ruru. When did you become afraid of even the magic potion department? Chun Lian stopped acting like a little girl, her face full of contempt. Perhaps Jing Magic Academy was nothing compared to other magic academies, but within the academy, the position of the fighting department was absolutely unshakable. The potioneering department was filled with crappy mages who only knew how to use despicable tricks. If she remembered correctly, the potioneering department didn't even have a few decent intermediate students. This year's situation might be a little uncertain. A poison man has appeared in the potioneering department. Song Xiangru's face was cautious. My younger brother Song Jia was defeated by a new earth and fire department mage. Song Xiangru originally didn't put the potioneering department in her eyes, but the things that happened in the past few days really caught her off guard. I've also heard about that poison man, but I heard that kid is very antisocial, so don't worry about him. As for the new mage, I haven't heard of her. I remember that your brother Song Jia's magic is barely passable. How come he can't even take care of a new student? Chun Lian, sarcastic tone, made Song Xiangru very dissatisfied, but she still smiled. That new student isn't simple. I heard that she used an intermediate fire magic flame explosion in the end. Even Minter Song's earth shield was shattered by her. Even Chun Lian couldn't use intermediate magic as a beginner. Intermediate magic? Is this news true? If it's reliable, then this person definitely can't stay in the potioneering department. Chun Lian changed her delicate and lovely appearance from before. She was now the vice president of the Magic Combat Association. In the Magic Academy, any student who could shake the Magic Combat Association's position had to either join the association or be eliminated. It's true. My brother saw it with his own eyes. Furthermore, her singing ability is also very outstanding. Song Xiangru's face was full of resentment. If that's the case, then I, as the vice president, will go and meet her. If possible, I'll pull her into the Magic Combat Association. But if she doesn't agree, Chun Lian smiled sweetly, but made people's hair stand on end. Chun Lian was such a person. She looked very harmless and weak on the outside, but there was a sense of insidiousness in her bones. Yunxing still didn't know that she had become the Magic Combat Association's target for no reason. Right now, she was still looking at the hundreds of acres of herb fields, thinking about how to irrigate them. Fortunately, she was now a mage and no longer needed to carry water to irrigate the fields like before. She only needed to use the water magic cloud gathering technique that she had learned in the elementary magic class. The so-called cloud gathering technique was to use the water vapor in the environment to form a small moving cloud. Yinsheng was known to the public as an earth and fire mage, so no one knew that she could use the cloud gathering technique. Little Cloud irrigated the herb fields. Yinsheng only needed to direct Little Cloud's movements to irrigate all the fields. One of the biggest benefits of entering the Royal Magic Academy was that one could learn all kinds of elementary magic during the basic magic classes. During the elementary magic classes, they would teach all kinds of elementary magic. These elementary magic were different from the combat magic that Yunsheng knew. Most of them couldn't be used to repel enemies, but they were very convenient to use in daily life. For example, the water cleansing spell, the fire illumination spell, the wind dust removal spell, and so on. Most people didn't care about these elementary magic because it was already very difficult for everyone to learn elementary magic that was compatible with their own elementary magic. However, Yinsheng was different. Other than her dark magic spirit, she also had an all-elemental nature magic spirit. Learning all kinds of elementary magic was a piece of cake for her. This was especially true for the various types of small magic spells that didn't consume much magic elements. The more she used these small magic spells, the better her ability to control the various elements. When she was meditating, she could feel that her magic soul was becoming stronger little by little. Occasionally, she would try out the cloud gathering technique, then immediately use the cloud dream ice sleep to meditate for a while to replenish her elementary magic. By sunset, the hundreds of acres of land had been properly irrigated. Tomorrow, I'll use the earth thorns to cultivate the soil. Using elementary magic repeatedly will help increase my proficiency in elementary magic. After a day, Yinsheng was already very familiar with the cloud gathering technique. Just as she was about to leave the public herb fields, under the setting sun, two beautiful senior female students walked over. The two of them looked at Yunsheng's dirty face with disdain. The disdain in their eyes was very obvious. The two of them were dressed like rich girls. The more beautiful girl used an arrogant tone to ask, "You are Yinsheng? I am the vice president of the Magic Combat Association, Chunlianer. I want you to join the Magic Combat Association." You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.